The first thing to achieve the title of the Supreme Trickster Emperor is to live incognito in a strange community. But that very night, a human girl suddenly opened the door and called me husband, and she was my childhood sweetheart from my previous life. It was only because of the bizarre revival 10 years ago, which randomly selected people from all over the country to enter a strange world, leading to a sharp decrease in the human population. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao could not bear it and specially created bizarre matchmaking, selecting one woman from each country as a representative to randomly match with the bizarre. And the entire process was live-streamed. As long as the favorability of the bizarre object is raised to 100, the side quest of that bizarre can be unlocked. At this moment, a total of 10 male bizarre figures were presented before Zhenyue. The first matchmaking bizarre is Count Dracula. The second matchmaking bizarre is the water tiger Tian. And the third matchmaking bizarre is the midnight butcher Park Dagon. The audience in the live stream was extremely shocked, expressing that this time the matchmaking targets were all very impressive, especially Count Dracula, who even had the red cloak appear. Unfortunately, it seemed that these bizarre figures had already been chosen, and the host was too late to select. Zhenyue felt scared looking at everyone until her gaze fell on the last bizarre, 10th matchmaking bizarre Gu Yuan. This bizarre had no title, and the photo was different from the others. Those bizarre figures were either fierce in appearance or covered in blood, while his photo was a half-body shot, showing part of his neck and chin. Zhenyue lightly pursed her lips, and the more she looked, the more she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she had never been in a relationship since childhood, and apart from her father, she didn't even have a single male contact. Moreover, the person in the photo was not complete. Why does he look familiar? To put it bluntly, he might have been rejected. The other 9 anomalies were chosen, but Gu Yuan was left out. He looks a bit pitiful and somewhat shabby. The other anomalies either reside in mansions or hold sharp weapons, but he has nothing. With such an existence, he probably gets bullied by the other anomalies. Zhenyue did not hesitate and chose Gu Yuan. The audience from Longwo was stunned by this scene, urging her not to make a rash choice. This is such an important matter, and there is no relevant information about Gu Yuan in the anomaly profile. Isn't he just a weak anomaly? It is known that the stronger the partner chosen for marriage, the more benefits the country can gain from it. As everyone finished their selections, Zhenyue realized there was little time left. Thinking that her marriage partner might be very poor, she immediately looked around. Since it was her first time meeting a partner, she couldn't go empty-handed. But it was too late to buy a gift now. Zhenyue began rummaging through her small rental apartment, taking a rice cooker, a small refrigerator, a teacup, a game console, and even a nearly expired discounted Wanzai milk. She thought that with these items, her anomaly husband shouldn't bully her too much, right? However, just 10 minutes ago, I suddenly heard the strange mechanical sound of the marriage system. The strange marriage system extended a sincere invitation to me, and if accepted, I would need to give gifts to my marriage partner after increasing their favorability, and unlock my own instance once the favorability reached a full value of 100. As compensation, after unlocking the instance, the marriage system would significantly enhance the instance's level. May I ask if you accept the marriage invitation? I smiled lightly at this. In my previous life, I died unexpectedly as an orphan and woke up in this strange world, only to find that I possessed the ability to absorb the powers and abilities of the strange beings I killed. After countless killings, I finally grew into the current strange emperor. With my invincible power, I gradually grew tired of senseless slaughter, so I concealed my identity and casually moved into the rebirth community. There are 2 buildings here, the highest being 6 stories. As far as I know, there are many powerful strange beings in this community, such as the Kappa and the Butcher on the 4th floor, and the Blood Count on the 5th floor. According to the community's implicit rules, generally, the stronger the strange being, the higher the floor they reside on. When I moved here, I didn't think too much about it and chose to live on the 3rd floor, mainly for convenience in travel and a broader view. Although the strange powers on the same floor are relatively weak, both the fierce ghost and the red-clothed figure are like ants that I can easily crush. However, after living here for a long time, I do feel a bit lonely. With a thought, a powerful aura immediately locked onto the strange marriage system, pulling it out from the void. This thing looks like a small sphere, emitting a deep blue light, devoid of emotion, just a preset program. This marriage system was created by the world's consciousness, and its purpose is indeed as it said, to reduce human deaths. The reason it chose me was purely random. After hesitating for a moment, I did not refuse. After working hard for half a lifetime, I should enjoy it a bit. Someone is sending a wife. Why not accept it? It's just that I don't want to expose myself, lest a bunch of strange beings come knocking, and my wife should at least be a bit good-looking, right? I glanced at my information in the matchmaking system. The 10th matchmaking is with the bizarre blood demon Gu Yuan, and the title should be related to personality and strength. This blood demon title is indeed a bit exaggerated. Moreover, in the photo, I stand atop an endless throne of corpses, clothed in blood, feasting on countless bizarre things, with my back to the world, indulging in arrogance. Wouldn't this scare people away if I used this for matchmaking? I immediately used my power to kindly help the matchmaking system modify the information, took a half-body selfie, and then began browsing the female players from these 10 countries, instantly locking my gaze on a figure, Zhenyue. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's bizarre matchmaking research, Minister Wang Shouwen angrily reprimanded his subordinates in the office. He questioned everyone about their usefulness, as they only just realized that the matchmaking players from the Dragon Kingdom had already entered the bizarre world, and it was all too late. The bizarre matchmaking occurs once every 3 months and is crucial to the nation's fate. If they can successfully conquer it once, the country can use the unlocked instance as a foothold to develop and grow, and the resources obtained can greatly reduce the player's mortality rate. This is a competition between nations, comparable to a new industrial revolution. And now, they have just learned that the matchmaking player named Zhenyue has already entered the bizarre world. The resources they prepared have not been put to use at all, and she doesn't even have the most basic understanding of bizarre matchmaking. Wang Shouwen questioned his subordinates about how they promoted it. Players from other countries brought plenty of bizarre coins and various gifts. What did she bring? A pile of appliances and milk. Such a gift will definitely be weirdly torn apart. He also asked about the weird one named Gu Yuan. Is there really no one who knows who he is? A group of members from the research department lowered their heads, several of them filled with despair, knowing that negligence is minor, but its impact on the nation's fortune is significant. Wang Shouwen looked at the huge splicing screen in front of the research department. The live broadcast room had already opened, and audiences from all over the world were pouring in. It was unclear who leaked the news, but the foreign audiences were full of confidence, while the Dragon Country's audience was filled with sighs. Some mocked that the players from the Dragon Country actually brought a bunch of broken appliances inside, jokingly asking if they wanted to play games with the weird one, and asserting that this time the Dragon Country would be unlucky, probably dying as soon as they entered. The audience from the Great Cold Country claimed they were already prepared, with a 90% chance of successfully conquering the weird one this time. The audience of the Little Days Kingdom also expressed that their matchmaking player is a once-in-a-millennium Yamato Nadeshiko, with a charm that no strangeness can resist. Some also accused the Dragon Kingdom's research department of negligence, saying that Zhenyue didn't even bring a single strange coin, making it impossible to complete the task. The matchmaking players of the Dragon Kingdom were at a disadvantage even before they started, and they didn't even have any information about their matchmaking partners, until now. They have not been able to investigate any information regarding Gu Yuan. Wang Shouwen helplessly collapsed onto the chair, murmuring to himself, "It's all over." As the bizarre matchmaking officially begins, Zhenyue is teleported in front of 2 residential buildings. She turns her head and sees that the other 9 female players from different countries have already arrived, among them a player from Little Japan and another from Great Han, who are chatting about something. Curious, Zhenyue approaches them, but as soon as she gets closer, the female player from Great Han frowns, especially when she sees the 2 large bags in Zhenyue's hands, her eyes revealing a look of disdain, saying that she only brought these things for her matchmaking partner. Truly a country bumpkin. In the bizarre world, all players and the strange language can be automatically translated, so there is no situation where one cannot understand. Another kimono-clad girl, Yamada Aiko, also showed sarcasm, saying that bringing home appliances as gifts is indeed quite creative. Yun Pillow Moon asked in confusion. She didn't notice anything wrong, it just felt like these 2 didn't seem to be warming up to her. You really don't know anything. How did the Dragon Kingdom side elect someone like you? Aiko Yamada laughed softly, with the 2 of them mocking Yun Pillow Moon. A few of the other female players also cast glances, as if to dissipate the tension and fear in his mind. They all unanimously let out a few sneers at Yun Pillow Moon. Idiot. Stupid. Hey, don't talk about it. We're not the ones who die anyway. Are the people of the Dragon Kingdom so stingy that they didn't even prepare a little gift? I, the Monkey Kingdom, have prepared a lot of trick coins on purpose, still claiming to be a great nation. I don't think it even compares to a hair on our Filipino head. These unpleasant words fell into Yun Pillow Moon's ears. She was instantly a little angry. Would have liked to have asked some questions about weird marriages. Now there wasn't even a word to be said. It was expected that if she asked, all that awaited her was their ridicule. Ah, this Dragon Nation guy is so funny. I can't wait to see her get killed by Creepy. Damn it. I can't believe Kojito brought the Red Lotus folding fan in as a gift. This folding fan is one of the few powerful trick weapons they have. We, the Great Cold Kingdom, have specially brought 100 Gue coins. Do you have any? But Dragon's marriage partner is also a piece of trash. No one has even heard of him. Yeah, maybe the 2 of them see eye to eye. Ha 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 ha. The live broadcast room at the moment was filled with jeers from viewers around the world. For their part, the dragons each looked uncomfortable. especially when you see players from other countries purposely carrying gifts, and Cloud Pillow Moon had no knowledge of any of her subjects. Seems to be a natural nerd. There were even some dragons who could no longer bear to watch. One could imagine what Yun Pillow Moon had to face next. Please find your match in 10 minutes, and move into the room of the person they're married to. Your match room number, 3007. Soon the marriage system sent out alerts to everyone. Yun Pillow Moon listened to the queue and looked at the 2 large bags in distress. Players from other countries were the first to enter the trick building, and with her 2 big bags, it would probably take half a day to move them. Handsome walked into the 4th floor. Her eyes showed a hint of confidence. As a net model with over 1 million followers in the Big Chill country, I don't know how many lickspittles are held up on a regular basis. Coupled with her exceptional makeup skills, she can't find any flaws on her face and her body is meticulously maintained. He also brought 100 Gue coins specially prepared by the Great Cold Kingdom. She was confident that she could conquer the creepy named Midnight Butcher Park Dogon, just by listening to the name. It was clear that this weirdness was definitely from the Great Cold Kingdom as well. Is anyone there? Handsome knocked gently on the door of the room. She kept a polite smile on her face. Not for a moment. Crunch! The door opened. Upon seeing the creepy that opened the door for her, the pupils of Handsome's eyes froze. Only because this creepy lookalike is so ugly. He was about her height, carrying a butcher knife stained with mincemeat, fingertips with peeling nails gripping the doorknob, dark lines like corpse stains floating on that greenish-white skin arm. He looked to Handsome. The cloudy eyes looked like blistered fish bellies, and some tiny maggots were rustling down from the dirty clothes. The door of the room showed but a crack, and there was a pungent stench, like a lot of rotting meat piled up together, making people smell a dry heaving. How? Hansume's face was as pale as paper. Her pupils reflected the ugly appearance of her marriage partner, and she only felt a wave of nausea coming from her body, especially the smell in her nose, which almost made her not vomit. See this scene. The audience of the Great Cold Kingdom exploded. How could it be so disgustingly creepy? It makes me want to puke to look at it. No, my Handsome, run. How to run? If you don't go in you're sure to get killed by another creep. Vomiting, I'm eating and I'm throwing up. It's not just them. The small-time internet users were also shocked. They all started gloating. Ha, this is who you picked? Blessed are the people of the Great Cold Kingdom. I can't wait to see our country's water tiger shenanigans. It sounds awesome by name. Begging for bean sacks. I'm studying the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and water tiger seems to be an alias for river boy. Baka. How could our marriage partner in the land of little days be an ugly river boy? Chapter 4, a marriage partner for a small day. A river boy? I've been prepared for this for a long time. The country's information on creepy doesn't say what creepy looks like either. That doesn't matter. After all, they were here to raid the weird unlockable copies, not really to fall in love. But Handsome still broke down. She had seen a picture of Park Dae-gun before, and in the picture he was only in profile. It's not much more handsome, but at least it has a bit of a killer vibe. Who knew he'd be so ugly when I actually saw him? It was so ugly that she felt her brain spinning just by looking at it, and at the thought of sharing a room with such a creep, she couldn't help but feel her legs weakening and teardrops spilling out of the corners of her eyes. I should have known she'd pick something else creepy when she chose who to expect. The moment. Park Dae-gun senses Han Somi's broken heart, couldn't help but have a morose chill on his face. He hated it when someone looked down on his likeness. Those who looked down on him were chopped into pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the marriage system had chosen her as the object, and Park Dae-gun had been slightly more patient with her, he would have swung his sword down at this point. And sensing that Park Dae-gun was in an unhappy mood, Hansumi clenched her teeth as she took out the 50 Gue coin she had prepared from her pocket. Honey, first time, this is a gift I brought you. I hope you like it. Handsome immediately handed over a denomination of 50 yuan guile coins. The tricky coins were engraved with treacherous black patterns, and the ink-colored imprinted lines that did not belong to the present world hid an eerie aura. This trick coin is extremely valuable. It is important to realize that there are very few players who can pass through the duplicate from the bizarre world, not to mention being able to bring something out of the copy and turn it into the state. The 2 large 50 guile coins were obtained by the Great Cold Kingdom after a lot of hard work, for which an extremely expensive price was paid. Hansomi didn't want to give it, but because of the expression she just showed, it made Park Dae-gun unhappy, and if she didn't give a gift to apologize, she might not be able to save her life. Park Dae-gun's greedy eyes went to the trick coin, immediately put it away. Then he looked deeply at Hansomi and did not give up his seat. His gaze continued to her pockets. Honey, can you let me in now? Hansume subconsciously covered her pocket tightly. There was still a trick coin there, but she couldn't give it to him. It was something she would use afterward. It's hard to move an inch without trick coins in a dangerous and spooky world. Not enough, Park Dae-gun said coldly. What? Hansume's face was pale. She didn't expect her creepy subject to be so insatiable. You've given a 50 Gue coin and you want it in her pocket? The spectators of the Great Cold Kingdom were enraged at the sight of this scene. Ash bar. This greedy creep is abominable. There's only 100 coins in the Great Cold Kingdom, and he wants all of them? We can't give it to him, or Sumi will be in danger. By what right? You want to take all our trick coins just after meeting us? Death to the brazen brat. Due to too much resentment towards Park Dae-gun, many people from the Great Cold Kingdom began to suffer from the consequences. Rage against people with the name Park in this country. It caused a commotion. This hilarious scene made the world's audience watch the joke, especially the small-time viewers. More gloating. The relationship between the two countries was already bad anyway, and they were happy to see the people of the Great Cold Kingdom break their defenses. In the meantime, Aiko Yamada also walked into the 4th floor. It's just that she and Handsome are farther apart. Didn't realize what was going on over there. The object of her shenanigans is the shenanigans water tiger Amamiya Sky. Aiko Yamada has high expectations. Water tigers? As fierce as they sound. The name Amamiya Sky. More than anything, it reminded her of a handsome man holding an umbrella in the night rain. She knows all the spooky information about her country. This Lord Water Tiger, who didn't show his face often and was quite mysterious, was very strong. He is also pictured with only one eye showing. Aiko Yamada took a deep, confident breath. She was in love in the middle of the country, except that she was an absolute facehugger and kicked her boyfriend out because she hated the acne on his face. Then there were even hundreds of relationships, which were basically seamless. She is extraordinarily experienced in how to please men. At this point in the broadcast, the small-time viewers are very much looking forward to it. It was said that someone once had the honor of meeting this Lord Water Tiger and was stunned by his appearance right after meeting him. Right now Aiko Yamada has a Yamato Nadeshiko look about her. Reminds them of relationship movies made in their own countries. You know, Little Day's relationship movies are kind of internationally known. Especially this Human X creepy chic romance, the thought of which excited almost everyone. I can't even eat when I see the shenanigans in the big chill country. It's time for something cool. Humph. The shenanigans of our little life sure were all pretty cool. Yeah, our country has the highest adult male population of any of the surrounding countries. As soon as I heard the name, I knew he must be handsome, tall and spoil his wife. I can't wait to see him. Aiko Yamada bit her lip lightly, revealing a look of chutzpah. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics, just knocked on the door. A low voice came from just inside the door of the room. Which one? Sure enough, Aiko Yamada's heart pounded. She was about to lose the ability to clamp her legs together just hearing the sound. It's a low-character voice that touches the heart. If the voice is this good, the looks must not be bad either. With a creak, the door opened and Aiko Yamada softly chanted, "Please take care of me on my first meeting. I am your wife, Aiko Yamada." She spoke softly, a flushed smile mixed with her face, and bowed. But when Aiko Yamada looked up, she blinked in confusion. Creepy? Where's Creepy's husband? Obviously the door was open, but she didn't see Creepy husband. Aiko Yamada swept a few glances toward the door, expecting him to be busy, but that low voice sounded ahead of her. "I'm here." Welp. Startled, Aiko Yamada snapped her head down. Only then did he realize that there was a figure in front of him at some point. The polite smile on her face froze, only to see that her creepy husband was surprisingly no taller than 1 meter. And it looks like this. The body was hunched over. Webbed membranes sprouted between the withered vine-like fingers, dark green skin covered in mangy bumps, and a beak-like mouth half open, revealing jagged fangs. Aiko Yamada did a double take. This creepy look was extraordinarily familiar to her. It also appears frequently in the lore of the small days. River child? She shivered and instantly her body went limp. This river boy is her marriage partner? It wasn't until then that it dawned on Aiko Yamada. No wonder he only shows one eye in the photo. Isn't this a scam? See this scene. The viewers of Small Days couldn't hold their breath. The handsome man they've been waiting for half a day. It's really a hippogriff? And it's probably one of the ugly ones in the river children. Beautiful skins are one of a kind. Ugly skins are unique. In the realm of the ugly, Park Dae-gun and this river boy claim second and third. No one dares to claim first place. It can't be. He's Amamiya Sky? What's this called, a water tiger? Don't, absolutely not him. What good copy can this river boy have? Baka Yalu, how in the world did you choose the object? How can it be so ugly? For the sake of the honor of our little life, you might as well endure it. Aiko. Chapter 5, the whole world has gone crazy. Why is her husband so handsome? The other side. With the previous experience of the big chill country in the small days, viewers in the few remaining countries no longer have expectations about the likeness of their country's marriage partner. At least, it can't be uglier than those two, right? The complete likeness of Park Dae-gun and River Boy would be a blast to see, even on the dark web. Maybe even get banned by the admins for being too disgusting. A wave of despair was felt by the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. This time the weird strength is so strong. Why are they all so ugly? Not only is it ugly, but it has a bad personality. This thing just met and asked for 100 Gue coins from the Dahan Kingdom. Hey, don't know what our marriage partner in the Dragon Kingdom looks like. Poor Yun Pillow Moon. Our Jiangda school beauty. Damn it. She's the top 10 school beauty voted by all the schools in the neighborhood. A flower. Is it really going to be stuck in cow dung? It can't be helped. Who made this a bizarre marriage? The moment. Yun Pillow Moon had already arrived at the door of 3007 on the 3rd floor. Her heart was pounding like a deer in headlights. Never even touched a boy's hand since I was a kid. Now fast forward, jump straight to the marriage. Too much excitement. The thought of calling that husband behind the door. Yun Pillow Moon then couldn't help but feel panic all over her body. At her side were the 2 large bags she had managed to carry up. It's her baby in here. Yun Pillow Moon had it all figured out. As the old saying goes, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. And even if her creepy husband is weak and from a poor family, as long as he treats her sincerely, she believes that their lives will get better and better. That said, what should I call it later? Straight to husband? Isn't that a bit reckless? That yells lover? Yelp a little shame. She couldn't shout, husband, husband? It's not ancient, and it's not quite right. Just as Yun Pillow Moon lowered her little head, her mind pondering, crunch, the door opened. Well, Yun Pillow Moon was in shock. A slip of the foot. He fell to the ground. Her little ass instantly gave the ground a solid kiss. It hurts. Yun Pillow Moon rubbed her aching little butt, and crystalline teardrops overflowed from the corners of her eyes. And at that moment a soft laugh came from within earshot. Are you okay? Nope, nothing. Yun Pillow Moon replied in a daze, and before her brain could react, a gentle hand gripped her arm and helped her stand up. Thanks, thanks. Yun Pillow Moon's neck reddened due to her shame as she whispered her thanks for the stranger's help, only to feel too humiliated. But in a flash, a sliver of her sanity returned. It's not at home and it's not reality. Who's talking? Yun Pillow Moon was giddy and immediately turned her gaze away. Only a man was standing in the doorway, wearing a simple black sweater. His features were well defined. His eyes looked slightly softer in the dim light, and his long, dense lashes cast a shadow under his eyes, yet emphasized depth and mystery. That unique aura is extremely attractive. In a trance, Yun Pillow Moon's eyes fixed. This was very different from the weirdness she had imagined. This is too handsome. Age is probably about the same as her. Moreover, his appearance made Yun Pillow Moon extremely familiar, as if he had really seen it somewhere. And it was not the kind of casual meeting, but having had a very long time of interaction, innately wanting to be close. If she lost her memory one day and said it was her husband, Yun Pillow Moon would believe it. Good, handsome, Yun Pillow Moon subconsciously murmured. Gu Yuan looked at her suspiciously. The young girl seemed to be in shock, looking a bit foolish. A pair of almond eyes opened round with a bit of ignorance, lining the pair of eyes that were naturally foggy with more and more clarity. It's been a long time since I've seen her. Gu Yuan even sighed a bit. Yun Pillow Moon, his childhood friend from his previous life. Since the orphanage was close to her home, the two had been friends since they were young and went to school together. It's just a shame that he died unexpectedly in his previous life. I wonder how sad she would have been then. It's kind of a sinful relationship. It's been 2 worlds, and she's come back to me. You know, the first time Gu Yuan met Yun Pillow Moon was when she sneaked into the orphanage and knocked on his room door. Gu Yuan's eyes moved slightly, saw 2 large bags outside the door, could spy some appliances in it and even a carton of her favorite wanted milk. Gu Yuan, you're bringing all your belongings with you? He doesn't care about materialism, but he still has a lot of stuff at home, so he's not that poor, is he? Upon noticing Gu Yuan's gaze, Yun Pillow Moon also looked towards the 2 large bags. As if a butterfly suddenly swept across the tip of her nose, she subconsciously shrunk her neck. Her cheeks immediately flushed a thin red. It's a gift, old hubby. With extreme difficulty, she stumbled out. Come in, Gu Yuan said softly, taking the initiative to pick up the 2 large bags and turned his head to Yun Xiuyu. Oh, Yun Pillow Moon subconsciously said, looking at Gu Yuan's distant back, suddenly realizing a good news. She had just watched the other country's players stand in the doorway for half a day. It seems like the creeps aren't allowed in the house, and it's amazing that she was able to get in at once. Sure enough, her baby played out. Looking at Yun Pillow Moon and Gu Yuan who were meeting for the first time, viewers all over the world in the live room looked dumbfounded. Why are you blushing? Is this still a weird marriage? To say that this is some new kind of love synthesis they all believe. Just let her in, and offered to pick up a bunch of rags. Why is he so nice? And so handsome? The Dragon Nation audience was abuzz. Holy, so handsome? It's half the face value of my Zhengcheng Daniel Wu. It's too anticlimactic. A handsome guy jumps out of the cold inside a bunch of ugly people. I'm not used to it yet, especially seeing the 2 loads on the big chill and little day side first. Handsome and gentle, or creepy. Let me do it and I'll do it. I envy Yun Pillow Moon. Spectators in the Big Chill and Little Daylight countries were outraged. The female audience, in particular, had sore teeth. What makes a marriage partner from the Dragon Kingdom have such a high face value? There's a hobo and a river kid over there. Turn around and there's a handsome man over here? On what grounds? It's not fair to have a weird marriage. That is, I'm reporting Dragon Nation for cheating. Shiba, Gu Yuan is from our great Han Kingdom. Yes, such a classy outfit that a Dragon Nation person surely can't wear it. I've had enough of this river kid. I, too, don't want to see Park Dae-gun one more time. Into the house. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa. He looked at Yun Pillow Moon as if he had come home. Another cooking and cleaning spree. Didn't think of himself as an outsider at all. Those babies of hers played their part. Smelling a wisp of rice, Gu Yuan shook his head. As a Gue emperor, he didn't need to eat it all, and it had been a long time since he had eaten human food. Looking at Yun Pillow Moon, who was careful not to spare even a single grain of rice, Gu Yuan was somewhat speechless. I'm afraid this idiot really thinks he's poor. Seeing Yin Xiaoyu folding all the useless milk cartons together, Gu Yuan was puzzled. What do you keep the paper shells there for? Save it for sale, of course. Yun Pillow Moon's eyes were filled with seriousness. Gu Yuan, he's a trickster emperor. Why does he need to sell paper shells? This wife, isn't she too dull? Chapter 6, The First Day of Marriage and Life. Rukoku, who drew the SSR. The remaining 7 players, all of them have found their marriage partners one after another. But apart from Gu Yuan, the remaining 9 shenanigans are bad for their subjects. The attitude was cold and she was not treated as a wife at all, but as a tool that is temporarily useful, but can be discarded at will after use. After all, most creeps are extraordinarily indifferent to feelings. If it weren't for the fact that the marriage system promises to level up copies, there's no way they're going to agree to an invitation. It's not hard to get a good feeling up, not to mention taking good care of them in their daily lives. Want to eat? On a nicer creepy note, there are still some scraps of bloodied raw meat in the house. That's pretty good condition. Some spooky homes have nothing. Players who want to eat can only rely on the emergency food they carry to fill their stomachs. As for sleeping, it's much simpler. These shenanigans don't prepare the room at all. The vast majority of players will have to sleep on the couch. Some creepy homes don't even have couches, so they have to crouch in the corner. As for the poor hygiene, there are cockroaches and rats all over the place, making it look like it's falling apart. You can't sleep at all at night and have to live with the fear that comes from within. You can't eat or sleep well, and you're mentally tight. Nor do I know what the future holds. One can only pray silently in one's mind, fantasizing about the scenario of raiding the marriage partner, unlocking the duplicate and then returning to the real world after a successful career. This is what happens on the first day of marriage for those 9 players, and within the expectations of all viewers. At this stage of the game, the goodwill of the marriage partner is still too low. You can only rely on subsequent missions to see if you can raise some goodwill. The viewers of Little Day and Big Chill Nation watched with egg on their face. What? I can't believe you let him Han Somi sleep in the toilet. That bastard. In reality, there are countless people who have pursued her, and this Park Dae-gun doesn't treasure it at all. He also took all those 100 creepy coins. Damn creepy. Aiko Yamada should remember the honor of our empire. Just bear with the kappa and all that. This is the water god. If you don't look at the appearance, it's very strong. If you give birth to the son of the water god, Aiko-sama will have done a great service. Right, Amamiyo-sama's copy is a beer-inked tricky lake, and a large area of the lake is his territory. If there was no cloud pillow moon, originally the people in both countries were able to appease themselves, but the scene on Gu Yuan's side made the viewers of both countries explode with jealousy. Even viewers around the world have never seen this before. Yun Pillow Moon was practically like coming home. Laundry and cooking, housekeeping, and Gu Yuan, happy to lie flat too. Anyway, with an extra wife who is thrifty and pretty and familiar, he's totally earned it. It's not like he's like the regular creepy ones, not interested in being difficult or anything. This is the most surprising point for viewers around the world. Gu Yuan didn't have a bit of a creepy rack at all. He then reclined on the couch, playing the Switch that Cloud Pillow Moon had brought, gave Yun Pillow Moon a great deal of autonomy. The two of them really looked like a young couple who just got married. Yun Pillow Moon ate 4 dishes and 1 soup, and was still able to sleep next to Gu Yuan, and handsome, and easygoing with people. On a globally recognized forum that discusses weird marriages, Gu Yuan has been rated as the most handsome creep of all time. Many girls around the globe have posted his posters in their rooms. How did it get so good and spooky? It's almost like drawing an SSR. The Dragon Nation audience watched with joy. If I let Gu Yuan be my husband, I'd be willing to give me another $1 million. Don't dream, sis. Just pick at yourself. I've watched all the weird marriages, and I've never really seen this scene before, so it looks like there's a complete hope of raiding Gu Yuan. Right, it's hard to believe that we, Dragon Kingdom, are going to be the first country to successfully raid creepy? Now I just hope his subplot is just a little bit stronger. The other side. A little life. Defense creepy marriage strategy firm. Looking at the two very different images on the big screen, director Kenta Yamamoto grimaced. Why should Aiko Yamada, whom the Empire had high hopes for, be humiliated? Even after giving the Empire's most precious artifact, the Red Lotus folding fan, to the marriage partner, didn't get any good looks either. And this Dragon Nation guy named Cloud Pillow Moon, just bring a little appliance and you're treated so favorably by your marriage partner? The two images of extreme contrast made Kenta Yamamoto, who is over 60 years old, break the big defense. Damn, the Dragon Nation must have gotten hold of some special information. No word yet on this weird Dragon Kingdom guy named Gu Yuan? A henchman Winston gulped before nervously saying, reporting to the director. We have fully investigated and there is no information about him not only in my country but in all countries. At that, he paused. But think about it, director. I think the main reason why there's no information on him is because it's too weak to have intelligence value. The weak and creepy ones are as overpopulated as street rats. The fact that he lives on the third floor also sidesteps that. Even if the raiders succeed, the Dragon Kingdom will only receive extremely meager gains. But not us. Hear that? The look on Kenta Yamamoto's face got a little better. That does make sense. What's the point of having a good personality? It's nothing more than fly-by-night, nothing more. If they can raid that river boy, it's bound to put the Empire on top of the world. He's not the only one who thinks so. The viewers in the small days and in the other countries had the same opinion. Public opinion began to vilify Gu Yuan. What's the point of being handsome? Living on the third floor of a creepy This kind of weak existence. Our country doesn't care about raiders. Any random fourth floor shenanigans could easily kill him. If you are happy now, you will have something to cry about later. Right. It's not like weird marriages or normal blind dates. It's not like being nice to the player wins. It's weirdly weak. And the gifts given must be crap. Not to mention the copies. See the situation. The faces of the Longguai audience grew ugly. Ben wanted to retort, but couldn't think of any reason. Creepy marriages aren't won by seeing whose creepy date is nice to whom. Instead, look for the gift giving and copy unlocking sessions that follow. It's simply useless if the marriage partner is weak and gives a bunch of crap. Even the most trashy copies. Dragon State Creepy Marriage Research Headquarters. Wang Xiuan also thought of this. He sighed deeply, a slight hint of helplessness showing in his eyes. It can't be helped. They didn't know any information about Gu Yuan beforehand. Plus, Yun Pillow Moon didn't take the initiative to contact her superiors at all. Otherwise it would never have been an easy choice for her. It really didn't help that Gu Yuan was being nice to her now. It also depends on what gifts he can give later, as well as the copies that are unlocked after a successful raid. Wang Xiuan thought a lot, but finally shook his head. Just, as long as she comes back alive, nothing else matters. Chapter 7, The Shadow Shop. The membership card for the table. Woo! Yun Pillow Moon woke up from her sleep and rubbed the corners of her eyes. Her mind was still groggy and she didn't understand the situation clearly. Feeling a warm whine on her side, she subconsciously shrunk under the covers. Like a little orange cat, he rubbed himself that way, until her hand touched the hardness. Yun Pillow Moon instantly regained her senses, then remembered that she wasn't in her little rental house. Hazel eyes settled slightly, only to see that Gu Yuan, who was on her side, had also opened his eyes and was looking at her with a light smile, and her unfaithful hand was resting on his abs. Good morning, hubby. Yun Pillow Moon's cheeks surfaced slightly scarlet, and her mouth unconsciously spat out. Being naturally dull, she didn't see anything wrong with it. Gu Yuan was now her husband, and it was normal to sleep in the same bed with him. Yesterday I cleaned the house and played games with him until late, and I don't even know when I fell asleep. I think he's the one who put himself to bed, right? The tip of Yun Pillow Moon's nose wrinkled as she yawned a small yawn, teardrops spilling out of the corners of her eyes. Going back to sleep? Gu Yuan saw this and asked. The young girl's watery almond eyes opened a line. The pupils were frozen with undiluted sleep. The ebony hair spread out on the pillow revealed a small half of the porcelain white face, in the light through the peach-like fluff. When she heard Gu Yuan's inquiry, Yun Pillow Moon slowly propped herself up, her silk nightgown slipping halfway off her shoulders, revealing her slender collarbone. No, not sleeping, she murmured softly. Sure, this scene is invisible to the audience. Some private settings, such as bathrooms and bedrooms, are blocked from live streaming. Creepy marriages have procedures in place to protect the privacy of both partners in the marriage. Yun Pillow Moon slept soundly this sleep, even more comfortable than sleeping alone in a rental. Walking out of the bedroom, she was a bit foxed by the AI information she had searched for earlier. This bizarre marriage doesn't seem to be as dangerous as others have made it out to be. Gu Yuan was good to her. It didn't feel like anything was wrong with her staying here. What marriage partner would be bullying, abusive, and have a cold attitude? She didn't feel anything at all. Finished breakfast with Gu Yuan, Yun Pillow Moon washed the dishes and saw Gu Yuan sitting on the sofa playing a game, playing the same Stardew Valley that the two of them had played together yesterday, and she hurriedly ran over. Honey, can we not play this right now? Yun Pillow Moon said sharply. She suddenly receives messages from Creepy Marriage. No time for games right now. Gu Yuan was puzzled. Wait for me to do a quest. Go get some groceries, and we'll double team tonight. Good. Gu Yuan nodded and reselected another game. Cloud Pillow Moon's Switch had a lot of games in it. He randomly chose a single player and then played it freely. Thanks hubby. Yun Pillow Moon was grateful to see this. Stardew Valley still had to be played together to be fun. If Gu Yuan played alone for too long, she wouldn't be able to keep up with the progress. It's fine. Gu Yuan dumbly laughed softly. His own wife was not afraid of him at all, which was a phenomenon he was happy to see. Rather, thankfully, it was her. Otherwise, what's the point of finding a random wife and being scared and obedient all the time? It's not servants he wants. If you want a servant, just reveal your identity as a creepy emperor, and all the creepiness of the creepy world will come pouring in. By the way, do you want my help with your mission? Gu Yuan asked. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head as she sniffed. This is not a difficult task. Ding! You have a new marriage assignment. As a married wife, you are obligated to do what you can. Please buy today's dishes at the Shadow Shop. Mission reward, props depending on the degree of completion of the mission. It's just grocery shopping. Gu Yuan had even provided her with a place to stay, and it was only natural for her to do what she could. If this is going to help, doesn't that make her a kept woman? Do you have money? Gu Yuan asked as he played the game. It's okay, honey, just relax. Yun Pillow Moon refused. Although she was penniless, she could choose another way to pay off. I thought it wasn't expensive to buy a grocery, so she could just go to work. In the real world, she's been going to winter and summer jobs a lot, too. Besides, my own husband is so poor. She didn't want to spend his money. Gu Yuan turned around and was a little amused when he saw Yun Xiuyu swearing with conviction. This is not the real world, where those creepy people look like creepy people, exploiting humans to the extreme, hating every drop of blood and licking it clean. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan stepped in to remind. I happen to have a membership card for the store downstairs. Ha! Yun Pillow Moon blinked her eyes. Membership card? Maybe a discount. This is something she needs. As Carefuchi had said, she found the membership card under the table in the living room. I can't believe this card was used to tiptoe the table. There should be no money in it either. Thanks hubby. Yun Pillow Moon took her membership card with her and left happily. Gu Yuan was still playing the game and didn't turn around. With this membership card, the creeps in the store shouldn't dare mess with her. What's more, the entire bizarre world was under his watchful eye. Played the game for a while longer. Gu Yuan was a bit bored as he put down the Switch. Forget it, let's just wait for her to come back and play together. Not for a moment. Cloud Pillow Moon walked to the entrance of the Trickster shop. This store is located next door to the Past Life neighborhood and is very close to each other. Only the 24-hour business sign was stained blood red with some kind of paint. The creepy shadow store is a very eerie place. A bloodstained drag mark spreads across the storefront like something heavy was dragged inside. All 9 female players from other countries arrived at the store entrance. It's just that none of them are in very good shape. Some have heavy dark circles under their eyes. Some are as pale as dirt, so I'm sure they didn't have a very good day yesterday. Hansomi and Yamada Aiko, who had mocked Yun Pillow Moon earlier, both gazed at her. Seeing Yun Pillow Moon's crystal clear skin, it was clear that she had rested well. Tired. Both men blushed. Hansume didn't give Yun Pillow Moon a good look as a hint of shade surfaced in her eyes and said, we all received the same quest. We're all going to this creepy store to buy groceries. Did you bring enough trick coins? As far as she knew, Yun Pillow Moon had just brought a bunch of rags with her, and definitely no trick coins. As for whether or not her creepy subjects will give, the odds should be slim. Yun Pillow Moon didn't know why Hansume was asking her, so she honestly said, I didn't bring any. Oh, Handsome smiled contemptuously at that. Want to buy groceries without your trick coins? Big joke in the sky. Why don't you beg me? My husband knows this creepy store creepy. Maybe if I'm happy, I can help you. Handsome said deliberately. She wanted to see Yun Pillow Moon crying and begging her, and then rejected without mercy. It's time to say no. That ugly husband of hers is still somewhat useful, though the 100 shenanigans coins brought by itself were given to him. But when she mentioned buying groceries, he offered to give a little trick coin. It should be credited to that 100 guile coins. Raised his favorability a little bit. Eventually Park Dae-gun even volunteered that he knew the cashier at the trick shop. This gives Handsome the time to play hard to get. She received envious looks from everyone when she talked about it just now. The only thing that's missing is Cloud Pillow Moon's. But that's when, after hearing Han Sume's words, Yun Pillow Moon, however, shook her head. No need. I'm thinking of working at this store, which should be enough to buy some groceries. Chapter 8, The Terrible Creepy Cashier. Not a penny less. Upon hearing Yun Pillow Moon's words, everyone in the room was confused. Hit, part-time job? How she thinks one way or the other. Do they need you to work at the store? They hadn't heard of any hiring at the trick shop. And this store is an A-list copy, notoriously cannibalistic. The goods inside are extremely expensive. The cashier's attitude was even worse. This information they knew before the bizarre marriage. She doesn't know anything, does she? Thought it was just like reality. Hansume stopped saying anything when she heard this, just a fierce glint in his eyes, though he didn't see Yun Pillow Moon begging her. But hearing this stupid behavior of hers, can't wait to see her get killed by creepy. Several of the other female players were not actively prompted either. It has nothing to do with them anyway. Happy to see Yun Pillow Moon go to her death. Except for the Dragon Kingdom. Spectators from the remaining countries gloated. Ha 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 ha, this stupid woman. To think of working? Do you really think you can make up for the money you spent on groceries by working a little bit? This is totally going to send death. It seems that the first person to die in this weird marriage is going to appear. Also have to be our big cold country. Hansume object to recognize the store of the bazaar. This kind of precious contacts other people have? I didn't expect Park Dae-gun to hide so well. Ugly yes, but he's strong. In the meantime, the spectators in the Dragon Kingdom were all shocked in their hearts and felt bad. They didn't see Gu Yuan give Yun Xiaoyu any trick coins. Just took a membership card that I don't know if it's real or not. In other words, her words were not a joke, but were to be acted upon. God, I knew she was naturally dull. I didn't think it could be this dull. Hey, how can you confuse the real world with the weird world? Buying stuff and then compensating for it with a part-time job. That's not a joke? Bad, bad, bad. I'm already a little bit sick of watching it. Then again, didn't Gu Yuan give her a membership card? That card was used to pad the table. There's no way there's any money in it. Dragon State Creepy Marriage Research Headquarters. All the staff present had frozen expressions. Minister Wang Xiuwen was even more annoyed. What did she think? What's the best way to buy groceries without trick coins? Why did you refuse Gu Yuan's help? A staff member said with a pessimistic expression. The best thing to do now is for her to go back and ask Gu Yuan for the trickster coins. But now it seems impossible. The creepy cashier at the creepy shadow store is a night creeper who has killed creepy marriage players many times without mercy. After tens of thousands of projections by the AI, the probability of Yun Pillow Moon being killed is 99%. It would be nice if Handsome could put in a word for her. After all, her husband knows store shenanigans. That way there might be a silver lining. They can't talk to players who are already in a spooky marriage. Otherwise, he would definitely persuade Yun Pillow Moon to give up the idea. Be aware that players from other countries more or less carry trick coins. This first quest, and the previous installments of the marriage were all without player deaths. Is it so hard to see that there is a possibility of success for the raid? And it's going to fail in this very first mission? Wang Xiuwen's eyes showed despair at his words. All that can be done now is to pray silently. That cashier can keep Cloud Pillow Moon alive. But he knew in his heart that it was impossible. Creepy shadow shop. The people all walked into it one after another. See a scary creepy cashier. He stood behind the cash register. Tall and thin, with pairs of deep-set eye sockets embedded in his pale, paper-like face. Under the bleak white light, his eyes gazed at all of them, displaying a greedy look. It's as if the hungry diners are staring at their food. And it's creepy. The crowd didn't dare to look at each other and hurriedly dispersed to pick their dishes. The creepy cashier is a little scary, but this store has quite a variety of items. There are not only various daily necessities, but also meat and vegetables. Yun Pillow Moon carefully selected today's dishes. She'd eaten almost all of the food she'd brought yesterday and needed a good refill. Buy some meat. Hubby likes meat. Get some more veggies, and milk. And by the way, not enough toilet paper. Yun Pillow Moon shopped for half a day, holding a bunch of goods, but didn't take too much. After all, I'll have to work to pay it back later. These things aren't labeled with a price, so I guess they're all common things and shouldn't be very expensive. Until she stood at the back of the crowd. It was only then that I realized that there were very few choices for players from other countries except for her. Some took only a bit of meat, while others held only a green vegetable. There's just not enough of these to go around. Is there? Yun Pillow Moon's eyes were confused, and seeing that she had taken quite a lot of food, all the women couldn't help but give her a strange look. Dead. Doesn't she know that these are the most expensive things that can be given to people? With so many things, it must be at least 50 or 60 Gue coins. How dare you take toilet paper? It's so extravagant. A few people lowered their voices to murmur. It's time for the settlement. The creepy cashier looked at the women who had taken only a little something. A grim and impatient look emerged from the deep-set eye sockets. Can be strictly limited due to store rules. He can't take a shot at a player who gave him money. With a few female players straining to give out the shenanigans coins they had brought with them. Tricky cashier grunted. Lowly rat. Next time you buy so little, don't even think about leaving. Those female players all looked horrified at the words, their bodies tingling as they hurriedly took their things and left. The only people left at the scene were Yun Pillow Moon, Hansumi of the Great Cold Kingdom, and Aiko Yamada of the Small Days. Hansumi did choose a few items, 17 guinea dollars. Tricky cashier's grim gaze fixed on her and said, "That expensive?" Hansumi was shocked by the price. The trick coins she brought with her were not enough, but luckily her husband said he knew this cashier, so he showed a fawning expression. "My lord, my husband lives on the 4th floor of a nearby neighborhood, and his name is Park Dae-gun. I assume you know him. Can you give me a slight discount for his sake?" Creepy cashier frowned at that. Park Dae-gun? He did recognize the creep, having come to the store to chat a few times before, and knew it's also a night creep. But, what face can Park Dae-gun have? The creepy shadow store was spread throughout the creepy world, and he alone, a cashier, had the strength of a night creepy, not to mention all those existences up the line that didn't need to give any creepy face. What's more, the manager is coming to inspect today. There's no way he's going to risk being penalized for giving discounts. Creepy cashier sneered impatiently. Just him? He's nothing. Still want discounts. Not a single guile coin should be missing from these goods. Or, hear that. Handsome was stunned. I didn't realize that creepy cashier was so unforgiving. What's more, she didn't expect Park Dae-gun to lie to her. Where's the promised recognition of the creepy cashier? In the end it pissed him off instead. Sweat immediately dripped from Hansumi's forehead and her scalp tingled. But without a discount, she simply couldn't afford to pay for these things. I had thought that I would be able to choose more things to boost Park Dae-gun's favorability. This time, he even had the heart to kill him. This, my lord, why don't I put these back? I'll make sure everything is clean. Handsome rode the tiger and could only beg the tricky cashier to let it go. But all that awaited her were the latter's salivating eyes. Put it back? The store doesn't have that rule. If you can't afford it, pay for it with your body. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Black Gold Membership Card. The Shocked Cashier. Handsome is in crisis. The viewers of the Great Cold Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast were shaken with rage. No one expected that the little trick cashier would not give Park Dae-gun any face at all. Ashi, damn you, you son of a, you cheated on your own wife. It's over. It's over. What should we do now? Who can save Sumi? This store is going too far. Why can't I return the merchandise if it's all clean? Sumi won't be killed, will she? Just because of this little thing? Where's the female player from the Small Days? She should still have trick coins. Please help Sumi. Just as the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom crumbled in their gaze, the cold sweat on Handsome's face grew. The whole back was wet with sweat. But all the players from other countries are gone. Only Yun Pillow Moon and Aiko Yamada remained at the scene. She knew what creepy cashier said about paying back with her body wasn't that simple. Not just sleep with him. Otherwise she would have said yes a long time ago. Creepy has no interest in that aspect. It was her flesh and blood that creepy cashier wanted. He himself will surely be eaten. There really wasn't any way out. Hansumi begged to look at Yamada Aiko, the pupils of her eyes revealing the last bit of hopeful light, and trembling with her last strength, she said, "Please, can you lend me 10 guile coins? No matter how much it costs. The Great Cold Kingdom will definitely compensate you." At this time, Handsome's heart was filled with despair. More than anything, he wanted to eat Park Dae-gun's flesh and blood. If he hadn't asked for all her trick coins the moment they met, could she be reduced to what she is now? Unexpected. Aiko Yamada nodded at that. "I do have extra trick coins. Thanks a lot." Hansumi's grateful words were not finished. Aiko Yamada's next words caused chills to run down her spine. "But it requires the consent of your Great Cold Kingdom, like slightly lowering the tariffs on our country. I think it's 25% in the free trade agreement." "I remember. That's too high. Let's start with half that." "What?" Hansumi was shocked, not expecting Aiko Yamada to make a lion's share of the money at this time. To take the tariffs between the two countries, you have to realize that even if the tariffs are lowered a little bit, the goods of the Small Days will be dumped into the Big Cold Country, and then it will affect the economy of the whole Big Cold Country. "It's okay if you don't want it. I don't care." Aiko Yamada laughed softly, the mole of tears at the corner of her eye extraordinarily grim. "Wanted." Hansume clenched her teeth. She couldn't care about anything else at this time. Her life was the most important. As for how many people in the Big Chill would lose their jobs and go bankrupt as a result, that was out of her mind. Who makes her creepy subjects so trashy? Seeing Aiko Yamada who made exaggerated demands, the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom was filled with anger. Asshole, how can this be promised to her? If we lower the tariffs that much, won't we not be able to sell our stuff? I'm in the automobile industry. If we lower tariffs this much, we won't be able to sell a single car we make. Goddamned Han Somi, might as well be dead. Who gave you the right to betray our great Han Kingdom? 10 Gue Eider coins? We're losing tens of billions. Hansumi took Aiko Yamada's trick coin, finally handed it to the creepy cashier at the last minute, but she was already so shocked that her mind went blank. "Paid for it and forgot to even take the item you chose." Or the creepy cashier unkindly said, "You didn't take your stuff." these icy words. Straight away, Handsome was warm between her legs, pissed off, straight to the ground, paralyzed. And seeing that Aiko Yamada gave the money smoothly, creepy cashier's face grew harder and harder. Surprisingly, none of them broke the rules. It had been a long time since he had tasted fresh flesh and blood. At that exact moment, Yun Pillow Moon walked up to the cash register. Looking at Yun Pillow Moon, who was holding a large pile of goods, the creepy cashier silently did some calculations and realized it was a huge amount, and couldn't help but sneer a little. If this rat can't pay, he won't give it another chance. Hello, please check out for me. Yun Pillow Moon put a bunch of goods on the cash register and politely said, the two of them, Hansumi and Aiko Yamada, have not left yet. They wanted to see how Cloud Pillow Moon was killed. The creepy cashier took all the merchandise and asked, seemingly kindly, do you need a plastic bag? Have it. Want it? Yun Pillow Moon said in surprise. With so much stuff, it was a bit of a chore for her to bring it back. Anyway, plastic bags are not expensive and can be used many times in the future, so it's not a waste. Once everything is loaded. Creepy cashier showed his true colors this time. He licked his dry lips, revealing jagged, morose white teeth, his cloudy eyeballs bony and turning, staring straight at Yun Pillow Moon. Thanks for the patronage. These things total 55 guile coins. Aha. Yun Pillow Moon nodded. She wasn't sure about the value of the guile coin. Thought it was similar to real currency. It's really not that expensive at only 55 bucks for all that stuff. Thinking of this, Yun Pillow Moon revealed her plan. I don't have any money. Can I work to pay it off, please? Don't worry. I live next door on the 3rd floor in 3007. I won't lie to you. This statement was made. Even the shenanigans cashier was confused. Working to pay it off? Is he not awake or is this rat out of his mind? The trick shop didn't put up a job posting. Besides, no amount of recruiting is going to recruit rats. His salary is only 10 Gue coins a month. Want to work to pay it off? Are you worthy? The creepy cashier, exasperated, laughed as he dropped the plastic bag. A glint of stitches flashing under his collar. The remnants of crushed flesh faintly visible between his teeth. He already regarded Yun Pillow Moon as a dish. Clunk clunk clunk. The ghastly white light overhead kept turning, and the drawer under the cash register made a treacherous noise, as if something was about to crawl out of it. Han Su-mei, who had escaped from the tiger's mouth on the side, was wide-eyed, deadly staring at Yun Pillow Moon, who caused her to hate her. Inside, he has fallen into madness. Kill her, kill her. Han Su-mei kept repeating the murmur. Aiko Yamada also wore an icy expression as she watched, but just then, the big-hearted Cloud Pillow Moon didn't notice the difference. She suddenly remembered the membership card given by Gu Yuan, so took it out of his pocket. I almost forgot. My husband has a membership card, so that should work. Can you help me calculate the discounted price? Membership card? Creepy cashier sniffed without taking it seriously. Creepy Shadow Supermarket did have membership cards, but the number was extremely rare, just a handful, and he had only heard about it from the manager's mouth. Those memberships are only purposely gifted to powerful creeps, not to mention Nitric. Not even Red Clothes was qualified to have a membership card. The owners of the membership cards are each unfathomable. Any of them were not for him to mess with as a small cashier. How dare this lowly rat claim to have a membership card? The creepy cashier's killing heart was even more awe-inspiring. This was an insult to the creepy Shadow Supermarket. However, his gaze unintentionally slid over the membership card in Yun Xiaoyu's hand, and his eyes froze for a moment. The cartoon was dark in the dim light, with a gilt circle outlined in the border. In the center of the card face is an open pupil of an eye, revealing a mysterious and dignified aura. It was as if cold water had been poured on the tricky cashier. Unparalleled shock bubbled up inside him. What is this? A real membership card? And not just any membership card. Regular membership cards don't have this ring of gilt. This is the black and gold membership card. This is the only one in the whole weird world. He had heard the trickster manager say that. The creepy manager at the time proudly said that he had a hard time getting the card to that adult. It's an honor for the entire trickster supermarket to keep the men from messing up. Manager Creepy had also specifically instructed that if anyone messed with this membership card holder, I'm afraid that the entire creepy Shadow Supermarket would be doomed. It's amazing that this card would be in the hands of a human. Chapter 10, That Lord's Wife? Spending is free. Waves of shock flooded through the creepy cashier's insides. The mind was filled with shock. Suddenly, she realized that her husband, as she called him, was the real card holder. To know, Manager Guile specifically said, there is no limit cap on this black and gold card. There is also no need to pay at all. You can shop at any tricked-out supermarket, not to mention a mere 55 guile coins. It wouldn't matter if the supermarket was emptied. As long as that lord would be willing to come to the trickster supermarket, it would be an honor for them. Tricky cashier didn't dare to slack off, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of his forehead, 10,000 times over at the moment. I'm glad I didn't do anything rash. Seeing Yun Pillow Moon look at him doubtfully, creepy cashier instantly snapped down the cash register drawer, and the overhead light stopped shaking as he pulled his collar tighter, his eyes solemn, and didn't move to clean the crumbs from between his teeth with his tongue. In short, try to make yourself look more professional. It's like the front desk of a five-star hotel. The pupils of his cloudy eyes also became clear. Even a hint of ingratiation and flattery could be detected in the depths. As if receiving something priceless, he solemnly accepted the membership card with both hands. Please wait a moment. I'll ask the manager. Yun Pillow Moon sniffed some confusion. With the membership card counts as a discount only. This small matter is necessary to ask the manager? Han Su-mei, who was on the side, was also momentarily astonished. She'd never heard of a membership card for the trick shop. But what good is a membership card? You gave a discount and didn't have any trick coins, so you still can't afford it? She couldn't believe it. The Gue receiver who didn't even give face to Li Gue could give face to Yun Pillow Moon. Not to mention Cloud Pillow Moon's creepy husband she knew. A trashy creep who lives on the third floor is all. The strength is nothing compared to her husband, Park Dae-gun. And what good can come out of it? See the creepy cashier leave the register and head deeper into the store. Han Su-mei bit the corners of her lips tightly as she looked at Yin Xiuyu, who was standing in place and waiting, and a touch of grimness flowed out from the corners of her mouth, waiting for creepy cashier to return. It's the time of Yun Pillow Moon's death. The other side. Creepy cashier hurried into the manager's office. Just the creepy manager in a suit with a cool demeanor was sitting behind his desk going through the bills. Manager, I have something to report to you. Creepy manager raised his head at the words, seeing that creepy cashier rashly barged in without even knocking on the door. His eyes exuded a touch of coldness, and he said with an icy expression, "Who let you in? Not even knocking on the door. Looking for death?" Creepy cashier paused in his tracks when he heard this. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. After all, Manager Guile was very condescending, and a subordinate had once contradicted him, only to be ripped to shreds by him without mercy. But once I thought about the membership card, the tricky cashier couldn't care less. At that moment, he summoned up his courage and took out his membership card. Manager, a guest outside took out this card. Look, membership card? Manager Creepy sniffed, the term somewhat unfamiliar to him. The membership card owners of the Creepy Shadow supermarket were all extremely powerful creeps, mostly of a solitary nature. Don't even bother using the membership card. His eyes flooded with a foxy expression. But when the roving pupils of the eyes looked at the membership card in the hands of the tricky cashier, next moment, he stiffened violently, his pupils suddenly clenching to the size of pinpricks. The pupils of those ice-cold eyes were extremely round at the moment, filled with shock. This is... Creepy manager took the membership card and his body was shaking with excitement. The palm of his hand brushed lightly over the black and gold card, moving extremely gently, as if he was afraid of bumping into it. Can't go wrong. It really is this card. The only membership card in the whole spooky world. The card was given out by his own hand, but he didn't expect that lord to use it. The trickster store once had an acquaintance who was powerful. The trickster store has accidentally angered a high-level redcoat on one occasion, both of which were easily resolved by that familiar. The trick shop paid quite a bit to get on good terms with this familiar customer. One day, that acquaintance unintentionally mentioned that an unprecedented opportunity had arisen, said he had followed a certain lord for a while, and that lord might be coming to the neighborhood in the near future. If the trickster shop could get on good terms with that lord, then there will be unimaginable benefits. He was extremely surprised then and carefully asked for information about that lord, but that acquaintance didn't say a word, only his eyes were full of respect and admiration, and he worshipped him as a god. One could think of making even a creep who killed Red so respectful. That lord should be honored. For this reason, the tricky manager had spent a lot of money to create a unique black gold membership card and entrusted it to that lord. And did it end up in the hands of His Excellency? The tricky manager was not aware of it. After so many years, I had never heard of the black and gold membership card, but I never thought that I would suddenly receive a surprise when I came to inspect today. Hurry! Don't neglect your honored guests. Beads of sweat broke out on Manager Creepy's forehead, and he was up and running in an instant. Creepy cashier saw this and hurried to follow suit. In the meantime, the audience in the Big Chill country can't wait. All of them wanted to see Yun Pillow Moon's miserable state when she was properly punished. What's that cashier up to? Why isn't she back yet? I guess went to verify the authenticity of the membership card. Laughing my ass off. I've never even heard of such a thing as a membership card for Tricky Shadow Supermarket. I'm afraid it's not a fake made by that husband of hers. I think that's what it's all about. Getting a fake membership card and wanting a discount. Ha ha, I don't believe she'll survive this time. Dragon State Creepy Marriage Research Headquarters. All the people present frowned. Membership card? The card Gu Yuan used to pad the table? How come I've never heard of a membership card for the trick shop? Wang Shouwen looked at the screen and felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Yun Pillow Moon. It's not like there's any trick money to pay for it. And you're asking for a discount with a membership card that you don't know is real or fake. What the hell was she thinking? Not a moment too soon. Just as Yun Pillow Moon was on the verge of falling asleep from waiting, spot the creepy cashier and a strange creepy rush. The strange creepy was wearing a straight suit, and at first glance was more noble than the creepy cashier. But at the moment he was sweating profusely and seemed to be in a bit of an exuberant mood. Upon seeing the few people present, the creepy manager looked toward the creepy cashier off to the side. That's her, the guest. Creepy cashier signaled Yun Pillow Moon with his gaze, and seeing the pile of dishes Yun Pillow Moon was carrying in her hand, Manager Guile's expression grew more and more surprised, but he suddenly coldly saw Han So-mi, who was paralyzed on one side, as well as Aiko Yamada, who had a scowling expression. A sudden alarm went off in his mind. He had heard something on his way here, knowing that the membership card belongs to Cloud Pillow Moon's husband. Excuse me, are these your friends? Manager Creepy's eyes were full of murderous intent as he negligently swept over Creepy Cashier. If she says later that Creepy Cashier bullied her friend, he showed absolutely no mercy and tore the Creepy Cashier apart on the spot, and Creepy Cashier suddenly felt death. With a pleading gaze, he looked at Yun Xiaoyu, whom, Yun Pillow Moon didn't know why this older man was asking this, so she shook her head. No. Good. That's good. Manager Guile's heart dropped in his throat, and then he thought about what Creepy Cashier said about the human girl in front of him wanting to work for something. He instantly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who dares to make that lord's wife work? That's not a death wish. Under the bewildered gaze of Hansumi and Aiko Yamada, Manager Creepy groveled and spoke softly. I'm sorry for the shock. As a token of our store's apology, this time your purchase is free. Chapter 11, the weird version of Fat Don Lai. You call this work? This statement was made. The whole room went silent. Free? Free bill? It wasn't just the wide-eyed Hansumi and Aiko Yamada. Even Yun Pillow Moon's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't realize how good the service was at this store. And it's not like she's in much of a state of shock. See this scene. The global audience of the live broadcast room exploded. Is this still the same creepy, bone-eating store? If you didn't know better, you'd think it was Fat Ton Lai. The Shenanigans manager personally apologized. Voluntarily waived the trick coin for this order. Took a bag of groceries. Don't want money? Even if you put it in the real world, there are few stores with such a service attitude. The spectators in the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded. To know, the weird strengths are from weak to strong. Remnant Soul, Ghost, Grieving Soul, Knightly Guile, Red, Fury, Great Foul, Guile Emperor. These are subdivided into low, medium, high, and top levels, but all the viewers only know the most powerful Shenanigans as the Great Evil. The only person of the Gue Emperor's rank was Gu Yuan achievement. The strength of the trick manager is documented in global sources. It is rumored that his strength is a low-level redcoat, and he has an arrogant personality, extremely looking down on humans. Once killed all the Shenanigans of a store that competed with it by himself. Originally, when they saw the tricky manager come, they thought it was that the membership card was a fake that was discovered to kill Yun Pillow Moon. But now what? The exact opposite of what everyone thought. Why? I don't understand. Could it be that Yun Pillow Moon has some unknown secret? Asterisk. Creepy manager personally apologized. Am I dreaming? This creepy manager is red, and has never looked at a human square in the eye. Could that be what that membership card is for? Hiss. In that case, it's possible. Unlike the excitement of the audience in Dragonland, the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger. Just now, Hansume was so persuasive that she wanted no discount at all. And now you're slavishly offering to waive the bill? It's not that much of a stretch to make a distinction. What's her status? Why should she get a free bill? Asshole, there must be something wrong with this manager. Why don't you give Sumi a free pass, costing us tens of billions? Is Manager Creepy crazy that this doesn't kill her? Why was this good thing not given to our Great Cold Kingdom? Frightened. Sumi hasn't been frightened enough. The moment. Hansume was as cold as an ice cellar. She never dreamed that she had gone through all the trouble of buying her way to the dish. Cloud Pillow Moon was surprisingly accessible without needing a single trick coin. Her heart was extremely aggravated. If you really want to say you're the one who's frightened, it has to be yourself. All pissed off at the creepy cashier just now. In that case, is he or she also exempt? Hansume looked at Yun Xiaoyu jealously. Why was she so lucky to happen to run into Manager Creepy? It's not like there's anything special about this idiot. Even Creepy husband is a piece of. It must be that Manager Guile was in a good mood today and wanted to straighten out his subordinates, so he purposely made this move. Well, Yun Pillow Moon received the membership card respectfully handed over by the tricky manager. As he watched in shock, he smoothly dropped it into the bag full of groceries. Yun Pillow Moon hesitated for a moment and didn't accept the Guile manager's flattery. She didn't want to owe favors, not to mention that this free bill came inexplicably, and if she took advantage of it for no reason, she was afraid that she would be embarrassed to come to this store in the future. let's just forget about it. Just give me a discount at the member price. Exactly how much is how much? I'll pay this money back by working part-time. Manager Guile froze at his words. I didn't expect to be rejected, but immediately afterward he had a flash of insight. A horrible thought steps into mind. After all, she was that lord's wife, and this mere few dozen Gu coins wanted to make her owe a favor? If that person knew about it, he was afraid that he wouldn't find the trickster's shadow shop too treacherous and would be displeased instead. Cold sweat appeared on the back of Manager Guile at the thought that this could be possible. He looked gratefully at Zhenyue. It just felt like she had her heart in the right place standing in front of the cash register. Even more so, he felt that he had just been too arrogant. Can that lord's wife be an ordinary person? At this point, Manager Guile's attitude became even more respectful as he nodded his head and said, in that case, it just so happens that we have some jobs at the trick shop that are short-staffed. Just do as you say. Having said that, he said to the uncertain creepy cashier at his side, why don't you go get her a job? Remember, it's got to be a job that's equal to these dishes. When he said the word equivalent, Manager Guile increased his tone of voice. Creepy cashier got the meaning. Just get some easy work. But he was also in a bit of a bind. All posts in the spooky shadow shop have spooky undertakings. Where are we going to find her a job when she's so well taken care of on a regular basis? Just in time, creepy cashier saw that there were vacancies on some of the shelves and had a flash of insight and said, why don't you go organize the shelves? It just so happens that there are some items in the store inventory that aren't up. Organize the shelves? Pillow Moon nodded. Follow the creepy cashier to the store warehouse. But she didn't wait for her to make a move. The tricky cashier then moved quickly, one by one, finding the items lacking on the shelves and handing them to her. Ha! Pillow Moon blinked. You just set these up. That's where you come in. The creepy cashier explained. According to what creepy cashier said, Pillow Moon placed the dozen or so items in her arms into the corresponding shelves. It's both simple and breezy. The entire job takes no more than 3 minutes. Seeing that there were still some shelves with vacancies, Pillow Moon wanted to continue working, but before she could return it to the warehouse, Manager Guile hastily reminded her from the sidelines. Enough is enough. Your work is done. I'm going to have to pay you overtime for any more work. That easy? A trace of bewilderment surfaced in Pillow Moon's eyes. It was 100 times easier than what she did in the real world. Just a casual gesture. Even if it's a credit for her food? Can I go then? Pillow Moon subconsciously said. Of course, your next visit is welcome. Manager Guile said respectfully. Pillow Moon was happy to see this and carried the big bag. Nor did he care about the two dumbfounded Hansumi and Aiko Yamada, spinning out of the supermarket. And this scene fell into the eyes of the audience in other countries. Just think this creepy manager is crazy. Or suspect they're crazy themselves. Since when is creepy work this easy? Be aware that creepy is extraordinarily fond of crushing players. 996, 007. And all these real-life working hours in the weird world are considered charity by the weird bosses. Players have to be on call all the rest of the time, except for bedtime. And only for extremely meager trick coins, like Cloud Pillow Moon. Moving your fingers for a whole bunch of merchandise? This can no longer be described as being charitable to the shenanigans manager. A monument to him wouldn't be out of place. I'm not sure if I can do this. I wonder why Manager Creepy is so nice to her. You call this work? Unlike other countries where the audience is shocked, the Big Chill Nation and Little Days viewers got excited. Seeing how simple the store work is and how well it pays, the two of them were urged to apply for the job. Hansumi and Aiko Yamada. Good opportunity. For the prosperity of the empire, Aiko-sama, go and apply for the job. Yeah, earning more Guile coins definitely boosts the favorability of the marriage partner by a lot. Sumi, hurry up. Don't be a fool. Don't let someone else get ahead of you. This is something that can make 55 Gu coins in one go. If you do it for a day, won't you make hundreds or thousands of Gu coins? Chapter 12. What class are you guys in that you're worthy of being compared to that lord's wife? Soon, Hansumi and Aiko Yamada both realized it as well. Since this supermarket job is so easy, can't they do it too? The pupils of Hansume's eyes showed a flash of desire. If you can make hundreds or thousands of Guile coins, seatbelt out. In reality, at least a few billion or tens of billions could be exchanged. Enough for her to live in style for the rest of her life. And the cost is just a little bit of work, and just filling the shelves. Couldn't care less about wet pants. Overwhelmed by great greed, Handsome staggered to her feet. Then gulping, he took the initiative and inquired of the guileful manager. My lord, is there another job? I don't need that kind of paycheck, just half of what I just got in that situation. Manager Guile watched Pillow Moon leave with a fawning smile remaining on his face. But now you look back and realize that this rat had the audacity to apply for the job? What's your status? What's your class? Comparable to that lord's wife? Looking at Han Somi, whose ankles were vaguely slippery with liquid, creepy manager's brow furrowed, and the good mood he had just felt evaporated when he saw that he had soiled the floor of the store. not in the mood to pay her any attention at all. It was now imperative to gather more information about that lord's wife, see what she likes and have it ready to send. Manager Creepy signaled the creepy cashier on the side with his eyes, then said icily, "You arrange this matter. Follow the store's normal treatment." Creepy cashier immediately nodded at that. Soon the creepy manager was back in the office. The creepy cashier, on the other hand, looked with a disgusted gaze at Han Somi, whose expression was both terrified and vaguely expectant. This rat has given him extra work for no reason. Let's see what he can do about her. Think about it. A sinister grin appeared on creepy cashier's face. Soon that smirk was suppressed again. The creepy cashier pretended to be mild-mannered. "You guys want to get your stuff before you work, too? Is there such a thing as a good thing?" Han Sume froze for a moment. She would definitely be happy to take more things. She didn't even realize that her married husband was so poor that he didn't even have a roll of toilet paper at home, not to mention towels and toothbrushes and whatnot. It made life very stifling for the ever-clean woman. She turned her head to Aiko Yamada, who was equally intent, and immediately snatched up the store and ran into it, sweeping up what little toilet paper was left, took so many items that it filled a large basket, and finally a bottle of floral water was chosen to replace the perfume. Poof! Aiko Yamada saw this and went to choose something as well. This store pays well anyway, and they take twice as much as Cloud Pillow Moon. For a part-time job, I'm guessing an hour at the most. The two were still mentally calculating. Such a good store should never be discovered by players from other countries. The two men looked at each other silently, all find deep desire in them, waiting for the two men to bring their stuff back in a big bag. The trick cashier, meanwhile, kept his head down and worked out the prices of these items. "You have a total of 109 guile coins for these. Yours, on the other hand, is 97 guile coins. Are you guys trying to work to pay it off?" Creepy cashier said with a leathery smile. Han Sume sniffed and said generously, "I'll wipe you a fraction. Just count it as my 110 Gue coins. Now I can work part-time. Please hurry up and get me a job. These trick coins should be good for an hour's work. I still have to get home to my husband." "So eager?" Creepy cashier licked the corner of his dry mouth. "Yes, please follow me." He led the two men to the back door of the store. This side is where the trash is stacked, only to see the place piled up with streaks of garbage, rotting chunks of meat thrown everywhere, and all sorts of trash. The ground had been stained with dirt, and there were cockroaches and rats drinking water besides several puddles of foul-smelling water. "Your job today is to clean this place up." Both Hansumi and Aiko Yamada's faces turned green at that. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that their job would be to dispose of this garbage. This to the two who were worshipped as goddesses by countless lickspittles in the real world. A nightmare, no doubt. "No, my lord, isn't it organizing the shelves?" Handsome asked stiffly. Aiko Yamada also hastened to add, "Besides, what's the point of working today? Don't we just have to work for an hour?" Creepy cashier couldn't hide the grimness in his eyes as he sniffed. He grunted. "Who said the job was organizing shelves? 1 hour of work for 100 Gue coins of merchandise. Are you guys in your right mind? I only get paid 10 Gue coins a month," said. His greedy eyes looked at the two men with murderous intent. "If you don't clean this place up today, don't blame me. After my calculations, 100 guile coins plus interest. You will need to work for Creepy Shadow Supermarket for 10 years. Remember to come here every morning or don't blame me for personally going to the neighborhood to arrest you. Your husbands, I don't suppose they want to piss off the trick shop either?" This statement was made. It was like a bolt from the blue. How can you ask them to work for 10 years for this little thing? And it's still the most exhausting and dirty job. Vomit. Hansume looked at the pile of garbage full of stench. An instant burst of retching, could not help but vomit. The goods in his hand was also unable to pick up, fell into the stinking gutter with a bang. Her face was pale and her heart was filled with remorse. Should have known better. Creepy isn't that nice. The creepy cashier ignored the situation and closed the back door of the store. Only the two men with frozen stares were left behind, keeping company with the garbage heap. The moment. The spectators of the big chill country in the small days were equally green in the face. How dare they make their goddess a janitor? And a whole decade? What a joke. Their hearts grew more and more jealous of Yun Pillow Moon. Why the hell is creepy manager being so nice to her? So bad for the players in both their countries. It's not a ING charity. It's a blood factory. Goddamn creepy cashier. My goddess. Akira Rokoku worked part-time for 3 minutes. 100 Gue coins. Sumi had brought 100 Gue coins with her. If only she hadn't given it to her husband. Beyond that, there are some people in both countries who have woken up. I think that Gu Yuan spooky is unusual. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yes, it's hard to believe that it's that membership card that's doing it. Hiss, that card may indeed be unusual. Baka, you traitors, how dare you speak for Rokoku? That card must have been pre-filled. This is all a conspiracy by Rokoku. Conspiracy? That's a possibility too. Topic change. People in both countries began to speculate. this could all be a plot by Gu Yuan. He was the one who charged them first and deliberately confused them. That's what brought the two Hansumis to this tragic end. But, viewers of Big Chill Country and Small Days still feel mentally unbalanced. A deep jealousy arose towards Yun Pillow Moon. Why should Gu Yuan a bazaar to cooperate with Yun Pillow Moon to pit people? Does he like her that much? To give vent to the resentful dissatisfaction of the heart, they had to keep denigrating Gu Yuan. It's the limit for a trashy creep who lives on the third floor to be able to do this kind of thing. Yes, it must be that he's too weak. That's why he chose to curry favor with that dragon nation. Otherwise maybe the dragon nation will betray him and choose to seduce our country's Park Dae-gun. Wait and see. Sooner or later he will be punished. Waiting until the day he chooses a copy is the day he dies. Chapter 13, Gu Yuan's copy exposed? S-Class Orphanage. Not for a moment. Yun Pillow Moon then carried the dishes back home, and as she stepped into the house, suddenly, he heard the beep of the marriage system. Ding! Your mission is complete. As you fulfill your marriage mission perfectly, congratulations on your reward, Yin Chi Elixir ×1. Giving it to a marriage partner helps to increase favorability. I wish you a happy family and a happy couple. Please continue to work hard, and when your favorability reaches full value, you will unlock a copy of the marriage partner. And the reward? Yun Pillow Moon pursed her lips lightly as a joyful expression appeared on her face, as she placed the dishes all one by one. Only then did she see Gu Yuan still sitting on the sofa playing games. Yun Pillow Moon took the membership card out of the bag and handed it to Gu Yuan, and with a smile on his face, he said, "Thank you, husband, I've got the stuff back." Well, hard work. Gu Yuan turned around, took the membership card, and casually shoved it under the table again. The card was from one of his former henchmen. Gu Yuan didn't feel at ease either. The whole creepy world was full of creeps who wanted to curry favor with him. If you want to receive gifts, your home can be filled with all sorts of exotic treasures. No one is giving you a hard time, right? Gu Yuan asked in passing as he thought of this. No. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head. She had a good impression of the trickster store. That uncle manager at the store was nice to me. Look, I just worked part-time for a while, and I bought back so many things. Yun Pillow Moon said proudly. That's awesome. Gu Yuan's face also revealed a smile and tenderly touched her head. Hubby, I also received an extra reward. Do you want it? Yun Pillow Moon took the initiative to propose. She took out the Yin Chi Dan that the system had rewarded her with. Gu Yuan glanced at it. This Yin Chi Dan is a great boost for shenanigans below red. It does increase favorability if you give it to your marriage partner. So it is. This marriage system will randomly issue quests to players. Whether it's grocery shopping or laundry and cooking, you'll get an extra bonus when you're done. Players give them to creepy objects to boost favorability. Creepy then in turn sends his gift to the player. Both give each other gifts. Sort of a virtuous circle. Let's just say it's too hard to boost favorability just by having humans and creepy share a room and doing nothing. It turns out that the marriage system comes with its own wingman. However, these rewards were of little use to Gu Yuan, so Yun Pillow Moon put them in the drawer. Right. Yun Pillow Moon suddenly thought of the hint from the marriage system. She's still a stranger to Gu Yuan's copy. As far as she knows, there are copies of each marriage object, divided by strengths and weaknesses, from the lowest D grade to the highest SSS grade. The main thing that affects the level of the replica is the most powerful trickster strength. The number and strength of the shenanigans prevalent in them will also affect the copy level. For example, in the past life neighborhood, there exists red, and many more nightly creeps, hence the S rank. The creepy store only has night creepy, but it also has a lot of clerks, so it's A-rated. Being a lowly redcoat guile manager doesn't stay in the store long. What's your copy, hubby? What grade is it? Can you tell me? Yun Pillow Moon asked curiously. After she rated Gu Yuan, she would become the copy boss lady. It would be nice if it was a store or a restaurant so she wouldn't have to buy groceries. Is my copy? Gu Yuan didn't expect Yun Pillow Moon to ask this question so quickly, but it wouldn't hurt to tell her. Gu Yuan sold the story first and asked with a smile, guess what my copy is? Wouldn't you be disappointed if the rank was too low? Why are you disappointed? Yun Pillow Moon lifted her delicate little agaric nose and said uncertainly, any kind of copy will do as long as it's with you, husband. I was thinking about what it would take to run our copy, slowly growing from a D to an S. He sounds romantic. In the meantime, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was also attracted to the interest. There's no information about Gu Yuan in the whole world. Naturally, I don't know what his copy is, except for him. Of the remaining 9 shenanigans, the strongest copy is Count Bloodfeast on the 5th floor, the terrifying presence known as the Twilight Castle. It was an old castle that resembled medieval Europe. It is rumored to have been in existence for over 700 years. The ancient castle possessed thousands of blood servants, and all of them had outstanding strength and extreme vitality. Over the years, the amount of artifacts and coins looted from the old fortress was astronomical. If any country could unlock this copy, it could totally leap into world domination. And here's why. Stronger marriage shenanigans objects are more popular with human players. Hey, I don't ask for much. I'm satisfied with Gu Yuan having the strength of a resentful soul. Right, if you have a grudge, there's also a B-rank copy. It's not as good as the trick shop, so it's good to have a kiosk. If only it were 1/10 as strong as Twilight Castle. Upstairs want to fart eat it, but also 1/10, S-class and B-class copies of the gap between the world. Even a public restroom can bring thousands of Gu coins to the Dragon Kingdom every year. Discuss the copy level. They are all envious of the marriage partners in other countries. Gu Yuan was good, but it was already recognized that he was weak. After all, if you were strong, how could you live on the 3rd floor? You know, besides him, there's only one other country where the marriage partner lives on the 3rd floor. The rest are on the 4th floor, not to mention Count Bloodfeast on the 5th. As it is, it wasn't good for Gu Yuan to hide it. He laughed a little softly and said, "It's not as weak as you think. You could say it's quite strong. My copy is a orphanage." In his previous life, he was an orphan, and after traveling through the weird world, he had more sympathy for small children. Growing from the weakest remnant of a soul to a guile emperor, he also met many friends who shared his aspirations. There is no shortage of powerful furies and great evils among them. Some of the shenanigans got tired of the disputes and simply took up residence in an orphanage, and some of the creeps were younger, and Gu Yuan brought them into the orphanage. If there really is a level, I wonder what the subtext could be with the addition of him. The Trickster Emperor. SSS? I'm afraid it's more than that. He has friends who are great evil and weird, and their copy level is already SSS. Now it's gradually becoming a home away from home. If he hadn't had something to do with his temporary residence in the past life neighborhood, I'm afraid he wouldn't have left there. As for other powerful creeps living here, it could be due to greed for the rewards given by the marriage system. The spookiness in the past life neighborhood has been locked by marriage several times. Orphanage? Yun Pillow Moon shocked pupils of the eyes wide. Want to break the head cannot think is actually this copy. Honey, are you? Yes, I'm an orphan. Gu Yuan nodded. It should be a little difficult for you to run the place if you want to. Yun Pillow Moon sniffed heartily and took Gu Yuan's hand, already completely treating Gu Yuan as her husband and feeling very sympathetic to his life. Don't worry, husband. With me, you won't be alone from now on. She didn't know about the orphanage. It just kept comforting Gu Yuan. The global audience watching the livestream was thrown into disbelief. An orphanage? Originally, when they heard Gu Yuan say it was quite strong, they thought it was bragging, but the words orphanage fell on everyone's ears. Quite a few people were suddenly startled. Places like orphanages are generally extremely resentful, and realistically quite a few tragic stories have taken place there. If it's becoming a replica, I'm sure the level won't be too low, but none of them had ever heard of an orphanage in Creepy World. It is not in the profile information for each country. With such powerful copies, it is impossible for countries to be negligent. The Dragon Nation's audience was dumbfounded. Is it hard to believe that Gu Yuan is lying to Yun Pillow Moon? How come I haven't heard of an orphanage in the Creepy World? A lot of the horror games I play have orphanages in the background, and I'm psyching myself out about the place. Theater, food market, crematorium, hospital, church, temple, orphanage. As far as I know, the first few copies are basically S-ranked. S-rank? Can it be that Gu Yuan's copy is also S-ranked? It's unlikely, isn't it, that an S-class would lay so low and play games? At this point, Dragon State Creepy Marriage Research Headquarters. Wang Xiuwen frowned slightly, couldn't figure out what Gu Yuan had in mind when he lied to Yun Pillow Moon, but immediately after that, a horrible rumor suddenly swept through his mind. A drop of cold sweat seeped out of the corner of his forehead at once. His pupils contracted to the size of a needle's eye, and even his breath was held. An orphanage? I remember some Dragon Kingdom players had mistakenly entered an extremely scary place. Rumor has it that it seems to be an orphanage? No, it can't be. How could it be there? Chapter 14, Rumors of a Terrible Orphanage. With all the children in red? Wang Xiuwen remembered. 5 years ago, when he was first promoted to Minister of Science and Research, the weird marriage hadn't come up yet. The object of research studied by the Ministry of Science and Research is also only the major copies in the bizarre world. The player mortality rate was high back then. 100 people go in, and it's lucky if one of them comes back alive. But even when they return, they are basically wounded or in a trance, suffering from various mental illnesses. It is in this context, the researchers under his command report the discovery of a young girl who has just returned from a bizarre world. The little girl named Ji Mengan was only 8 years old at the time and returned unharmed and in good spirits. The news shocked Wang Xiuwen. Would like to know any tricks or hidden copy information as a way to benefit Dragon players. But when he saw Yi Mengan's information, that's when he realized that she was actually an orphan, living in the Jiangcheng orphanage. It was a gloomy day. and he traveled alone to the orphanage in Zhengcheng, led by the dean. In an empty room, we found a little girl sitting quietly in a chair with an old rag doll in her hand. Upon discovering the stranger's arrival, the little girl's expression became wary, and it was only after Dean's persuasion that she gradually relaxed and told him her story. The bizarre copy she entered was an S-rank copy called Tsunami Amusement Park. The amusement park is run by a creepy clown in a high-class red suit with scarlet makeup on his face. Along with it, there were also 3 Dragon Kingdom players, and 10 players from other countries. Due to their young age, those 3 Dragon Kingdom players were extremely compassionate towards Yi Mengan and protected her most of the time. But one day, I don't know who offended the creepy clown, and he went on a killing spree at the amusement park. When talking about that day, Yi Mengan's eyes were filled with fear as she recalled the amusement park that day. She saw the merry-go-round, with its ear-piercing, noisy pops, break through the confines of the dead, wantonly tearing and feasting on the flesh and blood of the players, and the Ferris wheel tipping over and crushing countless limbs like a millstone. The amusement park that day was filled with the shrill whistles of collapse, and hot blood filled the sky as if the entire world had been dyed scarlet, and all 3 of her siblings, who had been protecting her, were killed. The entire amusement park became extremely dead after a day of carnage. All other players are dead. Instead, she hid in a corner and shivered. But eventually Yi Mengan was discovered. She panicked and went through a hole in the amusement park. And I don't know where to run. I just want to survive. And the creepy clown behind her seemed like a predator teasing its prey. Stepping closer to her, just out of desperation, she discovers an orphanage. Not being able to think of anything else, he broke in. A nice older sister heard about it and walked her in. Only the trees in the orphanage were full of reddish fruit, and the leaves were all heart-shaped. The children there are dressed in bright red and colorful clothes and play games without any worries, and the adults at the orphanage were kind. Some held a blood-red bone flute that played music she couldn't understand, while others had dozens of hands growing from their bodies, each with countless threads of silk in them, helping the children peel fruit. The atmosphere is soft and soothing. When they heard about Yi Mengan's deeds, the children in the orphanage were angry. Unable to resist her, led by an adult, they retraced their steps back to the amusement park. The creepy clown at this time saw several people's faces change drastically, and his expression became fawning. I don't know what that adult said, but the creepy clown's face was filled with fear. The kind of panicked and bilious expression that Yi Mengan had seen on the faces of the players who had been killed before. Just when Yi Mengan thought something was going to happen, the children in the orphanage changed their appearance. One face showed violent and ferocious intent. They cluttered up all the facilities at the amusement park. Even the creepy clown, who was killed by them, the head that was feared until death, was kicked as a ball by the children. The adults didn't say anything, just told them to leave when they were done playing. At that time, Yi Mengan was still unclear about what it meant to easily kill the creepy clown in the advanced red suit. She was also invited to live in an orphanage by well-meaning children, but Yi Mengan finally refused. She was too scared. Before she left, a little boy gave her a rag doll. In a few later copies, some players from other countries tried to snatch the rag doll, but every time she was so scared that she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, those darned bad guys were all dead. The death was miserable, as if he had seen something horrible that went deep into his bones. Then she came back to reality. Wang Xiuwen remembered this incident. He thought at that time that Yi Mengan was frightened and that's why he was babbling. After all, he was a small child with a rich imagination. If, according to her, all those orphanage kids are red, those adults, is it hard to believe that they are all above the red coats? To know that Sim Sha Sui amusement park at that time, but it's known as the top 10 scariest copies by players all over the world. Wang Xiuwen later studied the matter for a long time. If we go by what Yi Mengan said, this orphanage does exist, then its rank is at least SS. This is a nightmare for all humans. Well, some players have since gone for confirmation, but the creepy clown remained, only to become even more dead, as if he were a puppet manipulated by silk threads. The death rate at Tsunami Amusement Park has also dropped so much that if you do your job honestly you won't be killed. The horribly bizarre orphanage, too, was never discovered. As for the rag doll, he examined it and realized that it was just an ordinary doll, nothing outlandish about it. Chalk it all up to childish lies. Wang Xiuwen, however, suddenly heard about this from Gu Yuan at this time and was shocked out of a cold sweat. If this orphanage is really his copy dash, he couldn't stop his heart from thumping. A head full of shock and horror piled high. If that was the case, the kinda strong in Gu Yuan's mouth was right on the money. Crap, it's no longer called quite strong. What S-ranked Twilight Castle, compared to that orphanage, was like a molehill to the sky. Relying on Yun Pillow Moon's relationship, won't dragon players be able to walk sideways in the future? Wang Xiuwen was trembling as he hurriedly ordered his men to call Yi Mengan over, wanted her to identify Gu Yuan. At the same time he took an anti-hypertensive pill out of the drawer and took one. See, the ministry members around you are confused. Wang Shouwen licked his dry lips. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. What exactly is your identity? If things are true, you can't just be a disgruntled soul. Could you be the Furies? Wang Shouwen's mouth silently spat out these two words. Those two words made his heart skip a beat. It was more violent and bizarre than red. As the saying goes, the Furies are out to break the country and slaughter the city. It possesses horrible trickery and can easily exterminate everyone in a small country. Soon. Now. Yi Mengan, who was much taller and had a much cleaner appearance, with a rag doll in his arms, rushed over. Her eyes were clear and cold, seemingly indifferent to anything. No one wanted to believe any of her stories about the orphanage due to the fact that she told them. Yi Mengan was not pleased with the Ministry of Science and Research. For Wang Shouwen is even more annoying to see. When Wang Shouwen curried favor and showed her only Gu Yuan on the screen, Xia Ye, take a look and see if there's this person in that orphanage you mentioned. Moment. Yi Mengan frowned. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, her eyes lit up. Under Wang Shouwen's vibrating expression, she said coolly, "It's him." Chapter 15, A Gift from the Creepy Husband. Dahan Kingdom gets a manager's identity plate? It's him. It's really him. These two words were like a bundle of thunder rumbling in Wang Xiaowen's mind. The moment only felt like shortness of breath, sweat overflowing from his body, and even his heartbeat was about to stop. With such a horrible copy, the Dragon Kingdom was bound to be able to suppress all countries, and even if it only harvested a tenth, or even a hundredth, of the benefits from the orphanage, it would still be enough to be invincible. But immediately after, Yi Mengan suddenly shook his head again. No, it's not right. The words were like a pot of cold water, dunked Wang Shouwen to the bone. Not him? He asked nervously. I remember very well when I entered that orphanage. There are very few adults in there, and those adults listened to one brother. I saw that brother walk out of the deepest room of the orphanage. He even asked me at that time, from which part of reality? I said Zhengcheng. He smiled at me, said Zhengcheng place is good, and also made me a bowl of hot dry noodles. Zhengcheng? Wang Shouwen's brain was confused. There is no information on Gu Yuan, and it is not clear if he was from Jiangcheng before his death. The moment. Yi Mengan carefully observed Gu Yuan in the big screen, but at that time I was afraid of the big brother, because he looked so fierce. All I remember is that his clothes were stained red with blood and he looked like a Shura, and there were uncountable white bones tied at his feet, and a horrible-looking cat was lying in his arms. His aura is far more ferocious than the creepy clown by a factor of 10,000. It looks so gentle. They have a different vibe. Different temperament? Wang Shouwen also stared at Gu Yuan in the screen. Gu Yuan had the best personality out of all the shenanigans he'd ever seen. Aside from being a bit lethargic, it was pretty much the same as the average dragon male human. How could it be the white bones like shade and the appearance of Ashura, as she had said? At this time, a wave of complex emotions arose in Wang Shouwen's heart. I don't know if I'm glad or disappointed. If the orphanage really belonged to Gu Yuan, then what was he doing hiding in this past life neighborhood? Is it really for a daughter-in-law? It's not possible. A being like him. All it takes is one look and a million pretty creepy inhuman beings come flooding in. Wang Shouwen told Yi Mengan to leave. This bizarre marriage has only just begun. If you want to know about his copy, won't it be revealed naturally when Cloud Pillow Moon brushes up his goodwill? But a seed was planted within him. Gu Yuan said it with such conviction. So maybe it was true? The next day, past life neighborhoods. The women all heard the new mission coming. Ding! You have a new marriage assignment. Having sufficient finances can effectively improve the quality of marriage. Please go to the Blood Moon restaurant today and work for 3 days. Mission reward, the Gue coins earned from part-time jobs will be additionally subsidized by the marriage matching system. Handsome's house. She grumbled as she cleaned up the debris left behind by her creepy husband's cuts of meat. There was a foul stench in the air, and after the last few days, her body was pickled in flavor. Originally there was no hope for life, but also forced to go to work in the trick store, every day as tired as a dog, endured the cold eyes of the trick cashier, but also pennies without. In reality, she didn't even have to wear her own clothes and was held up as a little princess by those men. But what about Park Dae-gun? No love for her at all. Goes out every night and brings back a pile of rotten meat. This was followed by daily cuts of meat and gorging on them, and it made her sick to look at them. Asshole. Hansume clenched her silver teeth, her mind filled with Young Pillow Moon's detestable appearance. In her opinion, Young Pillow Moon couldn't compare to her at all except for being better looking. Can't coax a man and has such a skinny body. What's with the luck? If she had known, she shouldn't have picked Park Dae-gun as the one to look forward to. Even the Gu Yuan who chose the one on the third floor was a million times better than Park Dae-gun. At least how people treat their wives? When hearing about new system tasks, Han Sume's eyes revealed a touch of ecstasy. Even though she had to work in a restaurant, at least it was better than staying in this house. Looking at Park Dae-gun, who was cutting meat not far away, she neatly took out the props rewarded by the last quest. half a inchi dan. This baby was extremely attractive to Night Guile. Honey, this is for you. Park Dagon, who was covered in stains, turned his head coldly at the words, and when he saw the half inchi dan, he couldn't help but show his greed. Where did that come from? The system rewards it, Handsome hurriedly explained. Incidentally, a hint of pleading showed on his face. Honey, do you have any gifts for me? I'm going to work at the Blood Moon restaurant, so if any of the gifts help me, I'll be able to earn more trick coins to offer to you. Park Dagon took the inchi dan and nodded. The marriage system had requested it, and he needed to give a gift to this rat as well. And the more rewards she would get if she completed her mission, the more it would be her own at that time. Think about it. He went back to his bedroom. Then he took out a card and handed it to Han Sume with a condescending look. This is the identity card of the Blood Moon restaurant. I bought it with great difficulty back then. Remember to work hard and live up to my expectations of you. Really? Han Sume was surprised and excited to get it in her hand. Hubby, you didn't lie to me, did you? She remembered the last time Dogon Park said he knew someone's creepy cashier. And the result? He simply doesn't have that much face. I didn't ask for a discount, not to mention, and pitted her. Oof. Park Dae-gun coldly grunted in displeasure at the sight. Give it to me if you don't want it. Do you know how valuable this identity tag is? How many creeps grabbed their brains and couldn't get a good job? Han Sumi's heart instantly stabilized when she heard this. Her heart proofed. Jobs in the Bizarro world are indeed precious, and very few players have been able to get jobs from the Bizarro world for decades. Until now, the most superior job the player gets is just a crew member on a creepy train. I just don't know exactly what the job is. Is it hard to be a manager? If that's true, let's see how she gets back at that bastard Yun Pillow Moon at the Blood Moon restaurant. In the meantime, the other women also gifted the inchi dan to the marriage partner afterward. Got some gifts that favor part-time work. Some people get skills given by creepy objects and serve food faster. Some are a white candle, which when lit reduces spooky attention, but none of them are very precious. Aiko Yamada, after pleading for a long time, got a gift from her family's river kid. It was a bloodstained IOU. It says that when you give it to the manager of the Blood Moon restaurant, you'll get preferential treatment. And seeing as both won the starting line, viewers in both countries watching the livestream are excited. Identity cards? This time, my Dahan kingdom is going to rise. I didn't expect Park Dae-gun to be so generous. I can't believe I got the job so easily. It's not a weird marriage. I'm envious. That ID tag. It couldn't be the manager of the Blood Moon restaurant, could it? It's very likely. It looks like Sumi-san is going to be the most honored player in the bizarre world. Yamada Aiko-san is no better, and that IOU gets her preferential treatment. Dragon Kingdom is going to be in bad luck. Gu Yuan on the third floor must have nothing good to give. When the time comes, I'm afraid that woman from the Dragon Kingdom will have to kneel down and kowtow to us. MS. Sumi hahaha. Chapter 16, The Little Book in the Bedside Table. Is this a bunch of copies? In the meantime, eyeing Gu Yuan, who was late in presenting the gift, even Yun Pillow Moon didn't go out of her way to offer to claim it. The Dragon Nation audience is going crazy. Doesn't Gu Yuan have anything to give? Just now he was bragging about the orphanage. Hey, don't think about it. What good can he be as a disgruntled spirit? I'm guessing it's a little trickster at best. Maybe worse. Didn't they all give membership cards on the last mission? That card, who knows if it's useful or not? Shenanigans manager has given Yun Pillow Moon a free pass, and didn't use that card. Honestly envious of the Great Cold Kingdom. Park Dae-gun even has something as good as an identity card. The moment Yun Pillow Moon was in a hurry to cook, because it's going to be a 3-day job at the Blood Moon restaurant. She was worried that Gu Yuan might starve during this period of time when she wasn't at home. So they made the rest of the dishes at home first, then put them in the refrigerator. And when Gu Yuan felt hungry and wanted to eat, he took them out and warmed them up in the microwave. As for the whole raising favorites with gifts thing, she doesn't remember it at all. Anyway, in her opinion, going grocery shopping and all that was just part of the job. Gu Yuan had provided a home for her, so where was the sense in asking for a gift? Honey, the 3 plates over here are tomorrow's amount. There's your favorite ribs and lotus root soup. And yes, remember to eat more vegetables and drink more water. Put these dishes in the fridge for 3 days. They shouldn't go bad, so you'll just eat them, and I'll make you something good when I get back. Yun Pillow Moon was busy for half a day. Place dozens of dishes on the table, then seal with plastic wrap. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct and appease Gu Yuan. My husband has been screaming so much the last few days that I'm not ashamed of it now. Gu Yuan's heart warmed and even sweated a little. Actually, it's okay if he doesn't eat it, but the word is out. Gu Yuan was too embarrassed to refuse. Looking at Yun Xiaoyu's busy back, Gu Yuan's eyes showed a touch of trance, as if he felt the feeling of home, warm and beautiful. Suddenly it occurred to him that he hadn't gotten her a present yet. The inchi dan was considered to be something he had received, and according to the rules of the marriage system, it was necessary to return the gift to her. What's there to help her with her next task? Gu Yuan thought for a moment, and then remembered that in the nightstand, there seemed to be something that could help her. Honey, what kind of reward do you want? Reward? Yun Pillow Moon furrowed her small nose and said blankly, what reward? You've given me a gift, so of course I have to return the favor. Gu Yuan laughed lightly. No, husband. What's the point of counting so clearly between husband and wife? My parents have never even given each other gifts, but they've always had a good relationship. Yun Pillow Moon shook her little head and muttered. Gu Yuan didn't give up when he sniffed, but just said softly, but what if I want to give it? Creepy next door gave his own wife a gift. Wouldn't it be petty of me to give her nothing? Besides, it was supposed to be a little spice for couples to add to their relationship. Don't you want to bring us a little closer together? More intimate. Yun Pillow heard this, clear eyes like a frightened deer flickered away. Lips were bitten out of shallow teeth marks. Cheeks flushed with evening red. Even the tips of the ears are dyed coral color. She was a natural nerd, but she wasn't clueless about the male and female side of things. She and Gu Yuan both lay down together to sleep. Still not close? More intimate? Something a little more intimate. Yun Pillow Moon's cheeks abruptly turned a bright red as she indulged in her fantasies. Gu Yuan eyed Yun Pillow Moon's squirming appearance and smiled gently. Then stroking her head, she said, I think it was in the nightstand, as I recall. Right at the end where you sleep. That cabinet has 3 levels. You open the first one. There are a lot of little books in there, so take whichever one you like. The little book in the nightstand. Yun Pillow Moon was slow to return to normal from her shy state. Brains are a little giddy. That is, until she came into the bedroom of the 2 men and turned her gaze to the nightstand. This nightstand was close to her side of the bed, and she saw it every day, but because it held all of Gu Yuan's things, she never opened it. Could there be a little secret about him in there? Yun Pillow Moon's psyche was curious and hesitant. What if Gu Yuan gave her a gift that was too expensive? The little book. It's not a marriage license, is it? At this point, the global audience's curiosity was raised by Gu Yuan. Other countries are weirdly giving away identity tags, artifacts, and skills all over the place. It's the first time I've seen a small book being given away. The Benji thing, even if it's a trick weapon, I guess it's not much of a killer, is it? Ha, stingy bazaar. Even only send a book. I want to see how the women in the Dragon Kingdom use a book to work. Maybe he sent the death note? If it's really there. I see the dragon women dumped him before it was too late. The bizarre world relies on strength. What's the use of looking good? Now they can't even give a decent gift. Yes, dump him and look for our Lord Park Dagon of the Dahan Kingdom. 2 women serving 1 husband. I, the Dahan Kingdom, am generous enough to let you be a slave girl. Thank us. The audience of the Great Cold Kingdom jeered. It puts each of the dragon's viewers in a bad mood, but it's hard to refute anything. Gu Yuan all but said it was a book. This thing, the book, is not even a tenth as valuable as an identity card. All the eyes of the audience were on the drawers, but as Yun Pillow Moon pulled open the drawer, when she saw what was inside, she eyed it blankly. Just a variety of small books with dark red covers were neatly stacked there. There should be a dozen books. Yun Pillow Moon took out the outermost book. Only 5 words were written on it. Creepy real estate license. Real estate license? Just when Yun Pillow Moon was confused about the weird world and the real estate license, her delicate fingertips touched the outer page and suddenly oozed cold mucus. The blurred blood characters actually slowly wriggled and reorganized, eventually piecing together a few unfamiliar handwriting. Taboo Cinema. Owner, Gu Yuan. Taboo. Theater? Yun Pillow Moon was puzzled. Wasn't her husband's copy an orphanage? How come there was an additional theater? Boom! It was like a boulder smashing into the depths of a pool of water. All the viewers who saw the scene exploded. The Dragon Kingdom players were stunned and filled with shock. Real estate license? There's a real estate license in a weird world? S-Class Forbidden Cinema. Recognized as one of the top 10 scariest replicas. Is Gu Yuan's property? I froze at once. That movie theater is also known as the Theater of Eternal Night. Even the red-clothed bazaar do not dare to easily step foot. I remember players from the small days who went in and came out so mad they couldn't tell theater from reality. Scalp, where there are supposedly 36 rules, each of which can't be broken or you will be integrated into the screen and go from being an audience member to being an actor on the screen. The little book he's talking about is actually a real estate license? Wait a minute. This pile of books can't all be. Chapter 17, Blood Moon Restaurant's Real Estate License. Yun Pillow Moon becomes store manager? If this stack of books were all real estate licenses, even if all that's left is the trashiest of properties, it was also hard to imagine what kind of strength Gu Yuan actually had. The bottom line is this. Is this still the first tier of the nightstand? The first tier of a bedside table in a typical home is for commonly used things, like unused chargers, wallets, whatever. Valuables go underneath. If we follow this inference, what kind of terrifying existence is that thing on the 2 floors below? The Dragon Nation audience was dumbfounded. only feeling that their worldview had been destroyed. Actually, none of them had ever seen anything like a spooky real estate license either. But extrapolating from reality, the owner of this weird real estate license must be the owner of the copy. While humans are still scrambling for brains to unlock a copy, Gu Yuan actually secretly owned dozens of copies? What's the point of playing with people from other countries? I'll be a concubine for Gu Yuan. Maybe he's in the mood to dump 2 books. That country just got instantly rich. And compared to the uplifted and ecstatic Dragon Nation, the audience in the other countries were wide-eyed in total disbelief. Baka, how can there be so many real estate certificates? They must be fake. Yeah, that's too fake. He's a disgruntled soul living on the 3rd floor with a dozen copies. Teasing me? I've heard that the creepy world does have a real estate license, but the creepy that have more than 2 are absolute big shots, and the redcoats don't even make it into their eyes. Moreover, the Forbidden Theater. This certificate is also too false. The Forbidden Theater is the existence of the top of the S-class, comparable to the community of the past life. If he has a Forbidden Theater, why would he need to live in the community of the past life? Right. What's a spiteful creep going to buy real estate with? A face? Maybe he's been bizarrely adopted by some rich woman, ha ha ha. Viewers of Small Days have been reluctant to believe it, simply because the probability of this real estate license being real is so small. If the Forbidden Theater is Gu Yuan's, wouldn't he be able to crush all the creeps on the nearby floors with the move of a finger? What Park Dagon and creepy Riverboy were not even qualified to lift Gu Yuan's shoes? Wouldn't such a situation be a slap in their face? It's not just the audience. Yun Pillowmoon also felt that the real estate license was unlikely to be real. As far as she knew, there was only 1 copy of all the shenanigans. Never heard of any creepy self-contained dozen copies. But Yun Pillowmoon's heart still warmed. Her own husband should have intentionally left these fake real estate deeds for her to fill in her name. It's kind of a couple's thing. So what if it's fake? Wouldn't it be nice to buy the real thing later when you're making money? But a marriage license would be nice. Yun Pillowmoon flipped through a few more random real estate licenses. Murderous Spirit Internet Cafe, Underworld KTV, Paperman Photo Studio, Yellow Springs Convenience Store, Underworld Marriage Community, Stranger Subway, Underworld Express. Various different types of replicas appear, until Yun Pillowmoon suddenly blinked, saw a familiar name. Blood Moon Restaurant? She picked up the real estate license suspiciously. Wasn't this the copy she was going to work on? It should be a coincidence. It's always unlikely that my own husband will be able to predict the future. Yun Pillowmoon opened the real estate license and took a pen. Her cheeks reddened slightly. Then she wrote her name right next to Gu Yuan. This changed the information on the real estate license. Blood Moon Restaurant, owner, Gu Yuan, Yun Xiaoyu. It looked like the home they shared. Yun Pillowmoon carefully put the real estate license of the Blood Moon Restaurant into his pocket, then out of the bedroom, only to see Gu Yuan waiting for her on the sofa. Well, have you chosen? Chosen. I chose the Blood Moon Restaurant. Yun Pillowmoon nodded her little head and said, Blood Moon Restaurant. Gu Yuan laughed softly. It's where you're going to work part-time, isn't it? It's quite nice. Those real estate deeds in the nightstand. Some were copies he had started. Others were stiffed by others. Others are copies where he killed all the shenanigans and rebuilt them down the line. The Blood Moon Restaurant, in contrast, is the first. He once started it on purpose because he couldn't get used to the weird food. Quite a few of the creeps in there were old acquaintances of his. Thanks, hubby. Yun Pillowmoon sniffed as if she suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment. Then under Gu Yuan's surprised expression, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed the side of his face. Chirp. The young girl's kiss was like a dragonfly. Warm, with a wet lilt. Yun Pillowmoon's cheeks then reddened, not daring to look at Gu Yuan. Hurriedly, he chose to teleport to his copy to work on his job. But just before parting, Gu Yuan, however, suddenly reminded, right, there was a cat I had at that Blood Moon Restaurant. You can bring it back for me if you see it. Yun Pillowmoon nodded vigorously. Then with a flash of white light, the figure disappeared. The scene just now fell into the eyes of the audience. Many foreign viewers were amused. What's the point of signing a fake real estate license? Also has a cat at the Blood Moon Restaurant. Who do you think you are? A real restaurant store manager? Still pretending until now. You won't even be able to cry when you get to the Blood Moon Restaurant later. Even if you give a little bit of trick money, you can, nonetheless, give a fake real estate license. The Dragon Kingdom's Tricky really loves to pretend. We also have to look at Park Dae-gun's ID card. The one he has must be real. That is, by the time Sumi becomes the manager, she can only watch when she takes a fake. Is this the spirit of Q in the Rukoku legend? Unlike an audience that either scoffs or is pessimistic, Dragon State Creepy Marriage Research Headquarters, Wang Shouwen's attention was not at all on whether the real estate license was real or fake. It was as if his soul had been absorbed by Gu Yuan's words. Cat? He has a cat? Wang Shouwen's gray eyebrows quivered. The knot in his throat rolled up and down but could not make a sound. Only a cold tea on the desk reflected the tremor of his pupils, hearts almost twisted together. No, the big brother from the orphanage that Yi Mengan was talking about, just happened to have a cat too. He'd had his suspicions, and now that he had a cat, he was able to confirm them. If there really is a cat in the Blood Moon restaurant, if the Blood Moon restaurant is really owned by Gu Yuan, and that cat is really the one he put there for foster care, all inferences led to that result in his mind. Now we could only see if the cat Gu Yuan had spoken of was real. Minister, have a sip of tea, you haven't had any water all day. A member of the ministry heartily brought a cup of hot tea and said, "No, don't block the screen, this is not the time for tea, I have a premonition in my mind." Wang Xiuwen took a deep breath and said, "What hunch?" The ministry member was unknown. The Dragon Kingdom might be rising completely. Wang Xiuwen murmured. It didn't take long. Yun Pillow Moon's group was then teleported into the Blood Moon restaurant. Before Yun Pillow Moon could react, cold, she heard the beep of the mating system. Ding! The real estate license of your marriage partner has been detected. You have automatically been given the position of store manager at the Blood Moon restaurant. Chapter 18, Park Dae-gun's identity card revealed. Crumbling Han So-mi. Blood Moon restaurant. First floor lobby. Dozens of tables were spread out and set up, and diners whose faces could not be seen feasted. The scarlet carpet under their feet used a damp, sticky liquid, and the air was filled with an eerie scent of blood. A cold wind blew across the ankles of all the women, and the crystal chandeliers in the hall made a rattling sound. Compared to the creep shops, there is still an air of reality. This Blood Moon restaurant, on the other hand, shows the full horror side of the spooky world. Yun Pillow Moon was still frothing from the system prompt. Unbeknownst to others, she looked like she was stunned. I told you, I can't even cry when I really get to the Blood Moon restaurant. Signing on a fake real estate license, deceiving yourself and others. Why don't you laugh now that you've been exposed? The Blood Moon restaurant is also an S-ranked copy, especially the creepy manager. It's a red shirt. You want to be the store manager. You're better than even the creepy manager? I heard that the cook here is extraordinarily brutal, and most of the players who used to enter the restaurant were killed by him. Yeah, that creepy foreman is also very greedy, and he's going to get a fancy hard time if he doesn't give some favors. I don't know what Miss Sumi's identity card is. If it's really the manager, then my Dahan kingdom will be rich. The audiences from all countries were laughing at Yun Pillow Moon's frozen appearance. Many viewers who had seen the brutality of the Blood Moon restaurant were left reeling. The moment Han Sumi clutched the identity card given by Park Dae-gun in her hand, she turned her head to see Yun Pillow Moon seemingly stunned. A strong sense of superiority could not help but arise in his heart. Granted, I've suffered a bit before, and my own husband is still ugly, but the gap between the two was revealed at this moment. For selecting the difference between high-quality and poor-quality marriage partners, it's not only about the copy strength of the spooky subject, but also the connections, spooky artifacts, props, and skills that he or she possesses. What's wrong with Yun Pillow Moon's object being good-looking? He's a disgruntled soul. Weak. What kind of connections can he have? Trickster props? I'm afraid it will be difficult to get this identity card in my lifetime. Now you know you picked the wrong creepy object? It's late. Han Sume smiled grimly at Yun Xiuyu. It just felt like all the pain I had suffered before had paid off. I just don't know what this ID tag actually is yet. For a manager or something? She held a hint of fantasy in her heart. If she really became the manager of the Blood Moon restaurant, the first order she was going to give would be to let Yun Pillow Moon die. Thinking of this, she said coldly to Yun Pillow Moon, "What did your husband give you?" Yun Pillow Moon sniffed and snapped back from her daze. She had somehow become the store manager of the Blood Moon restaurant. So it seems, that real estate license of Gu Yuan's is real? The mind was heaped with bewilderment and shock. Immediately afterward, he was confused by Handsome's words. Although she had a kind character, Han Sume had never given her a good face, and Yun Pillow Moon naturally wouldn't greet her with a smile. None of your business. The tail of Yun Pillow Moon's eyes rose slightly in dislike. You. Han Sume's nostrils flared gently with her rapid breathing, and her body stiffened. I didn't expect Yun Pillow Moon to dare contradict herself. In her opinion, Yun Pillow Moon's last mission was nothing more than a stroke of luck, stumbling upon the tricky manager rectifying his subordinates. Yun Pillow Moon should just be honest and endure her bullying. In previous installments of Creepy Marriages, the girls from the Great Cold Kingdom were so bullying the dragons that they never saw them fight back. Han Sume clenched her teeth, her eyes shadowy, flashing with a dark, cold light. I urge you to give me what's in your hand now. Otherwise, her gaze scanned Yun Xiuyu's body. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if some nefarious plot was brewing. I'll admit you're a little better looking than we are, but don't forget, there's no one here to protect you. When I gain the identity of the Blood Moon restaurant, I'll sacrifice you to the creeps up there, and then it'll be too late for you to beg for mercy. Yun Pillow Moon sniffed as if a big question mark had popped up on her head. Just think, Handsome is a bit of a psychopath. Thanks to her own husband, she is now the store manager of the Blood Moon restaurant. Who are you dedicating the store manager to? If I had to say it, I could only dedicate it to Gu Yuan. Not bothering to pay attention to Han Sume, Yun Pillow Moon moved her gaze away, and Handsome was even more mortified at the sight. Anger danced in his dark eyes, and his nails pinched deep into his palms. She knew the global audience was watching at this point. Yun Pillow Moon was so unforgiving. Not only did she not fulfill her fantasies, but it made her lose face. Han Sume took a deep breath as she forced her anger down. Wait, you'll pay for it. She lowered her voice, her vicious words echoing here. The other side. Aiko Yamada's heart raced and her hand in her pocket squeezed the note tightly. She didn't follow Han Sume to taunt Yun Pillow Moon anymore. After the last incident, she always felt that Yun Pillow Moon's marriage partner, Gu Yuan, seemed to have some kind of secret. Seeing Han Sume's spoiled, reckless and uncovered appearance, Aiko Yamada whispered, "Idiot." She was now more interested in getting on good terms with Yun Xiaoyu. Inwardly, he was even more chagrined and regretful for having randomly offended her before. The multitude of women in the remaining other countries, all of them also squeezed the gifts given by their subjects. The 10 stayed in place for a while. Soon after, a figure slowly walked towards the few people. It was just a creepy female in a black suit. The corners of her clothes were stained with blood, and a grim aura filled the air between her walks. Her cheeks and lips did not contain a trace of blood, looking as if they were white paper, and the bottom of her eyes were empty and cold. As the female creepy approached, a strong smell of blood hit his nose, making it hard to breathe. The women got a good look at her and the identification tag foreman hanging from her chest. "Are you here to apply for the job?" Creepy foreman said in a cold voice. "Yes, my lord. We are all residents of the past life community." Hansumi was the first to agree when she saw this. "My husband is a night creep who lives on the 4th floor. His name is Park Dae-gun. I don't know if you know him." Past life neighborhood? Creepy foreman's brows furrowed slightly at that, as if realizing something. Then, her eyes snapped to ice. "Did I ask you to say that much?" An icy voice spat from her pale lips. It made Handsome's scalp tingle. "Yeah, I'm sorry." Didn't wait for Handsome to finish apologizing. Creepy foreman then interrupted and said coldly, "Since you're here to apply for a job, the Blood Moon restaurant won't care what you have to do with each other. You're all just the lowest of the low rats. I'm the foreman of the Blood Moon restaurant, and I'll be handling anything you guys have to do during this time from now on. Now assign your positions, right here and now." Handsome resisted the pressure. Her heart thumped. Meeting the creepy foreman's cold, frosty gaze, she pulled the ID card from her pocket. "My lord, I have an identity card. Would you like to see it first? This doesn't count as another relationship, does it?" The expression on creepy foreman's face froze when he heard the 3 words identity tag. "To know. It's been a long time since the manager of the Blood Moon restaurant has checked on the work. Is it possible that she's the store manager's woman?" If that was the case, and he had a conflict with the store manager's woman and called her a rat, he was afraid that he would be punished to death by the manager. The trick foreman didn't move and slowly took the identity card passed by Hansumi. When looking at the imprint on top of the ID tag, the hesitant worry on his face vanished instantly. In its place was deep disdain. "Fortunately, a false alarm. Scare yourself. I know," she murmured. "Was going to make you a waitress. Since it's a janitor's ID card, you'll be sweeping toilets." Chapter 19, Shocked Creepy Foreman. The store manager came to check on the work? Janitorial. Housekeeping? Hansumi was originally full of superiority and fantasized about a managerial position. After all, it was a precious identity card. Even if it was a little bit again, it was quite good to be a foreman. But she never expected it. The so-called ID card turned out to be a janitor and had to clean toilets? She's been sweeping the trick shop for days, and when she gets to a new copy she's sweeping toilets again? Is he or she related to the toilet? The hidden smile on Hansumi's face froze. Her Shakti expression panicked, and a strong wave of shame bred out of her heart, only to feel the desire to bury her head into the ground. Her cheeks blanched and bean-sized sweat slid down the side of her face, and she couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "My lord, are you looking at it wrong? This ID tag was given to me by my husband, who is a night trickster. How can it be a janitor?" The creepy foreman sniffed and tossed the ID tag at her like it was trash. Then contemptuously, "This ID tag is the janitor, and it was still a long time ago, when the Blood Moon restaurant had to welcome a valued guest one time and specifically had to recruit more cleaning. That night creepy husband of yours, he used a lot of creepy coins when he bought his identity card, didn't he? He's so stupid, he doesn't even know when he's being lied to." "Never mind. In that case, let's make you a janitorial foreman." Janitorial foreman? Hansumi's mind was like a roller coaster. Even though he was a housekeeper, he was at least a foreman, much more noble than Young Pillow Moon and the others. Suddenly hearing this good news in a moment of despair, she slowed down and asked with intent, "And how many janitors are there in the dining room?" "My lord, just you." Creepy foreman was unforgiving. What kind of foreman is just a janitor? Handsome broke down. Can't we change positions? She said stiffly. Can't. Creepy foreman cold eyes. And you expect a good job from a lowly rat like you? Do you want to be a supervisor? Or a manager? I already pity you for being a cleaning foreman. The women present were a bit tense at the sight. Before Cloud Pillow Moon arrived, they'd already heard Han Somi brag about this identity tag, saying something about her own husband being extremely pampered and purposely giving her the most precious identity card, and something about being at least a supervisor, if not a manager. Several people were envious of it at the time. I just hate why my subjects don't have ID tags. Now what? They all looked at the joke. See the situation. The viewers of the Great Cold Country have had their hearts broken as well. They blew half the awesome. But I didn't expect Handsome's identity card to be so bad. Janitors generally do the dirtiest and most tiring work for the least amount of pay. Even if you don't take it out, at least it's a waiter. Isn't this a slap in their face? Ashy, stupid woman. You shouldn't have trusted that bastard Park Dae-gun. Stupid. Stupid to the bone. The foreman of the Blood Moon restaurant is targeting our Great Cold Kingdom. In the future, no player from the Dahan Kingdom should go to the Blood Moon restaurant. Let it close down. But our players didn't get a chance to go either. The assholes up there. How can we be number one in the world in Dahan Kingdom and not be able to go to even one restaurant? The irritation of the Big Chill Country audience. It's a joke to viewers in other countries. The Dragon Nation has been making plain and simple comments about it. Park Dae-gun is also a creepy one from the Dahan Kingdom, and Han Somi's character can only be said to be similar to his. Yeah, they're all mouthy, but when it comes to doing things, they're all over the place. I really don't know how the people of the Dahan country can be so contradictory, being arrogant and inferior at the same time. It's clear from their sportsmanship. This is the inferiority of the people of the entire Dahan country. The so-called dog can't change its ways. Han Sume stood behind the women with a pale face, even looking at their backs, all as if they could sense their derision. And at this moment, Aiko Yamada took out the bloodstained note. Instead of giving it to the manager, as her husband said, she handed it to the creepy foreman. Your Honor, my husband gave me an IOU. Look at it dash. Creepy foreman sniffed and took the note. The look was then much more serious. Her gaze took a look at the kitchen before she said, this is a note from the cook who owes money. In that case, you'll go to the kitchen and help with the side dishes. He shouldn't give you a hard time. This statement was made. Aiko Yamada was full of surprise. You know, side dishes, this is a good job. No direct contact with creepy guests as with waiters. The work is also easier. You won't be caught sneaking a bite when you're hungry. Aiko Yamada said respectfully. Thank you, my lord. She had a job that made all the women around her envious. They don't have such great props to get preferential treatment. Even the object of the Count of Blood Feast suffers from the fact that his connections do not lie there. That's nice. I'd like to go on the side dishes too, without having to face the guests. Hey, why isn't my husband Amamiya Sky? River boy doesn't matter. Being useful is king. Listening to the envious words whispered in the back of the room, Aiko Yamada's cool cheeks also inadvertently showed a touch of pride. Soon, the women in the audience were given jobs, mostly waiters. Some are proficient in accounting and become accounting assistants. Only Yun Pillow Moon was left on the field. There don't seem to be any other positions, so you'll be dash. The waiter is full. Just as the trick foreman was about to arrange Yun Pillow Moon as a welcome guest, suddenly a hint of familiarity was detected from her. This aura was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Just now she felt something was wrong. Every time I look at her I feel like I'm facing a leader. Ben thought he was distracted by the false alarm he had just had. The feeling was still vaguely present now that I was scrutinizing the end. Only then did the trick foreman look seriously at Yun Xiaoyu. Next moment, when Cloud Pillow Moon's appearance was imprinted on his eyes, her eyes widened for a moment, her pupils clenching as if struck by lightning. Those pale lips were half open, but they couldn't make a single sound. Only a trace of trembling, weak breath wandered between them. Store manager? There's no mistaking that scent. It's the shopkeeper's breath. Cold sweat dripped from the corner of the creepy foreman's forehead. She didn't expect to actually meet the store manager, and without any prior notice. Is this the 4 no's and 2 straights? No notice, no greeting, no report, no reception. Straight to the grassroots, straight into the scene. Was it to see the Blood Moon restaurant in its truest form? You please wait. I'll call the manager over. The scene fell on a global audience. Everyone had a hunch that something big was about to happen. The audience of the Big Chill and the Little Day Out laughed sinisterly. I guess there were no more positions, so the creepy foreman approached the manager to kill her. So it seems that Sumi, despite being a janitor, can at least save her life? That identity card of hers will be an extremely precious thing to bring out when the time comes. In the future, our players from the Great Cold Kingdom will go in to marry again, and will be able to inherit this post. Did I hear you wrong? Did the foreman call out for you? Idiot, she brought a fake real estate license. The creepy foreman must be pissed. How can he respect her? As opposed to, the Dragon Nation audience was in a hurry. How did you find the manager to go? Did Yun Pillow Moon do anything wrong? No way. Is it hard to find a manager to punish her? Hiss, the creepy manager of the Blood Moon restaurant is brutal. I remember in a couple of marriages, a Monkey Nation woman accidentally spilled a bowl of soup on his shoes, and the man was killed. Don't have props, don't get killed. Finished. Where's Gu Yuan? Save 1. Chapter 20, is that real estate license real? Mr. Store Manager? It's not just the viewers watching the live stream. At the scientific research headquarters, Wang Xiuwen, who was staring intently at the screen, was also nervous. To verify Gu Yuan's identity, the Blood Moon restaurant is an essential link. As long as it admits that Yun Pillow Moon is the store manager, then there's a 70 to 80% chance he can confirm it. This probability can be raised to 90% if there is still a real cat inside the Blood Moon restaurant, and vice versa. Then all his fantasies will come to naught. Maybe Yun Pillow Moon would even die at the Blood Moon restaurant. It must not be a punishment. Wang Xiuwen's eyelids didn't even blink as he kept murmuring. Soon, under Yun Pillow Moon's puzzled gaze, the creepy foreman also lost his icy temperament from earlier. As if they had seen some great horror, they fled in a hurry. After only 10 seconds, Yun Pillow Moon saw a middle-aged male wearing a red suit with a strict temperament bizarrely run down from the second floor of the restaurant in a hurry. His head was covered with sweat, and he seemed to be in shock. His whole body was like a scared bird. Behind him, all the employees of the Blood Moon restaurant also looked like they had received some heavenly order. Cooks, accountants, security guards, foremen. The faces of those who make up the restaurant's most essential post-presence are both nervous and excited. Hoo. The moment that middle-aged creepy gasp in a red suit saw Yun Pillow Moon, his eyes froze. Then it was as if fireworks bloomed under his eyes, full of surprise. The moment, swish, only to see the middle-aged creepy standing in front of Cloud Pillow Moon, and all the employees of the Blood Moon restaurant creepy stood behind him. These bizarre that often seemed horrifyingly violent revealed a look of respect. Together, they bent down towards the clueless Cloud Pillow Moon. Their waists were bent at 90 degrees, the highest form of bowing. It must be realized that the reality is that you only bow to this angle when you are dealing with someone extremely important. Not to mention the fact that each of these are powerful and rumored to be frighteningly bizarre. Welcome, Lord Shopkeeper, to inspect the Blood Moon restaurant. The manager of the Blood Moon restaurant leads the entire staff in saluting the store manager Sama. Check. Work? Yun Pillow Moon's small mouth slightly opened at the sight, her eyes filled with shock. She didn't expect to just sign her name to a small real estate license. Surprisingly, that's all it took to get these high-powered creeps to bow down to her. Besides, she's just here for a job. What makes you an inspector? She knew that this scene all depended on Gu Yuan. That is to say, is my husband so respected? What the hell is he? The moment, the global audience was dumbfounded. Everyone's minds were flooded with shock. This scene was on the verge of completely rewriting everyone's worldview, especially the small day and big chill country audience who were screaming just a moment ago. Boom! The scene in front of me was like a boulder, smashing that pride and confidence in their hearts to smithereens. Many people's faces turned pale, and the fact that they had been slapped in the face stung them deeply. How is it possible? How can Yun Pillow Moon be a restaurant store manager? No, I don't believe it. It must be you Longhua people who faked it live. Just clicked on the live broadcast. Not that the trick manager kills like a man. How to give a human stoop. Checking the work? Aren't they here to work? No way. I thought Aiko-san's status was already high before. Why did a store manager suddenly appear? The other side. Wang Xiuwen looked at this scene on the screen. The whole man was glowing as if he was on drugs, and both legs kept shaking. It just felt soothing to the core of my body and mind. This can be more exciting than any of the 3 joys of life such as the wedding night, especially when you see the pop-up comments of the other country's viewers crashing in the livestream. It was as if he was the one standing in the middle of the Blood Moon restaurant at the moment. That thrill of pretending to be a man came with a vengeance. It's not sis. I was wrong. I shouldn't have suspected Gu Yuan. Hiss, in that case, is that stack of real estate certificates all real? Guess that's a possibility. 2. Holy, scalp, Rokoku, have really topped the list of fies. Asterisk. That's alright? Sign your name on the real estate license and call yourself a store manager? Wang Xiuwen was also observing the pop-ups from the Dragon Country audience. His face was turning red with pleasure. The words of the Dragon Nation audience bragging went straight to the heart, but he couldn't get enough of it, and even shook his head. That's just where it's at. One Blood Moon restaurant has you all in shock. When you see that orphanage, I'm afraid your eyes will fall out. Little information gap. It left him in a state of dark euphoria. Gu Yuan's true power was now known only to him. Right now, Yun Pillow Moon had just recovered from her shock at Gu Yuan's identity. I saw manager Creepy give a wink to Creepy on the sidelines. All employees then moved. Legend has it that several children were served at one meal, and the sly cook with the cross face brought in a fresh fruit plate of treats. The accountant rushed to the manager's room on the second floor and brought a brand new chair. The security guard, on the other hand, flashed a menacing glare and terrorized the eater of shenanigans on the sidelines, so that all the creeps had to avert their eyes. Even the creepy foreman who had just been so loving to the lot of them. There was a fawning smile as well, and the hollow eyes were full of affection. She stood behind Yun Pillow Moon, and with a gentle pressure, Yun Pillow Moon subconsciously sat down on a chair. Then she used her fine hands to help Yun Pillow Moon pinch her shoulders and pound her back. This whole process comes down. Yun Pillow Moon thought she had mistakenly entered some massage parlor. It was almost as if the creepy foreman was pushing some kind of massage service in her ear. Your treat. Creepy foreman peeled a grape and tenderly sent it to Yun Pillow Moon's mouth. Oh well. Yun Pillow Moon was so dizzy from the service that she was just about to eat that grape when her brain instantly cleared and she dabbed to her feet. Wait. She's not here to enjoy herself. She's here to work. Come on guys. I'm just a regular guy. Yun Pillow Moon excused herself and stood a little to the side, not wanting to sit in the chair, and the trick foreman behind him froze at the words. Then a light smile appeared on his face as he moved his chair behind Yun Pillow Moon's. But, you're kidding. If you, as the store manager, are considered ordinary, what are we people? I'm afraid I'm not even a mole. Cloud Pillow Moon. Is this her Versailles wave? To this point, Yun Pillow Moon also realized it. Self-husband should not be poor. With so many customers at this Blood Moon restaurant, I'm sure the revenue won't be small. One thought of her bringing a bunch of little fashion rags when she first met Gu Yuan a few days ago. Yun Pillow Moon's neck then reddened slightly. But since it's his store, it's important to keep it frugal too. That, manager, Yun Pillow Moon said to the groveling guile manager on the side. Store manager, just call me Oldly. Oldly, the trick manager, kindly reminded. Do you have anything? Within my ability, as long as you command, I will immediately help you do it. Well Oldly, Yun Pillow Moon pursed her thin lips bitterly. That is, are there any extra positions in the cafeteria? What you mean is Oldly wondered. I want to work, part-time, Yun Pillow Moon said matter-of-factly. Lao Li. Chapter 21, longing for the big female lead school sister was beaten. Yun Pillow Moon angry. Finally, Yun Pillow Moon still didn't work part-time as he wished. According to Old Li's words, how could she, a store manager, work with them underlings? Besides, the position of store manager, it can also be counted as a part-time job. If Yun Pillow Moon was willing, he could arrange for an accountant to pay her salary. The salary was as much as 10 times his. The job is to check all the work done at the Blood Moon restaurant. All she had to do was stay at the Blood Moon restaurant and it would be considered work. Sneak around and take a look. Mentor the individual employees. Eating is all sort of checking the quality of the food. Yun Pillow Moon had no choice but to agree. Then it was into a 3-day touch-and-go break. In order not to delay things, she had all her employees return to their posts. See this scene. Viewers in other countries are crying with envy. All the players who went to the Blood Moon restaurant, which one of them wasn't squeezed, getting paid a pittance and risking their lives? But what about Cloud Pillow Moon? All the weirdness surrounded her. Even the guile foreman, who had always been seen with an icy and unfeeling demeanor, all transformed into little followers at her side. Tea was served again, and both were massaged and kneaded. Even her sneaking around counts as work? The wages offered are still incredibly high. It's dozens of times higher than even the salary of a shenanigans manager. What kind of job is this? This is clearly a vacation. And then look at the people in their country. One each job is busy as hell. Not even a drink of water. That's a bit of a gap. I'm not convinced. What makes her entitled to this treatment without having to do anything? This is corruption. How can these shenanigans be so slippery? See vomit. Women in the Dragon Kingdom are having a blast. You call this a weird marriage? What exactly does Gu Yuan do? And where did he get the real estate license? Maybe he picked it up? There's no way a disgruntled soul like him could afford the Blood Moon restaurant. Although the Blood Moon restaurant may have been bought by him, it's impossible for him to be in full control with his power. And the actual power has definitely been hollowed out. Viewers in other countries are extremely psychologically unbalanced, started to denigrate Gu Yuan, and the Dragon Nation audience gloated. You don't like it? Hold it. Tell your country to get a store manager, too, and I'll make sure I get the same treatment. Yun Pillow Moon, as the store manager, can just reassign them without slipping up? Pick up the real estate license? Why don't you pick one up? Laughing my ass off. First time I've ever heard of a real estate license being picked up in a spooky world. Power over, like the creepy manager? Why don't you ask him? As the trickster manager, Oldly, bowed to Cloud Pillow Moon when he did. The female players from each country have gone to the locker room to change into their work clothes, so they didn't see the scene that was enough to make their jaws drop. The girls are caught up in their busy schedules. Aiko Yamada, the side dish, was fine. She was just thinking about it. When can I utilize this line of work for the side dishes for convenience? Go help Cloud Pillow Moon for a bit, to reverse her impression of herself. After all, she probably had the best job of all the women. Think about it. Aiko Yamada peeked into the kitchen. Just see the dim light. The tricky cook weighing hundreds of pounds was constantly wielding the meat stain chopper. The apron, held up by fat, was coagulated with dark brown bloodstains. There was a horrible scratching sound from under the tabletops, with a white mist surging up. A smell of rotting grease hit my face. Holding back her fear, Aiko Yamada secretly hid one of the guests' leftover clean steamed buns in her clothes while she was off guard. As far as she knew, the Blood Moon restaurant wouldn't provide them with a working meal. There's nowhere else to go right now. She could only hide more of what she could eat. When the time comes, share some of it with Yun Pillow Moon. I'm sure it will be able to boost some of her goodwill. The other side. The restroom on the first floor of the Blood Moon restaurant. Handsome's eyes were dull and numb. She carried a bucket in one hand and a mop in the other. Seeing toilet paper littered everywhere, an acrid odor hit my nose. Vom. Handsome couldn't help but really want to throw up. Her cheeks green and the soles of her feet gummy. How can this toilet smell so bad? Have all these creeps eaten? She was tempted to ask the creepy foreman. Is this dirty work something that should be done by a pampered teenage girl? But due to the lewdness, she could only hold her tongue and keep cleaning the floor with a mop. According to the creepy foreman, if she couldn't clean up today, then one creepy coin would not be available and she would be punished. For mission rewards extra subsidized shenanigans, she had to earn more paychecks to do that. Good for. She's for the whole sweeping toilets thing. Count on it. After all, it's been dry for ages before. Think about it. A sense of pride inexplicably arose in Handsome. I'm afraid the creepy foreman wouldn't have guessed that she was that good at sweeping toilets. And just then, the sound of a system alert came. Ding! You have acquired the proficiency level skill, shoveling. Handsome? Handsome's mind fell apart. It is important to realize that the skills that a player acquires are arranged according to their levels, which are introductory, proficient, expert, master, and peerless. She's shoveled to the proficient level? Is it going to be an expert level down the road? Shopkeeper-sama, why don't you take a break? You've been wandering around for a while. You should be tired of walking. Yun Pillow Moon curiously wandered around the Blood Moon restaurant. One could only see that the Blood Moon restaurant was said to be a restaurant, but it was extremely large, with 4 floors. The first floor is the dining area for regular users and the second floor is the dining area for member users. The third floor is a lounge area for regular users, while the fourth floor houses premium suites. This would be considered a hotel, right? Yun Pillow Moon asked the doubts in her heart out, the creepy foreman following her, however, laughed bitterly. The Blood Moon restaurant has gone through several rounds of upgrades over the years, and it's gotten bigger and bigger, but it can't be helped. The old store manager is away. You need his permission if you want to change your name. Speaking of which, the creepy foreman's eyes lit up as she suggested, why don't you come and change your name? Let's just forget about it. Yun Pillow Moon shook her little head. She didn't want to make a rash decision, but then he saw the disappointed look in the creepy foreman's eyes. She couldn't bear it. Don't be sad. I'll ask for you when we get home. Thank you, my lord. Seeing this, the trick foreman immediately excitedly kept bending and bowing to Yun Pillow Moon. She also praised her kindness and goodness, and was simply the best shopkeeper in the world. It gave her goosebumps. Both were in a good mood. Yun Pillow Moon realized that Gu Yuan was not only not poor, but instead probably had quite thick assets. This one real estate license is so awesome. You must know that Gu Yuan has a bunch of them in the first drawer. However, what made Jun Xiaoyu a little worried was that with so many industries, could he manage it all by himself? And the creepy foreman felt greatly honored to be able to serve the store manager in person. At this point, the two walked to the 4th floor without realizing it. There are dozens of premium suites. Just as Yun Pillow Moon was curious to take a look, bang! Suddenly there was a stray rattle not far away. Only a girl dressed as a waitress was thrown out hard, like a broken doll. Her skinny body smashed against the wall and landed with a thud, then sprawled out on the carpet coughing up blood, her eyes filled with despair. And Yun Pillow Moon, who saw this scene, frowned. The creepy foreman sensed that she was in a bad mood and also looked towards the suite with a bad expression on his face. As it happened, when the dying man looked up, Yun Pillow Moon's eyes suddenly widened. Sister? She wondered. This man she knew. Lin Wine, an older sister who was in the same major as her and a grade higher. It was also the object of her extreme longing at the time. Sister Lin Wine is not only the first professional grades talented, and the character is confident and courageous, thunderous, efficient and decisive. Lin Wine had helped Yun Pillow Moon academically many times. She was also taught the guidelines for being a girl. She said that when she got married, she did not accept the bride price and did not need the man to buy a house or a car. She wanted to rely on her own efforts to create a common home with her partner. For boys who confessed their love to her, The schoolteacher was also very polite, rejecting them decisively, and apologizing towards them in public if she said something out of place. Maybe that's what others are saying about the big girl persona. However, the schoolmate disappeared a year ago. At that time, Yoon Pillow Moon had tried all sorts of ways to not find her. It was surprising to see her in the Blood Moon restaurant now, and beaten by a guest. Chapter 22, Furious Manager Gu. Letting the store manager drink with you? Hokage. Yoon Pillow Moon didn't think much about it and instantly shouted and ran towards Lin Wine. When he came to Lin Wine's side, he realized that Lin Wine's body was almost about to be skin and bones. She was curled up on the carpet, a shocking bruise on her neck as if she'd been in a death grip before, her long, messy hair falling over her shoulders, her once confident eyes dimmed. Blood still lingered between the lines of his dry, cracked lips, like a whimper he'd bitten through a million times to hold back. One can only imagine the aggravation. When he suddenly heard a familiar and unfamiliar voice, Lin Wine saw Yoon Pillow Moon in a trance. Her pupils shed a flash of light, but it was immediately followed by a deeper despair. Cloud, schoolgirls, hurry, run, she rasped, using her last ounce of strength, trying to get Yoon Xiaoyu out of here. I don't know when Yoon Pillow Moon also entered the weird world, but I think they are all waiters. She was already in trouble for angering the rude guest, and she didn't want to take the life of her most admired schoolmate, Yoon Pillow Moon, at this last moment. After all, humans are no match for the bizarre. It was the first truth she had recognized since entering the bizarre world. Hokage, you're hurt. Don't be afraid. I'll send Old Lee. He'll have a way to save you. Yoon Pillow Moon hurriedly stood in front of Lin Wine and shouted. And at that moment the trick foreman approached with a stern look on his face. She saw the doorway to the suite and there stood a creepy guy in pajamas with a glass of wine. It was a creepy old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with a dry, thin body, sunken cheeks covered with grooves, and skin that clung to his cheekbones like crumpled craft paper, but those eyes were constantly flashing with lustful colors. She didn't have to think about it. He must have given this waiter a hard time. If it were usual, the creepy foreman wouldn't have asked much, whether it's the Blood Moon restaurant or somewhere else. Working humans are just a consumable, and death is at best a way for the customer to pay out some guile coins. But times are different now. I can see that. Yoon Pillow Moon held that waiter in extremely high regard, and it was likely that the two were close friends. That is to say, this creep dares to hurt the store manager's friend? Looking for death. Think about it. Creepy foreman looked icy cold and took out a bloodstained cell phone from his suit, then called it to the shenanigans manager. Manager, there's a guest on the 4th floor who wants to kill a friend of the store manager Sama. Yes, I was there. Don't worry, I won't let him get away. The moment. Yoon Pillow Moon also learned the truth from Lin Wine's mouth. She was supposed to be delivering food, but this creepy looked at her. Lin Wine wouldn't have it, so the creep used his ability to make her hallucinate, inadvertently breaking a wine glass and spilling the drink all over the floor. Creepy then uses this as an excuse to demand her body as compensation. Lin Wine swore that she wouldn't comply, so she was choked, and just at the moment when she was about to suffocate, that creepy and as if he wanted to tease her and see her despair, he smashed her out. How can go so far? Yoon Pillow Moon murmured incredulously. Not far. Old creepy, who kept shaking his glass, also heard this. He hemmed and hawed, looking slightly drunk with a touch of greed, especially when he saw Yoon Pillow Moon's back. He gulped and salivated. I didn't expect another pretty little mouse. Hear that? Yoon Pillow Moon turned back. Old creepy leisurely said as he followed Yoon Pillow Moon's angry gaze. In that case, get your ass over here and drink with me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood today, I can spare your life. See the situation. The Dragon Nation audience was annoyed, especially after hearing about Lin Wine. Couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. This old thing, looks like it's almost in the ground. So horny? Asterisk 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 you. Dog, look at me. I'm going to spit blood. Lin Wine? This one is also the school beauty of Jeong University. How did she end up in such a state? Yeah, I swiped the video before and saw her in the official media when she was radiant and very admirable. Unfortunately, once you enter the bizarre world, reality is all vanity. Screw him, don't let him go. The audience in other countries in turn did not matter. It's not their country that's being tortured anyway. Now it's like a joke, falling on its face. The women of Longwei are in danger. I'm waiting for a good show. No way. Isn't she the store manager? How could she be in danger? Saying it's a store manager is just a name. How could manager creepy offend a major client for her? This creepy lives on the 4th floor, so he must have extraordinary strength. That's just it. Creepy despises humans, so it's not worth it to offend the guests for her. It's best if both of them die here. Just then, creepy manager Old Lee rushed over with a grim face. He caught a glimpse of Old Creepy, who was being speechless. Old Creepy wasn't afraid to see manager Creepy. Relying on his status as an honored guest, he flirted. Manager Lee, Where did you find so many pretty little mice? Why don't you send me a couple to play with and I'll consider renewing my lease for a while longer. Ignore the old creepy manager. Old Lee came to the side of creepy foreman, listened to her report on the specifics of what just happened. When he heard that old creepy wanted Yun Pillow Moon to accompany him. What? Chaperone? Chaperone? The pupils of his eyes lit up with a lurid, burning fire, and his eyes were flushed a deep red from his fury. Mudbloods. Manager Creepy was furious to the core. His eyes glazed over. Before old Creepy could figure out the situation, his figure transformed into a phantom. Immediately negligence appeared in front of the old bazaar, 5 fingers open, swinging a thick palm. The force of the break redcoat will tear the air. Issued a crisp burst. Bang! A ferocious to the core Dobby pocket knocked old Creepy out of his mind. His figure was tossed to the end of the room like a discarded rag. His head was almost flattened by the slap, and the few old teeth left in his mouth were flung out. But that's not all. Manager Creepy hadn't died down yet. He was like transforming into a running bull, rubbing and lifting old Creepy up again, constantly fanning with that Thuli's fierce right hand towards the old Creepy side of his face. Pop, 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 pop. A popping sound like thunder appeared in the room. With it, it was Manager Creepy's frantic roar. Getting the store manager to drink with you? You eating dog, usually on the face of your guests lazy to care about you. You let the store manager to accompany the wine. Why don't you dig your old mother's grave so that she can crawl up to accompany you to drink? Come and drink. I'll let you drink now. Old Creepy's cheeks swelled high, and though he was a night creepy, he was completely unable to block the power of the creepy manager. Coupled with the ferocious aura of the furious man, the terrifying aura of the redcoat covered the sky. This gave the ever-bullying man a hard time. Even if they tried to escape, they would be dragged back into the room by the tricky manager, then suffered a more violent beating. Manager Creepy also poured all of the wine that was sitting next to him down his throat, choking him. He struggled as if he were drowning. Old Creepy's entire brain went blank. Who am I? Where am I? When did I ask the store manager to drink with me? All he knew was that he'd pissed off Manager Creepy this time. But still, he was completely confused about the store manager he was talking about. To know, a copy controller of the Blood Moon Hotel's level was definitely not something that he, a small night trickster, could provoke, let alone take the initiative to speak out and provoke. Old Creepy's mind was filled with aggravation and bewilderment. It was as if she was a little daughter-in-law who had been domestically abused. A line of tears slipped from the corner of her eye. I was wrong. Chapter 23, Scared Old Creepy, compensate all for letting go. With old weird swollen lips spitting out slurred words, Manager Giles' residual anger, still holding him by the neck in a death grip, he raged at him. Wrong? What's wrong? Old Creepy could not cry. He really didn't know when he had angered Manager Creepy, so he could only reply along with his words. Wrong. Wrong to let store managers drink with you. And, Manager Creepy said with a cold stare, shouldn't suit, bully, the staff at Blood Moon Restaurant. Manager Creepy sniffed even more annoyed, and threw up another Bigby bib with a vengeance. Pop, the last incisor in Old Creepy's mouth. With that slap, as if a nail pulled out by a vice suddenly flew out. His eyes shed 2 lines of tears at once, like little drops of pearls slipping down. Old Creepy's heart was truly sorry. If he had known that Manager Guile was so bad, he would not have stayed at the Blood Moon Restaurant again even if he had beaten him to death. Whoa, is that the point? Manager Creepy grabbed his earlobe and with a burst of force, Old Creepy cried even louder. Oh, proposed, Lee, manager. My real Fouquet who is the store manager. Give me a break. He couldn't wait to get down on his knees and kowtow twice to Manager Guile. No such bullying shenanigans. Asked to be spared. But just when Old Creepy thought Manager Creepy was going to beat him even harder. Instead, Manager Creepy gave a small smile and gently set him down. And then it was nice to touch his face, which was about to swell into a bun. Very gently. This one. Old Creepy got goosebumps. The eyes were filled with fear and devastation. Right answer. Your mistake is that you don't know who our store manager Sama is. Thanks to you being a regular customer. Our store manager sinking fish and wild geese, closed moon and shy flowers. In between us and other bazaar as if out of the mud. You should have recognized at a glance. But you, on the other hand, called her a rat and made her accompany the wine. It's useless for you to grow these dog eyes. Why don't I dig them up for you? In the meantime, the audience in other countries looked dumbfounded. Why don't you just hit me, and then brag about it? How can such flattering words as fish and geese and moon and flowers come out of your mouth? Especially the viewers in the big chill country and the small days. It was even more unexpected that Manager Gue was able to do justice for Yun Pillow Moon to such an extent. It is atrocious. Doesn't he want clients? You're not afraid of the Blood Moon's reputation? Vomit, I see vomit. This creepy manager looks like a slippery little man too. Isn't this whole Blood Moon restaurant just so weird? What? Doesn't he want this client anymore? How dare he beat him up in public? If this is known by other shenanigans, I'm afraid the Blood Moon restaurant won't be able to open. Forget about closing down while you can. The Blood Moon restaurant doesn't deserve the reputation of an S-rank copy. Just wait and see. This old creep will definitely come back for revenge. You can protect me for a while, but you can protect me for the rest of my life? Boom. This one. Old Creepy was awake even if he was stupid. If it weren't for the preconceived notion that it's impossible for a human being to be a store manager, he wouldn't have been beaten up for so long and still had to figure it out after Manager Creepy made it clear. The store. She's the store manager? Old Creepy's eyes looked towards Yun Pillow Moon on the side. It was like an old dog stung by bees. Those eyes were so swollen you couldn't see. A violent tremor can be vaguely detected in it. The sunken cheeks were now bloodless and pale as paper. Even the creased nose twitched involuntarily. Yun Pillow Moon's disgusted look cast down on him. It was like a sharp sword that was about to pluck out his heart. To know, if he just pissed off Manager Lee, there was still a chance he could survive. After all, no matter how angry Manager Lee was, he couldn't possibly do it for him. A small night trick, and go ahead and bend the reputation of the Blood Moon restaurant to kill him. But if you piss off the store manager, that could have turned out very differently. He was the one who first insulted the honorable store manager by speaking out. In the case of an S-rank copy like the Blood Moon restaurant, the actual controller possessed connections and resources that he, a small night trickster, could not imagine. It's just a look, or even just putting out an attitude of dislike for him. There would be countless shenanigans that would tend to whip him into shape. Cut off his head and offer to defect to the Blood Moon restaurant. Even if he dies in public today in the Blood Moon restaurant, those creeps would just scream good riddance. This is the law of the weak and the strong in the weird world, whether or not the store manager is the rat he claims to be. Think about it. Old Creepy was trembling violently, only feeling that the big hand of death had already pinched his throat. He couldn't care less about anything else. Hurriedly rolled in a row, under the cold gaze of the creepy manager, crawling to the front of Lin Wine and Cloud Pillow Moon. Don't dare get too close yet. I'm afraid this blood stain will dirty their eyes. Old Spooky and miserable as hell. His right hand was raised high, just as Yun Pillow Moon was wondering what he was going to do, only to see Old Creepy fling his palm heavily into the side of his own already swollen face. Snap! A violent slap to his own face. The slap was far more hard-hitting than Tricky Manager. Old Creepy's nose is about to get bent out of shape, but he continued to slap with righteousness. Snap! The applause came like a tidal wave. I am not a human being. I am. You're a big man. Forgive me and let me go as a fart. I kowtow to you, shopkeeper-sama. I still have guile coins, guile weapons, all as compensation to you. Old Creepy, snot and tears running down his face, pulled out everything he had with him. The floor was covered in trick coins, adding up to what was estimated to be thousands. He even took off the creepy birthday suit he was wearing, revealing a dried-up body. The cowardly man also kept kowtowing to the two men. It made the scene look extremely miserable. Plus he was already looking old and decrepit. If you put it in reality, I'm afraid I still think that the two of them, Yun Pillow Moon, are bullying the old man. This exaggerated scene, it left the global audience in a dead silence. Originally there were many other viewers who didn't know what it meant to be the store manager of the Blood Moon restaurant. Now under the Old Creepy scared out of his wits performance, they could all feel the shivers from it. The reality of power is also fascinating. Not to mention power in a weird world. With power comes strength. Even if Yun Pillow Moon didn't mention a word about it, even if she just cast a glance, these are augmented by her status as store manager, enough to make the soul of a normally unscrupulous night creep tremble in fear. More than that, he craved her mercy in an almost self-inflicted way, regardless of the country's audience. Except for Rokoku, neither had ever seen Creepy so afraid of a human. In this moment they forgot about disputes, just reveling in the lust for power. His heart was even more envious of Yun Pillow Moon, and Lin Wine, who was saved by Cloud Pillow Moon. Also in a dazed trance she saw the old creep who kept kowtowing to her. The eyes of this predecessor, who was known as a great heroine, showed a flash of complex emotions, unnaturally murmured, "Schoolgirl, who the hell are you?" Chapter 24, Lin Wine becomes a supervisor. Global audience explodes with envy. Old Creepy is still kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. You can feel the floor vibrating with every bump, until it knocked him on his head. The entire cheek was covered in blood. The aggravation in Lin Wine's heart dissipated a lot when he saw this. She knew that as an ordinary waitress, she wouldn't get the bad consequences even if she was killed this old creep. And Yun Pillow Moon surprisingly didn't even need to say a single word to already make him scared out of his wits. This all relies on Yun Pillow Moon's identity. Store manager. As Lin Wine's heart was filled with shock, he couldn't help but feel a hint of inferiority complex. She knew that if she let old creepy kowtow any longer, she was afraid it would not end well. After all, he's a regular customer. Basically, I come to the Blood Moon restaurant several times a month. By the time Yun Pillow Moon was gone, she would still have no one to turn to, and she might even be retaliated against. Schoolgirl, almost there. Lin Wine, with blood in his throat, coughed and sat at Yun Xiaoyu's side. I forgive him. When hearing this, the old creepy heart was delighted, but he still didn't dare stop himself. The creepy manager aside swept him off his feet in disgust at the sight, saw that the carpet was stained with blood, and turned his head to change his face again. His face was filled with remorse and guilt. Shopkeeper, the little man is late. Please punish the store manager. Manager Guile said with all sincerity. No, you're just in time. I was about to call you. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head as she sniffed. Thank you, Shopkeeper-sama, for your generosity. Manager Guile sighed in relief, his heart in his throat falling slowly. He was afraid that Yun Pillow Moon would blame himself for failing to supervise and letting her friend get hurt. Think about it. Manager Creepy's eyes grew colder and colder as he looked at old Creepy. A touch of invisible killing intent refracted from his pupils. I wonder what the Shopkeeper-sama wants to do with him. Manager Guile stood at Yun Xiaoyu's side and inquired. When hearing this, old Creepy's body shuddered all of a sudden, knowing that the moment to decide his fate had arrived. So he lifted his head slightly, his eyes full of weeping, acting full of remorse. But there was more than a hint of a dark thought in the back of his mind. The store manager he would never dare to mess with again. But what about the other little mouse? He could see that this little mouse had no identity. There were ways he could catch her when the store manager left, without both Cloud Pillow Moon and Lin Wine noticing. The old eerie pupils bred a touch of grimness, and again, this happened to be captured by Manager Guile. The corner of Creepy Manager's mouth moved slightly without saying anything. Yun Pillow Moon was also in trouble when she saw this. She was already a very kind person. It did make it a little difficult for her to put an end to the old shenanigans herself, but if she let the old Creepy go, she was a bit reluctant. Can't you see that your favorite schoolmate, Lin Wine, almost died because of him? And that's when it happened. Manager Creepy uttered a scolding. Get out of here. Can't see our store manager is too lazy to pay attention to your crap. Rat-like filth. Talking to you is defiling our store manager's mouth. Get the hell out of here. Hear that? Old Creepy was full of surprises, but he still kept that moving face. The last kowtowed, and the reparations thrown on the floor were not even glanced at. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your enlightenment. He turned away in a hurry, and seeing his back, Manager Creepy signaled with his eyes to the equally stern-looking foreman Creepy next to him. The latter understood in a second, followed quietly, and Yun Xiaoyu saw the eye contact between the two. Her lips parted, but no words came out. See the situation. The Dragon Nation viewers watching the live stream side. How could you let him go? This old man deserves to be killed. Yeah, let him go in case he comes back to retaliate. Cloud Pillow Moon is still too merciful. If he were a player from another country, he would probably have killed him. And I don't know if this kindness is good or bad. Who says it isn't? But this kindness will eventually turn into a great danger. Soon, Manager Creepy turned his head and removed a dark red necklace from his neck. It was a necklace woven from countless translucent vein-like silk threads, with a blood-red gemstone hanging in the center, which appeared to have blood flowing within it. Shopkeeper-sama, this is a small token of my appreciation for your friend. Manager Guile apologized profusely. I can't have it. Cloud Pillow Moon refused. I don't blame you. Because of that, I'm even more grateful to the store manager. I carry this necklace close to my heart. It is called the Bloody Sacred Chain. Your friend can wear it now if he doesn't mind. It can help her heal her injuries, and it's the fastest treatment available right now. Manager Guile advised with utmost sincerity. Healing injuries? Yun Pillow Moon hesitated for a moment. Then he took out the Yin Chi Dan from his pocket. This was what Gu Yuan had told her to bring before she left, saying that she didn't need this. In that case, it's kind of what I bought. Yun Pillow Moon handed the Yin Chi Dan to Manager Guile. The latter gladly accepted. When Lin Wine felt a wave of weakness coming from her body, she also heard Yun Pillow Moon and Manager Guile talking. Seeing Yun Pillow Moon trying to put the creepy manager's necklace on herself, she shook her head slowly, refusing to accept it. She rarely saw the creepy manager on weekdays, but the fact that he wore the necklace every time he saw him was enough to see it as prized. Take it. This is a piece of old Lee's heart. Yun Pillow Moon persuaded. Lao, old Lee? Lin Wine was confused for a moment before realizing that old Lee was referring to Manager Guile, and the tricky manager didn't get mad at that, just nodded slightly. He actually respected Yun Pillow Moon to such an extent? Lin Wine didn't insist anymore. Only his heart felt more and more unfamiliar with Yun Pillow Moon. Yun Pillow Moon saw this and put the bloody holy necklace on her neck. Soon, as Lin Wine's pulse fluctuated, the necklace also wriggled slightly, as if it were alive. The blood inside the gem surged out in a rush, lodging itself into Lin Wine's skin from the vein-like filaments. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid heartbeat sounded. In just 3 seconds, her face was much rosier. 10 seconds later, Lin Wine was cured. Lin Wine was shocked beyond measure. She could feel her body was too good to be true. Even the dark wounds that had been deposited in the body over the past year were healed. However, before she could recover from her shock, only faint footsteps were heard in the distance. The creepy foreman was covered in bloody fury, her face expressionless, and she carried a bloody head in her hand. That head's eyes were round and dead, just the old creepy head. Manager, the trick foreman signaled. Good, well done, Manager Guile said with satisfaction. Did any of the other guests see it? No, I see. Manager Guile nodded with a sniff and added, it doesn't matter if there is. Whoever dares to insult the store manager must die. Lin Wine's gaze once again drifted at the sight. It was like falling into a dream, unable to distinguish the border between reality and dream. Turns out Manager Creepy wasn't ready to let go of the creepy at all. It dawned on her. Yun Pillow Moon didn't say forgive. Then the creepy has to die. No matter how far to the ends of the earth you run, your head will be cut off as a punishment. At this point, Manager Guile said slowly to her, do a good job. With the store manager's connections, Blood Moon Restaurant won't treat you badly. How many Gue coins did you make a month before? 7 Guile coins. Lin Wine said subconsciously. It was precious to know that the trickster coins were the only currency in circulation in the trickster world, and each trickster coin contained yin chi, which could help the trickster enhance its strength or recover from injuries. And because of that, all copies are extraordinarily tight on payroll. 7 Guile coins is already considered the upper reaches of what a human can get paid. The creepy foreman on the sidelines makes just over 30 creepy coins a month. Manager Guile frowned slightly at this before announcing, from now on, I'm promoting you to restaurant supervisor, and your salary will be increased to 100 Gue coins per month. This identity card is for you. From now on you'll be the supervisor of the Blood Moon Restaurant, and no creepy will dare to touch a hair on your head. Listen to all of this. Make me the main supervisor? Lin Wine's pupils were already clenched, his entire body numb, and he was so shocked that he was incoherent. From the humblest waiter, the rat in the mouths of the creepy guests, to the honored supervisor of the restaurant, the status can be said to have gone from hell to heaven. And that's all thanks to Yun Pillow Moon, her elementary school sister. Lin Wine was a million times more fortunate at the moment. One afternoon in the library that day, she was kind enough to help her elementary school sister with a question. The kindness of that day, surprisingly, it became a reward for passing through time and came to her on this day. The moment. Seeing the forest wine soar. Just because of this relationship between Yun Pillow Moon, the global audience blew up. Chapter 25, Hansumi's Troublesome Operation. Don't leave the leftovers for Cloud Pillow Moon. The Dragon Nation audience was envious. With Yun Pillow Moon's connections alone, Lin Wine made it to the top in one step. Not only did you get the trick manager's personal trick weapon, it also got the highest human post in the bizarro world besides Cloud Pillow Moon. This is the head of the Blood Moon Restaurant, a sky-high salary of 100 guinea dollars a month. I don't know how many notches higher than the last highest job record train crew. That's being a supervisor? Greedy. If I were to be the supervisor, I'd be willing to pay me 100 Gue coins a month. Don't think about farting around. You know someone else and you're willing to? If you bring this out, you can exchange it for hundreds of millions of dollars. The 100 shenanigans coins that Dahan Kingdom brought in before also blew a long time of greatness, but it turned out to be nothing more than a month's salary for someone else, as opposed to, the other country's audience hated it with red eyes. Especially the people from the great cold country were like dogs seeing. Almost everyone was outraged and cried out that it was unreasonable. It must be known that there are grades of artifacts. They are the remnants, the blood-stained, the dark red, the blood red, the calamitous, and the heavenly doom. The dark red grade artifact of trickery corresponded to none other than night trickery. This is the most precious treasure of many knights and wizards. The world can count them on one hand. The red lotus folding fan given to his marriage partner in the small days, and the only dark red trick weapon in the entire country. In order to get this trick artifact, Little Life even almost went to war with Citigroup. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed and wounded before this trick weapon was taken from the border. That bloody sacred chain, but a dark red grade trick weapon, the most precious treasure of the trick manager, and it's just given away like that? I've heard that this necklace can cure all diseases, including cancer. It's an absolute miracle. Who can bring out this necklace? I'm willing to pay $10 million for it. $10 million? If you can really bring it out, the top brass of the world will grab their heads. Supervisor, why is the Dragon Kingdom so lucky? Everyday trader's luck. This is 100 coins. I've been working my ass off for 3 coins a month before, and she's been working for a month for the same amount of time as I've been working for 2.5 years. Not for a moment. Take Lin Wine's hand. Yun Pillow Moon's mood regained its calmness, and a little happy. Not only did you find your schoolmate, you helped her. If it had a tail, it would probably be up in the air at this point. Mr. Store Manager, it's almost dinner time. Are you hungry now? The cook has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. If you are not hungry, I will ask the cook to postpone it a little. Just as Lin Wine's eyes were filled with complexity, he slowly followed behind Yun Pillow Moon, a fellow creepy foreman warned. It was then that Yun Pillow Moon realized that the day was almost over. That said, it seems like she didn't do anything, just hanging around. It's not? All strolling to the roof. Her stomach rumbled at just the right moment. 2. By the way, you can just call me by my first name if you want. Store manager or something. I'm just not quite worthy, Yun Pillow Moon suggested with a deep breath. All the positional power she had been given had been brought about by her own husband, Gu Yuan. It's a guilty pleasure to be called a store manager. Dare not dare not dare. How dare I call the shopkeeper by his name? Creepy foreman sniffed in fear. Seeing that the creepy foreman was reluctant in 100 ways, Yun Pillow Moon then had a bright idea and said, then I'll ask you to change your name in the name of the store manager. The creepy foreman froze. In the end, he couldn't argue with Yun Pillow Moon, so it was referred to as MS Cloud instead. Well then, since you call me Miss Yun, I should know your name as well, right? Yun Pillow Moon lightly laughed. Always calling me foreman. It doesn't feel very respectful. Miss Yun can just call me Xiao Lu. The trick foreman hurriedly replied. Koyanagi, Yun Pillow Moon said softly. Actually, I don't think you guys need to be so afraid of me. I'm completely incompetent as a store manager. Just a vanity. There is no need for Miss Yun to be presumptuous. The trick foreman shook his head hesitantly. Well, Yun Pillow Moon saw that creepy foreman still insisted on the relationship between honor and inferiority, and furrowed her small nose in distress. Since the Blood Moon restaurant was husband Gu Yuan's property, she also wanted to get along with these subordinates. The first natural thing to do is to become friends. Suddenly, Yun Pillow Moon thought of something, taking Willow's hand as well. She couldn't favor one over the other, and since they were friends, she held them all. MS. Yun. You. Upon sensing the temperature of Yun Pillow Moon's hand, Guile Foreman's body instantly stiffened. She carefully collected the yin chi in her body. Touched emotions were also born inside. This shopkeeper-sama actually didn't mind her lowly status. Reach out to yourself. Creepy Foreman instantly felt the urge to die for his friend. The moment. Yun Pillow Moon is a supervisor with one hand and a foreman with the other. The three were like good girlfriends. Ease your way down from the top of the building. As night falls, the red mist that filled the air spread more and more. The Blood Moon restaurant is also finished for the day. Seeing that the guests are leaving one after another, the women were all exhausted physically and mentally after a busy day. My stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Bang! Handsome dropped the mop in the corner. There was a flash of green and red in his face. I thought it wouldn't take long to sweep the toilet. Who knew some creeps could be so unkempt and rude? Can't you see she's mopping the floor? Come up here and take your pants off. Look at her spicy eyes. The creepy also hemmed and hawed and sprayed his ass everywhere like a shower. Handsome could only pinch her nose and reluctantly go up to clean the dirt. And her shoveling skills, which had skyrocketed a ton of proficiency today. Maybe a few more days of work and I'll be able to move up to expert. If it were any other skill, Handsome would have gone to show it off. But this skill she kept to herself. It's so humiliating. Talk about an ID badge. It's just a janitor. Goddamned Park Doggone. I won't share the same fate as you. When she came into the lobby, it was only then that I realized the restaurant hadn't even prepared dinner for them. The creepy employees, like accountants and managers, eat on the second floor. Leave it to them. But there were only leftovers from the guests. Looking at the leftovers that were the same as dog, all kinds of strange, weird, rotting meat with no known ingredients, and his nose was piled high with fishy odors. Hansumi was so angry that her teeth were itching. Is that all the restaurant is giving us? Feed this garbage to the dogs and the dogs won't eat it. Hansumi complained angrily to the women. Aiko Yamada didn't move. She had 2 steamed buns hidden in her clothes, ready to eat one for herself and offer the other to Yun Pillow Moon. It was just that what made her puzzled was that she hadn't seen Yun Pillow Moon's figure all day. Is it hard to be killed by the creepy foreman? This left Aiko Yamada with mixed feelings. If Yun Pillow Moon was really killed, then it would prove that she was overthinking things. As Aiko Yamada ponders, she coldly hears Hansomi goading the girls to get a statement from the cook. Why don't we join forces and go after the cook? He must have embezzled our meals. Aiko Yamada was full of disdain. And looking for the cook. If I do find him, I'm afraid I'll piss myself. Sure enough, after hearing Handsome's words, the women just looked at each other in disbelief. None of them were willing to step up. Eventually the hunger got so bad that they were forced to start eating those leftovers one by one. Even more so, Aiko Yamada was stunned. Handsome actually came up with another tawdry idea. Don't grab it everyone, I'll distribute it. Hansumi stood in the middle of the women and shouted, 1 table per person. For city, you go over there. For Monkey Nation, you go up to the corner. Now we all share the food. Don't leave it for that asshole in Rikoku. She had a sneer on her face as if she had gotten her revenge. She must have been chastised by the creepy foreman for doing the dirty work all day. By the time she comes and sees nothing left, she might cry out in despair, haha. Everyone hurry up and eat while it's hot. Chapter 26, Shocked Women. Table full of feasts as cloud pillow moons? The moment. The women were already hungry and dim-eyed. If they didn't have to take care of their faces, they might have started scrambling. That was a good offer from Handsome, giving to the crowd an excuse. It's not that they eat leftovers. Rather, it's the spoils of a day of hard, laborious work down the road. Each person underwrites a table. It's if you don't eat, it simply won't last 3 days of work to live. The women also gradually abandoned the last trace of shame. Start chowing down. Not a moment too soon. Grunting and gulping mingled with sucking sounds. From time to time there was the sound of choking from eating too fast. Well, you don't say. The cook does make good food. Missing the fries and burgers from my hometown. Wow, I can't believe there's shredded meat. I've earned it. Eat up, don't leave it for that dragon woman. Go sisters. Actually, leftovers aside, these meals are quite tasty. What leftovers? It's our reward. Yeah, this one dish is sold for several Gu coins. Enjoy too much. Seeing them not only eat, but eat ugly and lie to themselves. Aiko Yamada blushed. She was too disgusted to speak. Just now it was said that dogs don't even eat it. Now eat with your mouth full. Where's the backbone to be a man? What about modesty? Hansumi suddenly saw Aiko Yamada, who was standing still, and she kindly said, "Why aren't you eating? Your table is over there. I saved you a good spot, and there's gravy on that table. You hurry up and eat. All of it. Don't leave anything for that dragon woman. It'll be nice to see her desperate when the time comes. Just think of it." Aiko Yamada, eyes on the scene. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was going blind. It was full of dislike and disgust. I've never seen anyone eat cold food with so much gusto. I don't want to see it. It makes me sick. Still, don't leave it for Yun Pillow Moon. Do they need to steal it from you? Strained brothers. This table of leftovers isn't as good as my dog's. If this were my dining room, I'd just dump the slop bucket. I thought they'd last longer. Relative. The faces of the spectators in other countries are turning green. It's a nasty shame, too. You said you can eat even if you want to. Just sneak and hide and eat. And a distribution system as a way to ostracize the Dragon Nation? Don't you know? She's the store manager? Why do they need to fight with you for this crap? Vegetarian. MS. Sumi may be too hungry. Extenuating circumstances. Yes, it can't be helped if I don't eat this. I have to work part-time for so long every day. Goddamn Blood Moon Restaurant. MS. Nguyen Xian Hong of our Monkey Kingdom is a vegetarian. And she even eats meat? Blood Moon Restaurant treats its employees so poorly, it'll go out of business sooner or later. Actually, these weird foods are kind of clean. Just enough to fill your stomach. To make up for the face. They can only help their female players keep making excuses. As for Yun Pillow Moon, it was tacitly ignored. Just then, thump, a footstep came from upstairs. Aiko Yamada looked up, seeing Yun Pillow Moon pulling a strange woman's hand slowly walk down, and creepy manager and creepy foreman followed the two. Several people had normal expressions on their faces, as if the two creeps were taking it for granted as heels. I wonder what they said, only to see manager Guile walk off to the kitchen. Then he shouted to the cook in the kitchen, "Old Ding, serve the food." Soon, the women were set to serve food in the kitchen, but for a few minutes. The largest table on the first floor of the lobby was filled with various dishes, and all the dishes are well priced, the kind that cost tens of hundreds of Gu coins for any random dish, with a fragrant scent spreading out in all directions. The women's eyes were almost red. A dozen celadon plates with dishes steaming hot, steamed rhubarb fish with scales still intact, braised elbows with an ambersheen, shrimp balls wrapped in a golden fried coating, and a floating bowl of morel mushrooms still dripping with fresh moisture. Under the light, the aroma of the dishes was dense into a light golden mist. These are excellent dishes. It's almost as good as a full banquet, and it's all edible for humans. In comparison, this belly full of leftovers is just as good as garbage. No, it's almost like slop from a slop bucket. Rumble of a stomach. All the women's stomachs began to rumble. Their eyes were full of desire and envy. Is this a big client? Some people were secretly shocked. This table of food was estimated to cost several hundred Gu coins. It's definitely a big customer and has an extremely honorable status. Otherwise it wouldn't have allowed manager Gu to personally arrange it. Hiss, it smells so good. Let me have a bite. Sleep with me all you want. Che, you're crazy. Can that level of creepiness look at you? Shrimp balls are my favorite. I'm so hungry. Feeling completely underfed. The women all whispered inside. Aiko Yamada was also staggered at the sight. Take a table full of feasts. The visitor was bound to be a big customer that even the Blood Moon restaurant had to respect. Maybe a little tip if the service is good? She carefully packed the buns in her pocket. while at this moment, Hansume's eyes flashed with a different color. She didn't feel much for the table and her stomach was full. Seeing Yun Pillow Moon walking towards their side, the heart is still a little happy, because the leftovers were eaten. Nothing left for her at all. Hansume said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hey, isn't this a busy man? I haven't seen you all day today. You're exhausted from a busy day. Aren't you hungry?" Yun Pillow Moon nodded honestly at his words. "I've been wandering around today and am honestly a little hungry." Hansume's eyes lit up at the sight, as if she could see Yun Pillow Moon kowtowing before her and begging for food. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she said, "Unfortunately, all that was edible was eaten by us, but I have a big heart and forgive you for now for offending me before. I've secretly hidden a bowl of porridge. If you can kowtow to me, I might be able to give you this bowl of porridge." Was saying, she tilted her chin proudly, as if she were a proud peacock. Just wait for Yun Pillow Moon's bitter plea. Who knows? Yun Pillow Moon just swept an odd glance at her, and then pressed on and ignored it. Turning his head, he sat down at the table piled high with good food. See the situation. Hansume frowned slightly, confused about what was going on. Looking for death? She muttered under her breath. Sitting privately in the seat of a major client? Think this table is for her? Joke. They, the humble employees, may not be able to afford to buy a single dish in a whole year of work. Soon, eyeing the creepy foreman also came from the distance. Hansume's eyes showed a flash of anticipation. Although Yun Pillow Moon didn't act according to her imagination, but seeing that she took the initiative to commit suicide, then there was no one to blame, waiting to be cleaned up by the creepy foreman. But just then, the scene before her, however, silenced her. She saw the creepy foreman standing respectfully beside Yun Xiaoyu. Then he whispered respectfully, "Miss Yun, the dishes have been served." Handsome froze. It's not just her. Everyone present was also in a daze. No, it isn't. Waiting for the meeting? This dish is for Yun Pillow Moon? Chapter 27, Cloud Pillow Moon confesses, "My husband is awesome." Quiet. The atmosphere in the room fell into a dead silence. It's as if some people's insides silently ruptured. The eyes of the women were filled with disbelief and shock. This big table of delicacies costs hundreds or thousands of guile coins, right? If it's not an overpowered powerful creep, it's at least an earthy creep. How could it be for humans? And for Cloud Pillow Moon, whom they hadn't seen for a day? I had thought she had run off somewhere to feel the fish and be lazy. And the thought of being punished by the creepy foreman. They all tacitly agreed not to leave her any leftovers either. Both were secretly anticipating what she would look like when she broke down. The one thing that people are afraid of is comparison. If Yun Pillow Moon acted even more miserable than them, they would feel that it was okay to work hard for a day. At least they could fill their stomachs and earn some money. But if you tell them, Cloud Pillow Moon didn't do, and enjoy this table of mouth-watering delicacies when you're done, their minds are broken. Seeing that Yun Pillow Moon did not refuse, she took her chopsticks and ate in small bites, and the trick foreman served carefully at her side. The women's jealousy was on the verge of exploding. This isn't right? Lord Foreman, why does she get to eat so well? And we're stuck with leftovers. That's not even fair treatment. Cynical and incoherent, Hansume hurriedly pursued the question to the trick foreman. Female players from other countries are all in the same boat. Yeah, we're all employees. Why does she get to enjoy the food? With so many dishes, she can't finish them all by herself. So why don't we all eat together? Is it hard to believe that this table is the staff meal, and we've all been tricked by Handsome? It's possible that goddamn Handsome tricked us into eating slop. Creepy Foreman's eyes turned cold at his words, as if they were 10,000 feet deep. She stared hard at Handsome. It caused the latter's forehead to break out in a sweat of fear. Then he swept his gaze back to the indignant women. Everyone gradually closed their mouths under her cold as ice gaze. See the situation. It was only then that the trick foreman said coldly, "What are your identities? And dare to compare with Miss Yun, a bunch of lowly slaves. It's a mercy from the restaurant to give you some slop, and you want to eat at the table? Ask yourselves, are you worthy? If you want to eat, you can. Bring the Gue coins. As long as whoever comes up with 900 Gue coins, I'll immediately arrange a table for you." These words deeply pierced the hearts of the women. 900 guineas? Jesus. So many tricky coins they come back to reality to be able to have state dinners every day. Eat for life. What's the point of ordering in this Blood Moon restaurant? Several people's faces turned pale. A heart full of discontent and cynicism could only be forced down. Until Yun Pillow Moon saw Lin Wine wash her hands and greeted her as she sat down beside her. And the trick foreman respectfully said, "Please sit down, Lord Supervisor." This one. Boom. It was like a bomb exploding in the hearts of the women. They finally knew why Yun Pillow Moon could enjoy such treatment. So you know the supervisor of the Blood Moon restaurant? By the looks of it, that's a Dragon Nation guy, too, and the two are holding hands. How could she be so lucky? So it is. Supervisor. Hansume bit her lower lip so tightly that her lips were about to bleed from jealousy. This Yun Pillow Moon guy, why is he a traitorous luck every day? Last time I met a rectifying subordinate. This time I met the same country supervisor. Siba, damn it. All the women thought that Yun Pillow Moon had climbed into a relationship with the supervisor. Only Aiko Yamada's eyes had a thoughtful gleam in them. She saw that the supervisor, whose name was Lin Wine, seemed uncomfortable with the situation. Silence, and always with an afterimage to the creepy foreman. There was a little dodge in his eyes, as if he were facing his superior. The main backbone of the two men and one guile was undoubtedly Yun Pillow Moon. There's absolutely no way she climbed the ladder. Instead, it was like this supervisor had gained something from Yun Pillow Moon. It's just that she has no proof. These are also just guesses. Why exactly is Cloud Pillow Moon respected? And what did she get from Gu Yuan? What exactly was Gu Yuan's status that he could even shake the Blood Moon restaurant? These three questions were deeply rooted in Aiko Yamada's mind. Can't really figure it out. At the same time, her mind grew more and more regretful. Even the 2 buns in my pocket felt bitter. If he could get on good terms with Cloud Pillow Moon in the beginning, probably would have been on the table together for dinner a long time ago. Where's the need to starve? Schoolgirl, can I really eat? The moment. Lin Wine was also rather uncomfortable. All she could feel was the extra weight of the necklace around her neck, and every supervisor from the creepy foreman terrified her as well. It's been a year in the weird world. The once confident and courageous character of the great heroine has long since been worn out. All that was left was to live on, and the thirst for living continued to perpetuate her life. If you were to show her what she looks like now, a year ago, definitely full of disdain and nothing but shame. No way. Environment can change a person's personality. Suddenly she was made in charge, and she was afraid to order shenanigans. Lin Wine's gaze went to the table of food, her eyes dazed and unfamiliar. How proud she was in the past, but now she endured humiliation. She's been a long time. It's been a while since I've had a normal meal. And following Yun Pillow Moon, she guessed that she could eat so well all the time and eat 9 meals in 3 days. Senior sister, just don't worry, no one will dare to bully you from now on. Yun Pillow Moon said, rather distressed at the sight, offered to chuck the shrimp balls into Lin's bowl of wine. Thanks. The corners of Lin Wine's eyes warmed, and she murmured as she lowered her head. Yun Pillow Moon was speechless. The schoolmate she remembered longing for was not like this. Thank you for today. Lin Wine raised her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, a long-lost smile spreading from the corners of her mouth as she said, after helping me so much and making me a supervisor. If this were in the past, I wouldn't have believed anyone who would have told me that nerdy elementary school girl could do such a thing. He. It's nothing. Yun Pillow Moon curled her eyes and giggled. The two talked casually about the old days. Suddenly, Lin Wine asked, do you think I've changed too? No. I didn't think so. Yun Pillow Moon hurriedly shook her little head to deny it. Lin Wine laughed and didn't ask any more questions, only showing the color of memories. It's actually normal. How proud I was in the old days. But since entering the bizarre world, I realized that in fact, all that pride is nothing at all. Strength is honored in the bizarre world. And after I entered the 3 days and was forced to eat slop, all that pride I had suddenly dissipated. Speaking of which, she looked to the overwhelmed Yun Xiaoyu. I envy you then, to be so brave and still keep that original intention, never changing. I don't know how you did all this, but I was able to tell that you were well protected, so good that it doesn't even realize the cruelty and hopelessness of the weird world. That sounds like undermining, but Lin Wine didn't have any malicious intent, so Yun Pillow Moon didn't think much of it. She just lit up at that and said, yeah, I think so too. You don't know, my husband, he's Chapter 28, The Best Guile Wine? Yun Pillow Moon was confused. Isn't this my family's cooking wine? Didn't wait for Yun Pillow Moon to brag about Gu Yuan. Only the trick manager came hurrying from the second floor. He also had a peculiar bottle of wine in his hand, bottle glazed with ominous blood red, like sinking hundreds of years of vermilion. When the light shines on the blood red, the bottle mouth of the pattern is like a living thing, like wriggling. My lord, oldly I still have a bottle of good wine in my collection here. This is not a simple bottle of wine. The former store manager rewarded me for my hard work. The level of this bottle alone is on par with my necklace, not to mention the liquor inside. Having said that, Manager Guile poured a full glass for the two men. The visible bright red liquid is extremely viscous, swirling in a small vortex at the bottom of the jug and giving off an enticing aroma. No, I don't drink. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head and refused. She did have some curiosity about the fact that the wine was Gu Yuan's, but she didn't dabble in alcohol, and had once been able to get drunk with just a sip of white wine. It's okay, it's a special wine. You can't get drunk. Manager Tricky took it upon himself to explain. It not only nourishes the body, but also strengthens the power. And it was thanks to this wine that I was able to break through from nightly guile to red clothes. But the former store manager rewarded me with just this one bottle, and there isn't much of this wine left. Eyes on the scene. The viewers who were watching the live stream were envious. breaking from night creepy to red? This wine is so strong? Yun Pillow Moon does not drink. Bring it to them to drink. Suddenly, an old player in the Dragon Kingdom remembered something. His eyes filled with shock as he sent a message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This, is it hard to believe that this is a blood red level trick liquor? I once worked at the Grieven Sea Winery, and I heard the owner of the winery specifically say, blood red grade trick wine pours out a blood red color and will have a small vortex, representing that the yin qi contained in this wine has been contained to its limit. Humans can't absorb yin qi by drinking it, but it can nourish the body. A lot of redcoats have come to the wine shop to beg for wine, and even offered a sky-high price of 10,000 Gu coins for a small cup. However, the owner of the wine shop refused to sell it, and he only had a small bottle, which was also given to him by someone else, as if he was talking about some big shot. Blood red level trick wine? Crazy. In decades, humans had never acquired a blood red level trick weapon. It must be known that every blood red grade artifact is a beloved possession of red. If any country possessed a blood red level trick weapon, it is bound to cause international disputes. Now you're telling them that this little wine is actually blood red rated? Isn't that a pure waste? Wouldn't it smell good if you sold it or took it and traded it with red for some other blood red artifact? The Dragon Nation audience was dumbfounded. Not. Yun Pillow Moon drank several thousand Gue coins in this one sip? Really fake said Scare People. To really blood red level, Cloud Pillow Moon take to sell the dragon country is not powerful big? Hiss, this creepy manager is so generous that he's willing to give this level of good wine? I've heard that this wine is from the former store manager. And as for who the former store manager is, Gu Yuan. In the meantime, viewers in other countries were in a state of panic. Gu Yuan also knows how to make wine? And make a blood red level of trick wine? The sudden news disrupted everyone's thoughts. The whole Blood Moon restaurant manager thing can be explained. Maybe he got lucky and started out as a small store and took on a good manager to slowly run it. But this brewing technique, if true, in case Yun Pillow Moon really did rip off Gu Yuan at that time, wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom have countless blood red grade trick wine? Earn tens or millions of guile coins casually? This is a heavy blow to any other country. The Rokoku people are making things up again. And there are people who believe such outrageous words. And you're talking about 10,000 coins. Do you think coins are toilet paper? It's just that, even if a disgruntled soul can make wine, at best, it's going to make some garbage. This creepy manager must be bull asterisk 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 ting just to get in his face. Yes, who wouldn't say something nice? They are unaware of it. Gu Yuan does have brewing skills. This technique is still him absorbing other shenanigans. It's just a brew for fun on weekdays. Right now, it's really not good to turn down the kindness of the tricky manager. Yun Pillow Moon brought it up and took a small sip. Indeed, the wine tasted of a long aftertaste, and the moment the liquid slid over his lips, his tongue first tasted the slight acidity of the plum stains, followed by an inexplicable sweetness spreading at the base of his tongue. It was Yun Pillow Moon whose expression was a bit odd. This wine, why does it taste a bit like her house wine? She turned her head, saw the forest wine and tasted it as well. Only the expression on his face was filled with shock, as if he had drunk Yaoji jade liquid, constantly reminiscing about the liquor, and a layer of redness appeared on his cheeks. When his lips and teeth opened, a mouthful of white, cloudy air poured out of Lin Wine's mouth. Aside, the eyes of Han Su-mei and the others who looked at the reddish liquor were about to dip in. They could smell the aroma that made the cells of their bodies crave it intensely. Tone your body and build strength. They want to drink this wine too, hard and tired all day. However, he could only see Yun Pillow Moon here savoring the wine as if no one else was around. How can this make them willing? Eat great meals and drink great wine. It's a life they've only dreamed of. Those present hated to immediately replace Yun Pillow Moon. If only the person sitting in that seat was himself. Gulp. I don't know who gulped. There was a gulping sound from the lobby. How's that for a good drink? Manager Creepy asked with a smile at this point. Pretty good. Yun Pillow Moon nodded awkwardly. It would have been better if it wasn't a drinking wine. She didn't feel the effects of what the tricky manager said about toning her body and so on. Of course it could have been too much cooking wine earlier. Drinking more now won't help. Seeing Yun Pillow Moon did not show an expression of joy as expected. Manager Guile was mentally stunned, secretly shocked at her performance. Drinking this superbly tricked out wine doesn't change his face. It was enough to see how extravagant the store manager lived on a regular basis. Think about it. He pulled a cigar from his pocket. I've got another cigar here. Dark red grade. You want to try it? This one isn't strong either. A human smoking it is estimated to prolong life by a year. This one is even. Yun Pillow Moon really hated tobacco. Her head shook like a rattle, and the other side saw the trick cigar in the trick manager's hand. Hansumi and the others were about to cry with envy. What kind of family is this? Wine and cigars again. A year longer life expectancy with a puff? How dare she not want this kind of baby? This loser. Don't give it to them. Guaranteed to immediately take a few hard sips and give this cigar a finish. Woo! Somehow. Suddenly a female player from one country secretly cried. She bit the corner of her mouth. The jealousy in the back of her mind completely pressed. Jealousy could no longer be used to describe Yun Pillow Moon. Can't wait to swap identities with it. This waiter is whoever he wants to be. Chapter 29, The Presidential Suite and the Grocery Room. The Women Who Broke Down. The long dinner hour is over. Hansume's women were all watching with bated breath from the side. But it wasn't until Yun Pillow Moon took the paper towel handed to her by the creepy foreman and wiped her mouth. Neither of them received an invitation to enjoy it together. A few people were angry and hateful. Cheap dragon country woman. So hungry. Haven't you finished eating yet? A little later. Seeing that Yun Pillow Moon and the others had eaten and drunk enough and went upstairs, and there was still a large portion of the table left uneaten, the women's minds began to come alive. After watching this for half a day, the cravings in my stomach have long been aroused. Even Handsome, who was already full, at the moment, looking at the remnants of the golden shrimp balls on the table, he also involuntarily gulped. Wait for the restaurant lobby to become quiet. The women looked at each other. Both found lust in the depths of the pupils of their opposite eyes. Swish! Then a group of people looked like hungry hyenas. Hurriedly, he lunged toward the dining room table. Don't grab it. This shrimp ball is mine. Elbows, and a bite. Oh, it's been so long since I've had elbows. This mushroom soup is so fresh. One more bite, and when you're full, you'll last another 2 days. Damn dragon women. How can they eat so much? Save me a bite. I want one too. The women pick at the remains of the leftovers on the table. The robbery was a heavenly and unrelenting one. For a bite of shrimp balls, pulling hair, tearing clothes, slapping, all kinds of shameless tactics were used. Abandon your face and all dignity and backbone. Don't look at this as a table of leftovers. Yun Pillow Moon has a very small meal, and that supervisor didn't eat much at all. It's completely negligible, and as long as you don't care, it's a hot new table. Aiko Yamada was dumbfounded. She looked at Hansomi like a wild dog pouncing on her. The expression grew more complex, nor were they involved in their actions. Just took out the long cold buns in his pocket and nibbled a few bites. Tastes like chewing wax. And that's when it happened. Knock knock. A heavy footstep came from the distance. The women who were fighting over the leftovers and grabbing for them all subconsciously raised their heads, seeing the tricky chef who weighed a massive amount of weight, like a small mountain. It was walking with an icy face carrying the bone chopper. His feet were heavy, and the brightly colored blood on his apron looked especially chilly. The women stopped moving, and Hansumi, who had her head down, didn't notice. She had just gloated over snagging a shrimp ball. However, before she could put it in her mouth, pop, a thick slap hit Handsome in the face as if it were a bushel. Plop, the ball of shrimp in her hand then flew up and fell far away. Hansume was also slapped to the ground by this slap, half unable to get up, only to feel her right cheek swelling up violently. Drilling pain covered her mind, and her blank eyes were filled with anger. Thought it was someone who wanted to grab that shrimp ball from her. Who? The creepy chef's expression was grim, and that bone chopper was raised high in the air. Hansumi just raised her head to see the scene, froze her right in her tracks with fear. A wave of warmth slowly emerged from his lower body. Bang! Just when Handsome thought that she was bound to die. Instead, creepy chef stuck the bone chopper on the dining room table. Then, cold as ice, he said, "What are you doing?" The words fell. A dead silence fell over the room. All the women dared not go back for more. At this point, the female player from the Monkey Kingdom commiserated. "My lord, we've been working all day. Isn't it okay to eat some leftovers?" It spoke to their hearts. Shouldn't the Blood Moon restaurant be so heartless as to not even allow leftovers to be thrown away? The creepy chef sniffed coldly, his meat crumb-stained lips and teeth deprecatingly saying, "It doesn't matter if it's normal leftovers, but this is leftover from Miss Yun's food, stained with her breath, and you don't deserve to eat it." What? Again? Unworthy. The Monkey Nation female player's face was pale, and her chest was heaving with anger. I didn't realize that the Blood Moon restaurant had looked down on them to such an extent. The women also couldn't believe the icy voice they heard in their ears. To say that Yun Pillow Moon climbed into the relationship can enjoy the delicacies they endured. If you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. But you say they don't even deserve her leftovers? These leftovers are not eaten or fed to the rats in the slop bucket. Are they worse than rats? All the women wanted to retort the angry spray, but none of them dared to open their mouths due to the ferociousness of the tricky cook's aura. Under his duress, a few people were forced to endure the heartache, dumped most of the table leftovers into a dirty slop bucket. Not only that, creepy chef also took them into the staff lounge for the evening. It says lounge, but it's really just the grocery room. Only a few cockroaches scuttled out of the shadows of the stacks of aged cardboard boxes, rustling across the sticky floor, mold patches snaking in the corners, and a puddle of acrid liquid slowly dripping down the wall. Not only was the place small and shabby, it was also filled with a mess of foul-smelling debris. You'll sleep here tonight. Remember not to make noise, or I don't know what will happen at night. Creepy chef reminded coldly, then turned to leave. 9 female players remain. Dumbfounded, he stared at the scene before him. How can I sleep with it right here? It stinks. Vomit. And cockroaches and rats. It's disgusting. All of the women were sickened by the smell. Some of them almost even spit out the meal they had just eaten. A sudden suppressed shudder came. Why is there still? Hansumi covered her swollen cheeks and subconsciously looked, and really found a puddle of dog from the corner. Just this place. It's really not as clean as the toilet. There are 9 of them here. Even if they were all crammed together, I don't think there would be any open space to put their feet out. If this mess isn't shoveled, there are probably even fewer places to sleep. To sleep tonight. Hansume took a deep breath and covered her face. All of you get out of the way. Let me. Seeing all the women suffer from unfair treatment, viewers in other countries complained indignantly. This cook who owed money to Aiko-san's husband before has such a bad attitude. Leftovers aren't even allowed anymore. For God's sake, is this treating them like they're nothing more than rats? Asshole, you call such a small place a restroom? Why didn't the dragon woman come? And what gives her the right to rest somewhere else? Can the store manager do whatever he wants? Just as the global audience was filled with righteous indignation, suddenly, everyone saw the screen. Handsome actually squatted down and shoveled the away with a small shovel. The shovel was then held up like a flag. Her face was still colored with pride. The hearts of the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom went cold when they saw this. Quite a few people had a breakdown in their minds. Cloud Pillow Moon of the Dragon Kingdom goes to the Blood Moon restaurant to eat and drink. What about their country's Handsome? I can't believe that practice makes perfect, and I'm pushing my poop shoveling skills to new heights. Can you die a death? In the meantime, the trick foreman, Sayuri, will lead the way. Yun Pillow Moon and Lin Wine came together to the deepest part of the 4th floor of the hotel. There is a most exclusive room here that is not open to outsiders on weekdays. MS. Yun, the presidential suite has arrived. I'll take my leave for now. If there's anything, you can contact me on this creepy cell phone. The creepy foreman carefully took out a cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Yun Pillow Moon. Cell phone? Yun Pillow Moon was surprised for a moment. The cell phone she brought in had no signal. Yes, this creepy cell phone has a signal, so you can make a call or a video. Have a good night's sleep. The creepy foreman laughed softly and left after that. The two left behind. Yun Pillow Moon and Lin Wine were wide-eyed. Soon, Yun Pillow Moon took the lead and pushed open the door to the room. Just saw the view from the door of the room. She then subconsciously widened her eyes. Whoa! Chapter 30, Trifolding Cell Phone that Connects Reality and the Weird World? I just saw that the whole room was huge, and I couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It's just like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Yun Pillow Moon curiously pulled Lin Wine into the room. Look around. This one room is probably bigger than the entire restaurant lobby. Only the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room provide a replica of the neighborhood, and the lavish crystal chandelier casts crushed diamond spots of light on the floor. Hiss. Yun Pillow Moon's fingertips carefully scratched across the grain of the leather sofa, as if touching silk that had been soaked in ice water, and a glass of champagne was oozing fine beads of water on the table. Rolling his eyes, he came back to the bathroom, saw the onyx tub steaming with mist. A fragrant molecule of rose oil spread out in all directions with the dense heat mist. Beyond that, there is also a gym, spa room, study. Yun Pillow Moon was like entering a small palace. Look at the eye candy. Even the toilet is actually smart. If we didn't say it was in the weird world, I'm afraid we'd think it was a 5-star hotel in reality. So nice this room. I've never lived in such luxury. Yun Pillow Moon's eyes were happy as she constantly marveled at Lin Wine. Lin Wine's eyes were also filled with shock at his words. Although she had worked as a waitress at the Blood Moon restaurant for a year, she had never had the opportunity to enter this room, this presidential suite. Even the manager doesn't have the authority to use it. I heard earlier that it was for the store manager. It was also thanks to Yun Pillow Moon that she had the chance to catch a glimpse of it. Before meeting Cloud Pillow Moon, Lin Wine's mindset was, what scene haven't I seen before? After meeting her, Lin Wine mentality is, I've never seen a scene like this before. Eat great meals, drink great wines and stay in luxury homes. Yun Pillow Moon took her to a hard luxury. Not only did Lin Wine's heart grow envious and grateful to Yun Pillow Moon, even more so, he vaguely felt a bit inferior. Shaking his head, he pushed the subtle emotions to the back of his mind. When she heard Yun Pillow Moon was telling her to look at the large bathtub, Lin Wine pulled her hair back from her ears and hurried over. See this scene. Viewers in other countries are cynical to the core. Why should female gamers in their country be limited to grocery rooms? And Yun Pillow Moon gets to stay in this presidential suite? Floor-to-ceiling windows again and a spa room. You call this the bizarro world? Why don't you say you're here on vacation? Are you crazy? Arranging such a nice room for a human? Who made her husband the store manager? And what with the real estate license? Hey, it's just this one copy. 2. waiting for the next assignment. It's time for our country's marriage partner to make a push. Right. I don't believe all his real estate deeds are real. Let's end this mission quickly. I don't want to see it anymore. Not for a moment. Yun Pillow Moon finished exploring the entire room. Sitting on the couch, he pulled out the cell phone that the creepy foreman had given him. Is there really a signal? Yun Pillow Moon held her cell phone curiously. The only thing you can see is that the body of this phone has no branding and feels like the scales of some cold-blooded animal. When Cloud Pillow Moon's fingertips gently touched the screen was suddenly flooded with a ghostly red light. He didn't wait for Cloud Pillow Moon to react. Ding! A text message was sent automatically. New user detected. You are automatically bound to this creepy cell phone. The rest of the users will not be able to unlock it unless they have permission. When the phone is automatically unlocked, Yun Pillow Moon was surprised to find that this cell phone could even be pulled apart. With 3 screens. Nice guy. It's still a trifold? Are cell phones in the weird world so high-tech? Yun Pillow Moon's mind suddenly thought of an advertisement line. Triple folded. Any way you fold it with a face. When this phone is put into reality, I guess it can be sold for more than $10,000, right? Especially paired with the ability to automatically bind users. It's extra sweet for those with higher sensitivities. Yun Pillow Moon tapped on the contact function, and sure enough, it was blank. Suddenly an idea struck. It occurred to me that I could call Gu Yuan, but can he get it on his end? Yun Pillow Moon ghostly dialed her cell phone number. Her useless cell phone had been sitting in the closet. Toot toot toot. 3 seconds later, surprisingly, the call went through. Gu Yuan's familiar voice came from over there. Yun Pillow Moon is full of surprises. Not seeing Gu Yuan for a day is very nostalgic. Husband, can you hear me? She asked, holding the phone to her mouth. I can hear you. Honey, why are you calling me here? Gu Yuan on the other end of the phone laughed lightly. Did you get your cell phone from someone at the Blood Moon restaurant? Yeah, Yun Pillow Moon said with a bright light in her eyes. They're so nice to me. They did me a favor today, invited me to dinner, and finally lent me this cell phone. That's good. I made the cell phone you're holding, so you can just call and send videos. Gu Yuan said casually. He had killed an electronic-savvy creep, absorbed his abilities, and made many cell phones to give to his subordinates so that they could be easily contacted. The phone was also the one he had left at the Blood Moon restaurant, and could change its shape according to the user's heart. It can be turned into a ledger, a book, or even a mirror without changing its function. Really? Husband, you're awesome. Yun Pillow Moon was shocked. The two chatted casually about a lot of things. Most of the time it was Cloud Pillow Moon sharing what she had seen and heard today. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and agreed. Lin Wine, standing at the other end of the couch, was filled with envy. She hadn't seen her family in a long time. This cell phone can even make phone calls, so I'm afraid it's a trick weapon. And it's not low level. What just shocked her was that Yun Pillow Moon had gotten married in a year. Due to his early entry into the bizarre world, Lin Wine did not know about the bizarre marriage. Okay, husband, I know. I haven't seen that cat of yours yet. I'll ask old Lee about it later. Finally, the chit-chat went on for almost half an hour. Yun Pillow Moon hung up the phone reluctantly. She looked at the screen and realized that her phone was still fully charged. This phone doesn't even use electricity? Turning his head, Yun Pillow Moon saw that Lin Wine was in a trance. She thought of something, and then suggested, Sister, do you want to call your family? Hear that? The other country's audience finally had a chance to taunt Yun Pillow Moon, laughing his ass off and calling his family. It's not even a world. You really think that cell phone of yours is so powerful that you can call across the world? If you can really get through, this cell phone is at least a dark red artifact. Dark red? I think blood red might not even be enough. It's still really naturally dumb. Gu Yuan believes whatever he says. Right now, when Lin Wine heard Yun Pillow Moon's kind words, she shook her head. My family is in reality. It's impossible to contact them. You can try it out first. Senior sister, maybe this cell phone will work. Lin Wine couldn't stop the enthusiastic Cloud Pillow Moon. She smiled bitterly, not holding her breath. After Yun Pillow Moon took the initiative to unlock her phone, she dialed a familiar string of numbers. Toot toot toot. A heart-stopping sound came. No one connected. Thought so. Neither is in the same world. It would be strange to actually get through. Lin Wine's mouth was bitter. Just as she wanted to return the phone to Yun Pillow Moon. Hey! Coldly, a familiar yet unfamiliar thud came. When that sound was heard, Lin Wine's heart stopped abruptly for a split second at this moment. The pupils of his eyes instantly tightened, and his originally calm expression was filled with shock and disbelief. The phone, it actually got through? What on earth is Cloud Pillow Moon's hubby? Chapter 31. Can you really get through? Shocked Lin Wine. Your husband is not that simple. Yeah, it's me, Mom. I've been dispatched to a foreign country by my company, and it's been a pretty good year. It's not that I don't want to call. Mainly, there's no chance of getting a calling card over here. Yes, won't I call you now? Don't you cry, I'll be back. You reassure Dad too. I'm alright. Lin Wine's eyes reddened, fighting back the grief to talk to my mother. The hoarse voice from the other end of the line added to her pang. She couldn't have dreamed of it. The fact that she would be able to talk to her family one day, even if it was just for a moment, fulfilled her dream. Her heart gave birth to an infinite gratitude towards Cloud Pillow Moon. Even more so, he was shocked by Yun Pillow Moon's husband's magical powers. It's not just the store manager who makes wine, it also makes phones with such unbelievable features. It was far more mysterious than the red-clad creeps she'd seen. And see this situation. The global audience was in a daze. Nice guy, you actually dialed it? Is it that amazing? When the distance between two worlds doesn't exist, huh? No, where's this signal coming from? Is it possible that there are signal towers in this weird world? Can you order me one? I'd like to talk to my bizarro world husband too. With this cell phone, won't you be able to contact the real world at any time? Fake, right? There's no way this kind of cell phone exists. The other side. Scientific Research Headquarters. Wang Xiuwen had just taken a sip of hot tea. It came out with a poof. His eyes were about to glaze over. The ability to ignore the distance between the bizarre world and reality and forcefully dial a phone call, a ghostly cell phone like this, was unheard of in all his world. This is if we can get the Ministry of Scientific Research to get through to Cloud Pillow Moon, or go toe-to-toe with the next Dragon Kingdom marriage player. Wouldn't that give you a unique advantage? They could have arranged a think tank as a way to help marry players. This phone, why does it kind of look like the trifold that Daisy just released? One of the minions said in amazement. Daisy's cell phone? Wang Xiuwen was shocked in his heart and hurriedly asked after him. They can develop this kind of cell phone? Quickly, go invite the chairman of Chrysanthemum Cellular over. If he can really come up with this kind of cell phone, it would be a great credit to the entire Dragon Kingdom. That minion smiled bitterly at the words. I'll get you in touch, and you shouldn't get your hopes up. Soon, Science and Technology dialed the number of the director of Daisy's cell phone. The chairman over there is having a briefing. Suddenly I got a call and people were dumbfounded. Almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. A cell phone that can contact the weird world? What a mysterious triple fold. If they could really develop it, why would they need to be sanctioned by City? Is this some high-profile person deliberately teasing them about the Chrysanthemum Group? Soon, Lin Wine then ended the call, returned the cell phone to Yun Pillow Moon. She could no longer contain her curiosity about the husband that Yun Pillow Moon spoke of. Schoolgirl, how come you got married the year I came in? And it's hard to believe that your husband is. Lin Wine, after much speculation, pretty much knew about Gu Yuan being weird. Hee. Yun Pillow Moon covered her mouth and let out a snicker. You don't know, senior sister, but my husband lives in the past life neighborhood. Past life neighborhood? Lin Wine was so shocked that his entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. She knew that it was an S-rank copy, and had heard that it was extremely dangerous with all the knights and wizards in it. His husband even lives there. Is it hard to believe he's a red shirt? Also right, if it's a red shirt, the store manager and all that makes sense. It's like this. It all started the day I heard about the weird marriage. Yun Pillow Moon sat on the sofa and told Lin Wine about how she met Gu Yuan. Hear these words. Lin Wine's breathing gradually became rapid. Light floated up in the pupils of his eyes cast by his eyelashes. His eyes gazed straight at the smiling Yun Xiuyu, as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in this world. Yun Pillow Moon probably didn't realize how terrifying Gu Yuan was, but the thoughtful Lin Wine thought of it, thinking far more than Cloud Pillow Moon. So that's it? Weird marriage? I didn't realize players could get so much help these days. A stack of real estate deeds and a membership card. Schoolgirl, this husband of yours may be far more frightening than you think. Lin Wine gulped and slowly spat out. Scary? Yun Pillow Moon was puzzled. Hubby is very gentle. It's not scary. No, I'm not talking about that aspect, but about his strength. Lin Wine was secretly shocked and filled with envy. He might actually be something more than what you think he is. What's wrong with living on the third floor? Some powerful creeps don't give a damn about those rules. Think about it, at that creepy store, if you hadn't shown your membership card, would that manager have let you work? The rule treaty of the bizarre world is extremely strict, and it's impossible for those bizarre to violate the rules without authorization. Unless, there is a creepy appearance that can break any rule at will? Hearing this, Yun Pillow Moon was also confused for a moment. Seeing her face as she couldn't figure it out, Lin Wine could only smile and sigh. Let's just say stupid people get stupid. It was probably because of this natural dullness of the schoolmate that Gu Yuan liked her so much. You know about Agri, right? And your husband is probably the equivalent of a Brahmin. So do you get it? Yun Pillow Moon sat obediently, well-behaved and conscientious, but can't understand it. Seeing this, Lin Wine was helpless and gave up the idea of delving into Gu Yuan's identity. Bedtime. Yun Pillow Moon was a bit sleepless. Doesn't her husband have more real estate deeds and more ability? Why did you hear Lin Wine talk as if he was invincible? Can't figure all that out. Yun Pillow Moon suddenly remembered what Gu Yuan had said when he arrived, that he had a cat. So she picked up her cell phone and dialed the shenanigans manager. Excuse me, are there any cats in the restaurant? Cat? On the other end of the line, there seemed to be silence for a moment. Then manager creepy coughed, with a hint of distraction. Why is shopkeeper-sama asking about this all of a sudden? I haven't seen any cats since I've been here at the Blood Moon. Ha? Yun Pillow Moon blinked her eyes. This wasn't right with what Gu Yuan said. Is it hard to believe that the cat is secretly hiding? The puzzled Yun Pillow Moon didn't look deeper. Just said thank you then hung up the phone. Looks like the next 2 days are going to be spent actively looking for it. The other side. Late night. Handsome woke up from her nightmare. The pupils of her eyes covered in blood. Can't sleep. Couldn't sleep at all. In such a small space. Some people grind their teeth. Some talk in their sleep. And some snore. This was particularly hard for the always pampered Handsome. She removed the monkey woman's foot from her chest, filled with resentment. All those leftovers from the afternoon meal are pretty much digested now. Cold, thirsty, hungry, tired. These 4 negative states are stacked together. It made her feel like her life was hopeless. Handsome sneaked open the door to her room and burrowed out, wanting to go to the back door to blow off some steam. Tiptoe through the hotel lobby. And just a moment after she had just opened the back door, sound of a crash. The heavy sound of chains rang out. Handsome snapped. Suddenly he realized that a sharp short knife had appeared on his neck at some point. Don't kill me. Her legs went limp, and she begged for mercy in fear and wonder. And the being that stabbed at her in the darkness suddenly froze at the sound of the voice, then said with an agitated face, Someone from the Great Cold Kingdom? Chapter 32, Revenge for the Blood Moon Restaurant? Top red in the basement. Yeah, I'm from the Great Cold Kingdom. Don't kill me. Take my life. Our great cold country is so vast that we can give you anything. You want trick coins, or trick artifacts. As long as my great cold kingdom has them, it's all negotiable. Hansume was frightened and gave out her old secrets in a confused manner. Oof, I knew it was someone from the great cold kingdom. You begged for mercy without moving. Spineless thing. Upon seeing Handsome's ugly face, the talent hidden in the darkness grunted coldly and slowly emerged. He was seen waddling out of the trash can with a clatter, wearing a tattered jacket. Greasy hair hanging in locks over his forehead, and cloudy eyes deep in their sockets. The whites of his eyes yellowed. Both legs were bound and restrained by a dark red chain, and the dried legs were covered in dried blood. The whole thing looked extremely pathetic, like a wild dog locked up next to a trash heap. Upon seeing the man's contempt for the Great Cold Kingdom, the spectators of the Great Cold Kingdom were on fire. Which country's son of a is this, slandering our Great Cold Kingdom without permission? Sumi-san said that to confuse him on purpose. Right, she's not spineless. I think this person might be from the Dragon Kingdom, like a wild dog raised here by the Blood Moon Restaurant, only able to eat garbage and drink sewage every day. Wait a minute, this guy looks a little familiar to me. Just as the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom angrily cursed this person, suddenly someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this Young Jun? This is an old player, and likewise a native of our Great Cold Country, one of the 250 Gue coins that Han Somi brought out. He was even awarded the Order of Defense by the Supreme Leader of our Great Han Country. You guys look closely, he's just lost too much weight, but you can vaguely make out the outline. Upon hearing that this person was actually from the Great Cold Kingdom, and it's still when they're heroes, the people of the Great Cold Kingdom were shocked. Many people rushed to search out Young Jun's picture. Contrast that with the scruffy, dirty men on the screen. It really turned out to be the same person. How could, with this man's appearance, be our hero? How did Lord Young Jun become like this? Damn Blood Moon Restaurant. That manager must have imprisoned him. No wonder he was able to recognize Han Sume at a glance. So he is also from the Great Cold Kingdom. This was hard for the audience in the Big Chill Country. If someone else had said that Handsome was spineless, they would have gone up and retorted. But this man was actually the hero of the Great Cold Kingdom. That's an internal thing. Many people bellyached to Young Jun, complaining that he shouldn't have commented on Han Somi indiscriminately, causing them to lose face. Soon, Young Jun lowered the short sword in his hand, when he saw that Han Sume was relieved, but then her gaze trembled, as if she was always ready to escape. He coughed heavily. A wisp of blood welled up from deep in his throat. Don't run away. My name is Young Jun. I'm also from the Great Cold Country. You should recognize me, right? Young Jun? When she heard this name, Han Sume, who was just about to pull her legs out and run away, froze in place. She really did recognize the name. Rather than that, there wasn't a single person in the Big Chill Country who hadn't known the name since the spooky revival. Need to know. She saw Young Jun on TV when she was still in school. At that time, he was in the limelight, shaking hands and talking to the Supreme Leader, and had been in the green room. At that time, Young Youngjun was also regarded as the dream lover by countless young girls, but since 5 years ago, Young Youngjun has disappeared and various reports have dwindled, until Handsome recalled his appearance from her mind. True bonded with the man who looked like a wild dog in front of him. Elder Zhang, how come it's you? I'm a fan of yours. I've been following all those things you've been doing. I still remember the way you ascended to the green tile platform, smiling and encouraging the national audience that there was nothing to fear from weirdness, and that it would surely be conquered by our great cold kingdom, Handsome kept saying excitedly. Young Youngjun's eyes also showed a slightly reminiscent color when he sniffed, but soon he became wary, and hastily said, keep your voice down, don't let those creeps hear you. Okay. Handsome closed her mouth. By the way, can you help me pull that barrel over there? I don't know what's going on with them today. That's all that's in the slop bucket. Young Youngjun pointed to the slop bucket not far away. That's yesterday's slop bucket. There is still some residue in it. And today's slop bucket turned out to be exceptionally strange. So many leftovers disappeared, which made Young Youngjun wonder. A situation that hadn't occurred in 5 years. Hansumi was embarrassed for a moment at first. The leftovers were pretty much eaten by them, so of course there was nothing in the slop bucket. But the fact that Young Youngjun wants to eat garbage straight from the slop bucket is still too much for her to handle. Elder Zhang, is it hard for you to eat dash? Don't call me senior. I'm not that qualified. Young Youngjun licked the corner of his mouth and said, filling your stomach first is most important. Helped him pull over the slop bucket. Under the gaze of Handsome's hard-to-accept eyes, Young Youngjun looked like he was savoring some kind of delicacy and ate with intoxication, and she gradually learned the truth from him. It turns out that 5 years ago, he re-entered the bizarre world and just happened to end up at the Blood Moon restaurant. At that time, the Blood Moon restaurant was quite good to him, and did not care about his human identity, not only tube food and drink. Monthly wages are also issued on time, almost made him foreman, but Young Youngjun wasn't satisfied. Because he coveted the revenue of the Blood Moon restaurant, he sneaked into the manager's room one night, trying to steal the revenue's trick coins. However, a failure to pay attention was discovered. He's been bound in trick chains by the trick manager ever since. You have to eat slop every day. The Blood Moon restaurant has since changed its attitude towards humans. How could they go so far? Isn't it just a matter of borrowing a trick coin to keep you locked up for so long? Hansomi is filled with righteous indignation and fights for Young Youngjun. Not borrowing. I just want to steal those trick coins. Young Youngjun didn't know it was being broadcast live. He took it for granted. The weak are the strongest, and it's only natural, so I can't blame anyone for being found out. They can't shut me down though. Speaking of which, he looked at Hansumi with shadowy eyes. Do you want, get back at the Blood Moon restaurant? By the looks of you, you should have suffered a lot, right? Hansumi got excited at the sound of his voice. Of course she wanted to get back at the Blood Moon restaurant hard, even more so. He wanted to trample Yun Pillow Moon hard under his feet. Elder, you have a solution? Of course. Young Youngjun finished his slop and wiped his mouth carelessly with his hand. His rather scandalized gaze went to the other side of the restaurant. Just a small, dilapidated house there. It was cold, eerie, and ominous. There's a basement there. As far as I know, it holds an extremely terrifyingly creepy one, at least for the top red. If you can release it, the entire Blood Moon restaurant will be completely destroyed. Hansumi was stunned at her words. Top red shirt? Is that so risky? Chapter 33, Wang Xiaowen is confused. Is it the cat that is imprisoned? Upon hearing Young Youngjun's bold statement, and the stupid look on Handsome's face, the Dragon Nation audience was shaken. Release the creepy that's being held in the basement? How could she do such a thing to her own detriment? Yun Pillow Moon was the store manager of the Blood Moon restaurant. Many have come to regard the shenanigans at the Blood Moon restaurant as fellow human beings. How can the people of the Dahan Kingdom be so bad? No wonder the Blood Moon restaurant treats humans so poorly. It's all because of this Young Youngjun. Q. Young Youngjun, I thought you were a hero before. She's making a complete enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Thieves, scum, worse things. If this is really released, won't Yun Pillow Moon and the girls all have to die? The audience in the Big Chill country was very different. They all rushed to support Hansomi and Young Youngjun. Something that goes against the mainstream discourse and feels out of place. It was also drowned in the high emotions of revenge. It's no one's fault. Young Youngjun has a point. The weak are the strongest. Whoever made the Blood Moon restaurant treat mess Sumi so poorly deserved to be destroyed. Hey, I'm the store manager. I'll make your whole store disappear in a minute. Young Youngjun is the hero of our Dahan Kingdom. Release it. It must be released. The other side. Scientific Research Headquarters. Many of the staff members were grimacing. It's good to see the Dragon Kingdom well ahead of the pack. Turns out handsome they even tried to put out shenanigans? If Yun Pillow Moon was really killed by her, what's the difference between this and digging up the lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom? Minister, We can't let her out. Yoon Pillow Moon absolutely cannot die. She's the best hope for Raider Creepy. How about we report to our superiors to put pressure on the Great Cold Kingdom? Or find a way to use Yoon Pillow Moon's cell phone to reach her? A staff member anxiously said to the thoughtful Wang Xiuwen. Wang Xiuwen, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He shook his head. No need. It's not as serious as you think. If what he was thinking wasn't wrong. Wang Xiuwen's gaze was firmly fixed on the small house in the screen. This house holds. It's hard not to be. The idea is extremely bold. Even Wang Xiuwen was taken aback by his own brainchild. His mind was only in a trance and shock. Top Reds. Cat? Finally. Handsome still couldn't hold back the hatred in her heart. She agrees to Young Youngjun's revenge plan. If only we could release the horrible being in the basement. That's when the Blood Moon restaurant would be completely destroyed. Young Youngjun will take advantage of the chaos to escape. And the ones who look down on her, who repeatedly say that she doesn't even deserve to eat leftovers, creepy foreman, creepy cook, including the evil creepy manager, will also be completely killed. Sure, what moved Handsome the most was, with Yoon Pillow Moon's relationship with the supervisor, she would definitely not run away and would inevitably fade away with her. By then the part-time job would be forced to be interrupted and she would be able to go straight home. This plan literally kills 3 birds with 1 stone. To say the only bad thing, it could be that she would be in danger as well. Just remember, every day at 5 p.m. when the restaurant is at its busiest, the creepy manager will be making a trip out. I see him at the back door every day, and you only have 10 minutes. During this 10-minute gap, his manager's office would be empty and the key would be in the bottom drawer on the right side of the desk. Once we get the key, the plan is a big success. At that time, you will first help me to open the chains, and then use the key to unlock the seal. The plan will be successful. Young Youngjun's words echoed in his mind at all times. Handsome sneaks back into the grocery room. Her heart was extraordinarily excited, highly energized. Even the parched belly couldn't feel the hunger. No wonder creepy cook won't let them run around. It turned out to be jealous of that horrible existence. Han Su-mei was like discovering a new continent. She could already fantasize about these abominable shenanigans and the brutal image of Yoon Pillow Moon's death at the hands of that horrible creep. She went back to the corner, her reddened eyes staring at the ceiling in death. No sleep all night. The next day, another busy day. Han Su-mei is like a chicken blood. Work is extra strong. She was seen all over the restaurant, humming with a mop, cleaned up the dining room. She was happy to work with or without being pushed. The women looked amazed for a moment, thinking that she had taken the wrong medication. They work part-time but are just mucking about. Is it possible that Han Somi wants to change sides? Yamada Aiko was the only one who only felt a chill in her heart. She always had a bad feeling about it. Whenever Handsome does something perverse, often there is something unknown behind the scenes. Can mop the floor. It's not much of a conspiracy, is it? Rolling eyes. The time was then about to come to 5 p.m. Handsome inhaled and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. She crept up the stairs when no one was looking. The target was none other than the manager's office on the 2nd floor. But just as Hansumi took the mop and mopped the floor with her head down, an icy voice appeared. It scared her so much that her body stiffened instantly. What's going on, little mouse? Only to see that the trickster accountant happened to be coming down from the 2nd floor as well. Looking at Han Su-mei, she coldly said, "Air." Han Sumi was stunned by this question, and her mental quality was not strong enough for her to almost not directly explain her plan. But once he thought about Yoon Pillow Moon's appearance of eating a big meal and drinking tricky wine, jealousy and hatred instantly flooded the heart. She pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "My lord, Yoon, Miss Yoon asked me to go upstairs and help her mop the floor." MS. Cloud? Go on then, don't keep her waiting. The tricky accountant sniffed without question, nodding. He didn't give Handsome more than a quick glance. In his opinion, these little mice had a humble status and little strength, and couldn't turn any waves. Hansen has avoided a bullet. The road behind is clear. She cautiously made her way to the manager's office, the afterglow of which showed it to be empty, then tiptoed inside, sat down in a chair and began rummaging through the drawers. Sure enough, she found a set of keys at the bottom of the drawer. Handsome was overjoyed. Hastily, he hid the key in his shirt. After a final check and seeing that no traces were left behind, she exited the manager's office. Again, he pretended to have just finished mopping the floor for Yoon Pillow Moon. Back to the 1st floor lobby. The whole act took no more than 5 minutes. Final step. Hansumei's heart thumped as she carried a bucket and pushed open the back door under the guise of fetching water. Young Youngjun is seen leaning against the trash can pretending to sleep. Elder Zhang, I brought the key. Handsome lowered her voice. Come on, hurry up and unlock the door for me. Young Youngjun stood up and hurriedly urged. Handsome saw this and picked up the set of keys and tried them out. But no matter which key, he couldn't open Young Youngjun's shackles. Handsome was sweating with anxiety. constantly gasping for air. She's throwing her weight around. If Manager Guile came back and found the key gone, she would be absolutely killed. After several more tries, I saw how little time was left. Han Su-mei was compelled to cross her heart. I'm sorry, senior. I have to go ahead and let the basement shenanigans out. Upon hearing Handsome's desperate voice, Young Jun's heart went cold, trying to get back at the Blood Moon restaurant though. But it's not like you want to get yourself killed. His pupils clenched in disbelief. What did you say? That creepy comes out. I'm going to die. Don't go. You dash. The words were not yet spoken. Han Somi abandoned Young Jun. Alone, he ran inside the small room. It's over. Young Jun was so disheartened that he instantly collapsed. That basement holds the bazaar extremely scary and violent, and everyone who has seen it has died. It was only by chance that he had heard the news by hearsay. If he really releases it, I'm afraid he'll be the first to die here. Goddamn Handsome. Is it possible that they are all so despicable in the Great Cold Kingdom? Chapter 34, Released Blood Pupil Underworld Cat, Legendary Top Red. Seeing Han Somi abandon Young Jun, the audience from the other 9 countries, including the Dragon Kingdom, laughed. Is this the plastic friendship of your Dahan country? When the time of danger really comes, the first to betray will be the Dahanese. When that creepy appears, I'll see if Young Jun panics. He's digging a hole to bury himself in, but the crisis hasn't been lifted yet, and this idiot had to go and do something stupid. It's not really released. It's definitely not a good thing. Soon, Handsome then ran inside the small room. She clutched the set of keys, knowing there was little time left. Only the darkness in the small room was like sticky ink, and every step Han Su-mei took was as if she was entangled in an invisible spider's web, and a rotten, musty smell burrowed into her nostrils, mixed with the acrid stench of some kind of substance rotting. Just as she took 3 or 2 steps, she came to the basement door, but the scene before her stunned her. Only the basement door was blocked by some substance. It looked like an animal's feces, but it was extremely large, almost as big as a gasoline tank, brown with a strong stench, and extremely solid, almost like stone. If it was anyone else it certainly wouldn't have worked, but Handsome brightened up. Her poop shoveling skills were suddenly put to good use. Tired from a busy day, her poop shoveling skills have been upgraded to expert level. Probably does have a talent for this. Expert poop scooping skills, enough to make her shovel any that exists. Spell it out. Handsome abandoned any sense of reason in the face of imminent death. She happened to find a shovel in the corner of the room and immediately stepped up her efforts and began shoveling the pile of feces sown by some unknown animal. Just under 2 minutes, the massive pile of unidentified objects was then dug out by Handsome in a small corner, just in time to insert the key into the lock that tethers the basement. Click. With a crisp thud, the door opened. Buzz. Shasta. Han Su-mei sensed an extremely cold aura. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet, and his entire body was covered in absolute zero. The soul was frozen for a split second. There came a burst of knife-scraping frostbite. This is. Handsome saw a pair of huge crimson eyes in a trance. As massive as a lighthouse, it locked her body firmly in place. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of Handsome's forehead. This kind of aura was far more terrifying than what Zheng Jun had described. She seems to be in big trouble. In the meantime, Yun Pillow Moon was chatting with Lin Wine on the roof of the building, talking about how exactly to find Gu Yuan's cat. Suddenly, boom, an earth-shattering noise exploded. The entire Blood Moon restaurant, including all the copies in the surrounding area, trembled. It was as if some horrible being was about to break out of the ground. Both Yun Pillow Moon and Lin Wine were startled, looking toward the downstairs. Only the earth suddenly trembled violently, and the road in front of the Blood Moon restaurant cracked open with spiderweb-like gaps. A densine chi visible to the naked eye converged from the red mist and drilled into the sky. Gradually a horrible rainstorm developed. The entire sky was as if it was pressed down. The wind swept the violent rain, and the deep black raindrops suddenly invaded down like sharp blades. A moment ago it was foggy and misty, and then it was like the end of days. What's going on? Yun Pillow Moon's gaze was blank as she looked towards the center of the vibration. Only in a cloud of smoke, a horrible creepy slowly steps out, like a monster from an animated movie. The ground sunk into a deep pit with every step it took. It was a huge creepy one that was very much like a cat. It was as tall as a 2-story building. Its head was full of bone spikes and slime dripped from its fangs. The eyes looked as if they had been plucked out alive. Only a void existed. Crimson fur covered a variety of dense eyes, hundreds of pairs, but those eyes were tightly closed. A figure seemed to be hidden amongst the hairs. Yun Pillow Moon and Lin Wine hurriedly ran downstairs. Seeing all the shenanigans in the Blood Moon diner was a facepalm. What is this? How does the Blood Moon restaurant harbor such shenanigans? Is it hard to believe that this creepy is a blood pupil Stygian cat? A red-robed level creepy cat? I've heard that if you're seen by its hollow eyes, all weirdness dies instantly. Ha! Has the manager gone crazy, adopting this horrible existence without authorization? All these creeps hurriedly swarmed towards the door, but just then, the scary trick cat seemed to sense them. Immediately the hollow gaze swept here. Buzz. It was like an invisible light sweeping through. Any shenanigans that it gazed upon fell down treacherously, row by row, like wheat grass harvested by a scythe. The breath is gone in a flash, too dead to die. With just one look, these spooks were killed by the spooky cats. There is no shortage of nightly guile present. Even the controllers of the other copies had died under this glance. The crowd of women present instantly had their hearts broken at this scene. They were only supposed to work for 3 days, but I didn't expect to happen upon such a natural disaster. Each and every one of them had lax pupils and a look of despair. I'm not going to die, am I, and be eaten by this cat? Are you kidding me? How could this level of shenanigans appear at the Blood Moon restaurant? Where is this going to go? The point is to run and not run. The creepy cat seemed to be extraordinarily interested in the Blood Moon restaurant. It headbutted the Blood Moon restaurant. It made a loud rumbling noise, which is an S-rank copy. The Blood Moon restaurant couldn't even withstand such a violent impact either. It doesn't look like it's going to last much longer. The other side, Handsome, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She had a death grip on the fur of the trickster cat, her entire body hiding within its fur. Just now, she had expected to die, but it turned out that this trick cat seemed to recognize her as its master. Let her ride it of her own accord. This great opportunity just fell on her head? Handsome was still a bit incredulous until now. With the way this creepy cat was acting, it had all the power of a top-tier red. If it's really recognized, she's going to walk all over the place, isn't she? What Park Dae-gun? What a piece of trash Gu Yuan. When the time comes, if any more creepy dares to bully her and lie to her, he'll just have creepy cat eat him. Kill everyone. Kill all these damnable creeps, and kill all that dragon woman too. Handsome exclaimed in an excited cathartic yell. The moment, having just rushed back, Old Lee, the creepy manager of the Blood Moon restaurant, revealed a bitter smile when he saw this. He hadn't realized the key had been stolen until now. Thought the trickster cat had broken through the seal and run out. Gu store manager you're hurting me. Manager creepy sighed. The reason he didn't tell Yun Pillow Moon that there was a cat in the restaurant. It's the fear that this will happen. With Yun Pillow Moon's power, there was no way to bind this trick cat. Seeing the trickster cat go into a rampage, 6 parents are not recognizable. Manager Guile clenched his teeth as he saw Yun Pillow Moon not far away, and there was only one thought in his mind. Make sure she escapes safely. This is also to repay the former store manager. Gu Yuan, shopkeeper Sama, get out of here quickly. I, Old Lee, can still hold my own. This blood pupil underworld cat can't harm my Old Lee for now. Manager Lee shouted. His eyes dripped 2 tears of blood, which instantly blended into the scarlet suit he wore. Knock, knock, knock. A trace of terrifying fury emerged from Manager Lee's body. He remembered the image of dying as a human. At that time, as long as he died, the debt owed to the loan sharks would be cancelled, and his wife and children would not have to be implicated. It was the same suit he wore when he died, leaping from a tall building, and it housed his resentment and hatred. It's only a mid-level red shirt, though. However, Manager Lee was confident that he would be able to block the blood pupil underworld cat for a few minutes. Chapter 35, Gu Yuan's phone call, subduing the creepy cat? Simple. Upon seeing Han Su-mei, who was riding on the blood pupil underworld cat, the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom fell into a fit of ecstasy. They thought that Han Su-mei had already subdued this huge trick cat. Ms. Su-mei did a good job. Young Jun didn't die unjustly. With this trick cat, the Great Cold Kingdom will rise. Let this cat kill all the women. Only I, Dahan Kingdom, will be the only one to rule for all time. There's an old saying in the Dahan country that says that wealth and riches are at stake, and Ms. Su-mei has won her bet. When the time comes to go back to the past life cell, directly ask Park Dae-gun to give up his copy, or else I'll just kill him. I'll see who dares to mock our great Han Kingdom, as opposed to. Spectators in the other 9 countries panicked. Handsome is going down one path. If we really let this creepy cat destroy the Blood Moon restaurant, waiting for their country's female players to be exposed to it, wouldn't each of them die instantly like those creeps? And the Great Chill Kingdom possesses such a terrifying trick cat, it is bound to rise out of nowhere. And with the shameless behavior of the Dahan state, it may provoke international disputes and trigger a world war, which is entirely possible. Damn Dahan Kingdom, damn Han Su-mei, are they trying to make an enemy of the world? No good. Ms. Yamada Aiko is also in the restaurant. If you dare to hurt her, I, Kazumi, will not be finished with you. This creepy cat is also too scary to see. Who can hurt it? Those eyes on it aren't quite open yet. To the prayers of a global audience, Manager Lee stepped in front of the Blood Moon restaurant. Come on, he shouted, attracting the attention of the blood pupil Stygian cat, and Han Su-mei, who was riding on it, also bit her lower lip when she saw this and said, kill him, kill this manager. I'd like to see who doesn't deserve it anymore. The blood-pupiled medieval cat beneath her seemed to have heard her words. Hollow, lifeless eyes looked toward the cold, sweaty Manager Lee. Buzz, Shasta. Manager Lee only felt a bone-chilling ghostly chill. His body became extremely stiff. The blood-red suit on his body loses its flowing color. The entire body's yin-chi was also frozen at this moment. Even if it didn't die instantly, it was pretty much the same as a corpse. What? Manager Lee did his best, bleeding from the corners of his clenched mouth, but he still couldn't do anything. In front of the top redcoats, his power was too lackluster. The terror of the blood-pupil underworld cat was far beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, the blood-pupil underworld cat swung its thick claws. Swish, just rub it gently across Manager Lee's body. Poof, he immediately sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. The body was as if it had been hit by a cannonball, and shot towards the distance as if it were a soccer ball in a stadium. It smashed hard into the lobby of the Blood Moon restaurant, splattering dust all over the sky and also breaking the pillars of the Blood Moon restaurant. Seeing this, Han Su-mei was extremely excited. Good death, good kitty. There's a lot of people dying. Go kill those little mice hiding in the dining room too. Inside the Blood Moon restaurant, seeing Manager Lee fall to the ground and pass out, the women present were in a state of disarray and panic. Creepy foreman, creepy chef, and a host of other creeps also turned pale and protected Yun Pillow Moon and Lin Wine behind them. However, they didn't have the slightest way to deal with the blood-pupil Stygian cat. MS. Yun, I'm sorry to have gotten you involved. The back door is also blocked, so it's completely impossible to get out. Creepy foreman said bitterly. I don't blame you guys. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head. I'll ask my husband and see if he has any ideas. Can you reach the former store manager? Creepy foreman sniffed in surprise. Well, Yun Pillow Moon took out her cell phone and instantly dialed the number. She wasn't panicking now, she was just a little weirded out. Couldn't it be that this creepy cat not far away was the one Gu Yuan was talking about? The women heard her words. All also see it as their last hope. Not a moment too soon. The call went through. They all held their breath. Honey, there's a very large cat outside right now trying to break into the Blood Moon restaurant. Yun Pillow Moon immediately informed Gu Yuan of the matter. It can be heard. On the other side of the phone, Gu Yuan still seemed to be playing a game. Every now and then a noisy game voice announcement comes in. When he heard that Yun Pillow Moon's situation was not good, Gu Yuan, however, laughed lightly. That's the cat I asked you to bring back. It looks like someone helped her unseal it. It's easy to take her in. I'll teach you. From Gu Yuan's words, Yun Pillow Moon gradually learned about this creepy cat, blood-pupiled medieval cat named Lily. It had been abused to death. Not only that, cat abusers had captured her litter, then gouged out her eyes and tied her to a tree with duct tape. Unable to break free, Lily could only hear her cat child letting out a mournful howl. The cat abuser used nails, hammers, lighters, and gasoline to abuse all of her children to death before finally pouring gasoline on her head and lighting a fire. After turning into a creep, Lily was adopted by Gu Yuan. She hated it when someone hurt a child. It also regularly takes many of the younger creepy to the orphanage. Most of the children in Gu Yuan's orphanage were brought back by her. Lily is able to absorb malice, and the children at the orphanage become kind as a result, but she also often goes into rages and loses her mind. Because of this, with Lily's consent, Gu Yuan left her at the Blood Moon restaurant. After all these years, the malice in Lily's body should have pretty much dissipated. That's why he wanted to ask Cloud Pillow Moon to bring it back. Also, Lily's strength was only top-tier red, but once she fell into a complete rage, all the eyes on her body would open, and those were the eyes of her children, also the eyes of all the abused cats. All it takes is for one eye to see it, and the person under the red coat will die instantly. Even if it's a bogeyman creepy, you have to avoid it for a while. Yun Pillow Moon heard this and felt sympathy for Lily, but she was still a bit unclear. Why would Lily listen to Handsome? Gu Yuan smiled at his words. Maybe Lily sees her as a child? That's why she took her for revenge. Lily is actually a bit old and blurry-eyed and can't see very well. Look at that Handsome, is she clean? Hear that? Yun Pillow Moon really swept a glance. Only Handsome on Lily was dirty and disheveled. I don't know what kind of stuff got it dirty. Couldn't see the cheeks at all. With Lily's massive body, I guess I really mistook it for a small child. Yun Pillow Moon was now relieved. She was afraid that Lily had already recognized Handsome as her master, and that would not be good. I understand. Thank you, husband, Yun Pillow Moon said softly. It's okay, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to go play a game. Gu Yuan didn't feel at ease either. Not all the eyes on Lily were open. It was also proof that she hadn't used any power at all. Outside the Blood Moon restaurant, Han Sumi was still shouting loudly and tauntingly. It was as if they wanted to vent their grievances from these days together. She told the trickster cat underneath her to slow down and breach the Blood Moon restaurant. In this way, Yun Pillow Moon and the others were plunged into despair, enjoying the hard-earned victory. Rats, Don't dare come out, do you? Humph. A bunch of spineless cowards. Trash. If you don't come out, I'm going to let my kitty in. The words fell. Suddenly, a hint of shock passed through her eyes, only to see Yun Pillow Moon actually walk out with the ladies. Creepy foreman and the other creeps were careful to protect her. Still dare to come out? Han Sume frowned slightly. Kitten, kill them for me. Just as Lily was about to use her power to dispose of Cloud Pillow Moon and the others, Lily, the head of the group, Yun Pillow Moon, suddenly opened his mouth and called out, and Lily underneath Handsome. A hint of doubt also surfaced on the huge cat's face. Late. Seeing this, Handsome was anxious. Why don't you move? Kill them all for me. Chapter 36, This cat was raised by Gu Yuan? The audience of the Great Cold Kingdom is devastated. This scene is extraordinarily menacing. The global audience couldn't hear the conversation between Yun Pillow Moon and Gu Yuan. Know nothing about Lily either. They could only see Yun Pillow Moon leading the women out of the Blood Moon restaurant, calling out to the trickster cat. It looks like a death wish. Not only that, at such a time of great difficulty, Yun Pillow Moon even changed her clothes. Changed it to the one from yesterday that hadn't been washed. What's that supposed to mean? Make it look good before you die? The Dragon Nation audience is going crazy. What's the situation? If you don't run, stay and look for death? No, Gu Yuan save ah. Your wife is going to plant, but still play the game. Hansumi. The Dragon Kingdom will not share your fate. You can't run away from this, can you? If you're seen, you'll die. Trust Big Brother Gu Yuan. Maybe he can fix it. Solve the problem. Even if he's powerful, can he fly over from this far away? The moment. Handsome's head was sweating. Couldn't figure out what this stupid cat underneath him was smoking. Obviously she was its owner. It was fine a moment ago. Why don't you listen at this time? Where are your eyes? Look at them. Take a look and they'll be dead. What are you standing there for? What's wrong with you? Handsome patted Lily's head between her bone spurs. Lily sensed the power and her eyes showed a glint of displeasure. But since it was what she considered a small child, she forced herself to hold back. And that's when it happened. Cloud Pillow Moon's soft cry appeared again. Lily, get over here. I know your master. He's my husband. I'll take you to him, okay? When hearing this, a sneer piled up in the pupils of Handsome's eyes. Are you stupid? Gu Yuan is the owner of this cat? What a joke. He's a little resentful soul. And to take in a redcoat rank trickster cat? Isn't this the inverse Big Dipper? If she could be, she dared to eat that big pile in the basement. See a doctor if you're sick in the head. What's the pretense here? Hansume sneered as if she viewed Yun Tuoyue as a clown. It's not just her. The global audience was also dumbfounded when they heard Yun Pillow Moon's words. You're still pretending to be the master of the blood pupil underworld cat at this moment of crisis? I really think this cat is as stupid as real cats. That's a redcoat level cat. Smarter than most average people. With just a mouth, you can be fooled and crippled? Take a step back. Gu Yuan had to really be the owner of the blood pupil underworld cat. Then what's it doing destroying the Blood Moon restaurant? Go nuts. This dragon woman, scared out of her wits? Still the master. What's Gu Yuan's situation that we don't know? I'd still believe that this blood-pupiled medieval cat is Count Bloodfeast's pet. Right. You're not as strong as this cat. Why should you be its master? Damn Rokoku people. It's going to kill Aiko-san in my small life. Almost none of them want to believe it. It's all about lying on cloud pillows and the moon. But it is in this case. An amazing scene took place. Only to see that the blood-pupiled medieval cat under Han Sume not only didn't kill her immediately. Instead, it looked like they had received some kind of order. She lowered her massive head. The bone spikes on the top of his head looked extra cold. A strand of fishy slime slipped from the fangs. This scene almost didn't scare the women behind Yun Pillow Moon silly. Holy, it's horrible. Don't eat me. I thought I could take it in. Yun Pillow Moon's expression did not move when she heard these words. She just tilted her head genuinely and sincerely. The body doesn't move either, allowing Lily's massive head to lower and then come at her. Just when Han Sume and the rest of the group thought that Yun Pillow Moon was going to be eaten, the blood pupil underworld cat's head, however, only moved closer to Yun Pillow Moon before sniffing with its nose as if it was recognizing the scent of her body. Sniff. As this dress on Yun Pillow Moon, she didn't wash it, and often cuddling with Gu Yuan, so tainted with his scent. Soon, the movements of the blood pupil Stygian cat stopped. Handsome looked confused for a moment, but still urged, "What's the smell? You stupid cat. Hurry up and bite her to death." The words were not yet spoken. Buzz. A white light flashed. Lily beneath her disappeared. Bang! Hansume was so shocked that she fell out of the air, unsteady, and instantly fell on her face. What's going on? Her head full of questions. She looked up. That's when she saw a scene that was enough to break her, only to see that stupid cat unexpectedly shrink countless times. By the originally ferocious and hostile huge trick cat, it turned into a cute little kitten that wasn't even half a meter tall. Bone spurs retracted into smart hairs and fangs into long whiskers. The eyes on the body also disappeared. In its place, a long silky white coat. Except for the eye sockets where they are still vacant. Can't see any similarities. What broke her even more was this. This cat even jumped into Yun Pillow Moon's arms, and yawned lazily, then stretched out its head and arched Yun Pillow Moon's chin, as if pampering itself. From heaven to hell in an instant. Han Su-mei's heart was broken and her expression was desperate. My trick cat, give it back, you thief. She wanted to go forward and snatch Lily from Yun Pillow Moon's arms. Ha! And just then, Lily, who was in Cloud Pillow Moon's arms, however, exploded, huffing at Handsome, who still had a chance. When that empty eye socket fell on Handsome, a cold, eerie aura followed. She was instantly paralyzed with fear. The eyes were filled with horror. It's amazing that this cat has disowned her. Obviously she was the one who let it out of the basement. How can you be so kind? From a red-coated creepy cat to a tame kitty. Dramatic contrasts. It almost didn't make the eyes of the global audience fall out in shock. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the image on the screen. It just feels like a dream. You call this kitten in Yun Pillow Moon's arms the blood-poople underworld cat? If you didn't know better, you'd think it was just a regular kitten. That pampering behavior, begging to be touched and rubbed, and licking hair? Many people who have had cats in their homes have come to a realization. Did it already regard Yun Pillow Moon as its master? But why? Why this horrible existence? What about being able to regard Yun Pillow Moon as the master? It even hags Han Sumi, who puts herself out. It's hard to believe that Gu Yuan is really its master? If you look at it that way, Yun Pillow Moon's move to change her clothes had an explanation. It turned out to be for the purpose of getting Gu Yuan sent. The moment the big Chill Nation audience crumbled along with Handsome, their dreams of great power are shattered. No! What gives the Dragon Kingdom the right to take away my Great Cold Kingdom's trick cat? This is our Dahan Kingdom's cat. Give it back to the Dahan Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is so despicable, using such tactics to rob the wealth of our Dahan Kingdom. Goddamned Yun Pillow Moon. She must have tricked this cat. Surprisingly, I can't believe you're huffing and puffing at mess. Suomi, stupid trickster cat. You'll definitely get what's coming to you for choosing a Rococo woman. Chapter 37, Contracting Lily? How many more secrets does Gu Yuan have? Cloud Pillow Moon is awesome. Big brother Gu Yuan is awesome. Asterisk 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 you. Hockey cat, really chose the right master. I'm getting a kick out of this huffing and puffing, so I'm sure it's a good cat. I see, so it's for Gu Yuan's scent. No wonder Yun Pillow Moon changed her clothes. Shame, I thought she was dying. Big brother Gu Yuan is getting better and better. What else don't we know? Scientific Research Headquarters. Wang Shouwen looked at the uplifting words of the Dragon Country audience on the screen. The pupils of his eyes glowed with starbursts of light. Even his breathing became extremely rapid. It's really that cat dash. I guessed it. I guessed it. Wang Shouwen heard cheers coming from the staff around him. It was as if he was dozens of years younger, and his entire cheeks were rosy. The cat in top-notch red was really Gu Yuan's pet. This is great news for the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he ended up being no more than a resentful spirit, it would be enough to make a big kill as long as he could order the cat in the top red coat. Not to mention, Wang Shouwen didn't think Gu Yuan's strength would be that weak. He's probably just laying low. But those in foreign countries don't think so. That's a good thing. 2. Waiting for Yun Pillow Moon to brush up Gu Yuan's favorability. When that orphanage was exposed to them, and they'll know it's wrong. Wang Shouwen already had a 90% probability at this point, being able to affirm that Gu Yuan and that orphanage had extremely close ties. But what shocked him was this. A cat of this caliber. Gu Yuan even looked at it so lightly. Dare to let Yun Pillow Moon bring it back alone? Why on earth is he so sure? How many more secrets does he really have? It's not just the viewers watching the live stream. In front of the Blood Moon restaurant, everyone present was also shocked by Yun Pillow Moon. Aiko Yamada's eyes were full of chaos, and she just felt her brain go numb. Her lips and teeth opened, but she only exhaled a breath of cold air in half a day. The tearful mole in the corner of her eye trembled slightly, and her body became uncontrollably stiff. How could? Aiko Yamada murmured bitterly. She had asked her marriage partner, Amamiya Sky, ask him how far apart he is from Red. Yu Gong Tian, who is atop Li Gue, is as afraid of red clothes as a tiger? Saying that the gap between Li Gue and red clothes is like the difference between heaven and earth, and that there is an insurmountable wrath of heaven between the two. The weakest redcoat could easily kill hundreds of night trickers in a single fight. If it wasn't for a great chance, it would be impossible for an ordinary nightly guile to break through to Red. If she had provoked night guile, Yu Gongtian said he could still fix it. If you mess with Red, Amamiya Ten then advises her that she should just kill herself, or else falling into the hands of the redcoat will be worse than death. But it was this existence, the most powerful of the redcoats, top Red. Even the creepy manager was knocked out by one of its slaps. That blood pupil underworld cat didn't even put out its full strength. I don't know that all the eyes on it are still closed, but it's that kind of existence. Surprisingly, it's just a cat kept by Yun Pillow Moon's husband Gu Yuan. It was as if Aiko Yamada's worldview had been shattered. A cat for top red, how powerful should he be? She looked around the room. It was discovered that the female players from other countries had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. They thought it was Yun Pillow Moon who liked to trick that cat. It still felt like Gu Yuan was just a small resentful spirit. If only I'd known. Aiko Yamada regretted it so much at the moment that she wanted to slap herself for being the person she was in the first place. Why did you have to think Gu Yuan was trashy not to choose him? Why do you have to take the word of the Defense Strategy Office? Later on, he also went to actively provoke Yun Pillow Moon, and now he wants to hold the thigh again is probably too late. One can only try to make up for it. Aiko Yamada made a decision. In the next mission, hold on to Yun Pillow Moon's thigh. I can't believe it really turned into a kitten. Can I borrow it for a while? It's so easy to fool. I should have known I'd say the same thing. The women of the other countries saw that the crisis was over, and enviously and cynically, he looked at Lily in Cloud Pillow Moon's arms, but Lily wasn't interested in them. Yun Pillow Moon gently stroked her. Touch your chin. Lily made a purring sound of comfort. It's like a switch was flipped or something. Extremely close to her, not treated as an outsider. The creepy foreman and other creeps on the side all looked adoringly at Yun Pillow Moon. Dare to pet a top red-clad trick cat like that. Let's just say it's worthy of a store manager. This cat, if it comes into their arms, it's probably a good idea for one to be scared to death. Bang! Just then, from a ruin not far away, a man covered in filth walked out. This person was none other than Young Youngjun, who had survived a major disaster, because manager Guile was seriously injured. The Guile chains that had been binding him were automatically loosened. At this moment, he was in disbelief, staring blankly at Lily in Yun Pillow Moon's arms. The whole thing was like a fiend. He had just been hiding in the ruins. Seeing it with my own eyes, the creepy cat turned into this. It was expected that Yun Pillow Moon would be killed, but I didn't expect her to subdue this terrifying creepy cat in just a few words. It was worse than killing Young Youngjun. A heavenly opportunity was placed in front of him, and he was unexpectedly preempted. Isn't it just fooling a cat? What's so hard about that? Can't you see that Handsome managed to fool it? If he could get his hands on it, this huge bizarre world would become his backyard. By then all those tricksters who bullied him will also become corpses. Cat, this cat is mine. Give it back. It's the cat I keep in the basement. Zhang Yingjuan's eyes were filled with blood, constantly urging Yun Pillow Moon to slowly walk towards her. Yun Pillow Moon was puzzled and didn't know who he was, but decisively refused. Lily is my husband's cat. You can't have it. Zhang Yingjuan's face turned blue at his words, and the greed within him could no longer be hidden. There was no way he was going to stand by and watch such an obedient kitten being carried away, unbridled. Young Youngjun angrily rebuked in order to cover up his heart. Do you know who I am? I'm Young Youngjun, the hero of the Great Han Kingdom. Behave and give me that cat, and I promise you'll be honored by the Great Cold Kingdom. Hear that? The audience in the Big Chill country was excited. If Yun Pillow Moon listened to Zhang Yingjun and returned the cat to them, that would be fine. The cat doesn't have a name on it. Of course whoever recognizes it is the master. Yun Pillow Moon can be fooled in a few words. Zhang Yingjun is many times more mature than her. Experience is also more old-fashioned. Maybe it can really succeed. If we can really get the cat back, Young Youngjun will be the biggest hero of the Dahan Kingdom. Shameless thief. Return that cat to our Dahan Kingdom. Yes, the name Lily sounds like it belongs to the cats of the Great Chill Country, and all the cats of the Dragon Country are called Mimi. We've already applied for the heritage. From now on cats named Lily will be ours in the Big Cold Country. Go, Young Youngjun, you're a hero. Just as Young Youngjun got closer and closer, suddenly, Lily bit Cloud Pillow Moon's finger without warning. A fresh stream of blood flowed from his fingertips, just when Yun Pillow Moon was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he heard a system alert. Ding! You have received an invitation to a master-servant contract. Blood-pupiled medieval cat Lily applies to be your pet. Do you accept? Chapter 38, The Cat and the Heavy Pupil. Take this cat away. Lily is going to be her own pet? Yun Pillow Moon blinked in confusion. She didn't think much of it and instantly chose to accept Lily's application. After all, it was her own husband's cat. She always had to bring it home. And becoming her second owner was just the right way to dispel other people's covetousness, as well as to safeguard Gu Yuan's interests. Ding! You have chosen to accept the application. Lily, the blood-pupiled medieval cat, has become your pet. Shasta. Only a flash of blood red steeply appeared in Yun Pillow Moon's left eye. That is a treacherous scarlet pupil. Suddenly occupied her original dark pupil. The two combined, also like two round moon intertwined. Heavy pupil was born. Yun Pillow Moon didn't notice any changes in herself. She just abruptly grew a lot more fond of Lily in her arms, and to be able to sense her current emotions. Attachment, liking, pampering, and very possessive. Are these Lily's feelings? Yun Pillow Moon's gaze grew soft and gently caressed Lily, causing her to open her mouth wide and yawn comfortably, as if she was on the verge of falling asleep in this warm embrace. And seeing Lily recognize Cloud Pillow Moon as her master, Zhang Yuan's eyes were crimson, the whites of his eyes covered in blood, and he stared at the man and the cat with a deadly stare. His jaw tightened, his bite muscles bulged, and his teeth ground together. The cynicism and anger in his heart had reached an extreme. How dare you, lowly thief, how dare you steal my cat? He growled violently in defiance. The cat should have been his. He was the one who asked Hansen to release him. He, Zhang Yingjun, was the hero of the Great Han Kingdom and was more than qualified to be the owner of this cat. During these years of captivity, his mind gradually became unbalanced, becoming both inferior and sensitive, and his desire for power was at its peak. It's so hard to see hope now. Just get this cat to recognize its owner. He will still be the hero of the Great Cold Kingdom. It is also still the dream girl of countless young girls. Zhang Yingjun didn't give up, his expression bewitching as he kept walking towards Yun Pillow Moon, trying to kill her and get the cat back. As long as he made it, this Blood Moon restaurant wouldn't be able to stop him. It's quick, just die a little, wait for me to catch the cat. His mouth kept murmuring. The audience of the Great Cold Kingdom watching the live stream also exploded. All of them were angry at Yun Pillow Moon for making Lily recognize her master without authorization. Damn thief! Stole our Great Cold Kingdom's national sacred beast. Go Yungjun, kill her and take back what's ours. Right, this cat was released by Han Somi, and it deserves to be owned by my Great Cold Kingdom as well. This cat, when it recognizes the Great Cold Kingdom as its master, it will have to be cleaned up properly. Rococo people are such thieves, they even steal our kimchi. Present, the women behind Yun Pillow Moon all took a few steps back. They weren't grateful to Yun Pillow Moon for saving them. Instead, his heart grew vaguely jealous. Simply put, it's eye candy. If they had known that this cat was so easy to fool, they would have competed to be number one. Aiko Yamada was on the verge of saying something. She saw the creepy foreman and the creepy cook and a host of other creeps all gathered around. Knowing that Young June is in a spell, Yun Pillow Moon was protected by a host of shenanigans, and there was no way he could have succeeded. Miss Yun, ignore him. This manager was so nice to him in the beginning, and he even tried to steal money. Dare to insult Miss Yun, I'll kill you. A bunch of shenanigans are angrily ready to take on Young Jun's opponents. And just then, it seemed to have sensed Yun Pillow Moon's unhappy mood. Lily in her arms also looked her empty pupils at Young Jun in displeasure. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhang Jun approached within a meter of Yun Pillow Moon with red eyes. Buzz! A red light suddenly flashed within Lily's eyes. When Zhang Jun's eyes saw this red light, suddenly there was a great shock. In this moment, he felt the fear of death. The earlier scene of Lily's killing spree swept through her mind. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Even his breathing had come to a standstill, and his heart had even stopped beating. An indescribable terror stopped him in his tracks. That's when he snapped out of it, recovering from a spell. Wait, I don't want the cat. Don't kill me dash. He hastily begged for mercy, remorse welling up inside him as he realized what a stupid thing he had done. But the words were not yet spoken. Only Young Jun's body became stiff. It then seemed to be suddenly squeezed by some invisible giant hand, like a balloon under a hydraulic press, and exploded with a loud bang. Bang! Not even a single limb was left. His body turned into a cloud of blood mist and violently splashed away. As Lily watched, not even a speck of this blood mist stained Yun Pillow Moon. After killing Young Jun, Lily yawned in contentment, relaying his head on Cloud Pillow Moon's arms. To know, in her opinion, Cloud Pillow Moon is also a small child, and still her favorite. What mother can stand by and watch her child being bullied? Lily used the most brutal means to help Cloud Pillow Moon out. The other side, seeing Lily's vocal and ferocious nature, it was only then that the women present snapped back to their senses. They were almost fooled by the cat's cute appearance. This is a little god of killing. The scene from earlier where the kill was as weird as cutting meat came back from the mind again. Several people were pale and filled with chills. Don't even say continue to fight for Lily's belonging. Can't even fart now. He only hoped that Yun Pillow Moon would hurry up and take this cat away. The moment, Cloud Pillow Moon wasn't intimidated by Lily. She just felt a little sore in her arms. Lily was honestly a bit heavy. Even when she got smaller, she was estimated to be a good 10 pounds. Yun Pillow Moon had a bitter experience. Arms, so sore. She wanted to put Lily down, but Lily had just helped herself. That's not very nice to say. It seemed to have sensed Yun Pillow Moon's mood. Instead of giving her a hard time, Lily looked up. When the pupils of the man and the cat overlapped, buzz, Lily's figure disappeared. Within Yun Pillow Moon's heavy pupils, there was then the figure of an additional cat. She felt Lily's heart in her heart. Lily is a little tired and needs to rest for a while. It's living in her eyes for now. Finish the job. Everything is calm. Yun Pillow Moon breathed a sigh of relief. Coldly, he saw a wrecked Manager Lee stumbling from the rubble not far away, seemingly just coming out of a coma. Guilt and remorse were written all over his face. Shopkeeper, 10,000 apologies. My subordinate is incompetent. Surprisingly, he couldn't even catch a single move from the blood-pupil Stygian cat. Instead of shirking his responsibility, he asked Yun Pillow Moon to chastise him. Yun Pillow Moon shook her head, not taking it to heart. Manager Lee's heart in his throat dropped at the sight. At this time he abruptly and nervously asked, "Right, where is that cat? My subordinate just woke up. How come I didn't see where that horrible blood-pupil medieval cat went? Is it hard to run away somewhere else? That shopkeeper Gu's cat. Goddamn creepy cat. After destroying my Blood Moon restaurant, if I catch her, I'll have to teach her a good lesson." Yun Pillow Moon sniffed and hesitated for a moment. Then he pointed a finger at his eyes. Upon discovering Lily's tiny figure in Cloud Pillow Moon's pupils, Manager Lee's body stiffened. Body and mind are broken. How dare he say he'd teach her a good lesson while the blood-pupiled medieval cat watched? This. Chapter 39, Million Gue Coin Subsidy. Is she buying all the copies? Upon seeing this scene, the Dragon Nation audience erupted in laughter. Lily, who did you say you were going to teach a lesson to? Creepy Manager walks a single six. Get on it. It's decided to be you. Creepy Manager, me. Singling out Lily? Blowing awesome blowing to the head of the main body. This wave I would like to call the king of pussy. Young June. This idiot is truly bewitched and is killed without complaining. The big cold countryside is all up in arms, saying they want the dragon country to compensate them. Joke, I'm the dragon country. Who do you think the Great Han country is? The moment. Manager Lee scratched his nose in embarrassment. He looked rather scornfully at Lily in Cloud Pillow Moon's pupils. This blood-pupil Stygian cat was surprisingly taken in by the shopkeeper Sama. His heart breathed a long sigh of relief. There was more respect for Cloud Pillow Moon. I thank you for your dedication. And since the creepy cat is the pet of the shopkeeper Sama, I will not hold it responsible for destroying the Blood Moon restaurant. Just in time. It's time to redecorate the Blood Moon restaurant. Manager Lee coughed lightly twice, still maintaining his compulsion. Honestly, he just woke up feeling like the sky was falling. He was about to lose his old face when he wanted to put on a good show in front of the store manager. But he ended up being knocked out by this creepy cat with a slap on the wrist. Now my whole body hurts. It will take at least a month to fully recover. Thinking of this, Manager Lee bared his teeth and hissed, then thought of something and asked, by the way, shopkeeper Sama, why don't we rename the Blood Moon restaurant to Blood Moon Hotel in the future? What do you think? I'll ask my husband. Yun Pillow Moon also felt that it was indeed time to change her name. This time it happened to be an opportunity, so he called Gu Yuan, and after asking for his permission, he told the good news to Manager Lee. Well, thanks for the support, shopkeeper Sama. Manager Lee sniffed with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. This name change, not just changing some of the wording, but more importantly, proving his ability. The better you run the Blood Moon restaurant, the more likely you are to receive a reward from Gu Yuan. He'd been stuck in red for too long. It's been so long that you can't even beat a cat. This cat had only followed Gu Yuan for a short period of time, and had grown from a remnant soul in the beginning to a top-tier red coat, all of which he had seen in his eyes. So how could he not be envious? If it were possible, Manager Lee himself would like to become that cat. The other side. Hansumi was about to be beaten to a pulp by the women. She curled up on the floor and suffered as they rounded on her. Only a splitting sound could be heard coming from it, as if it was a firecracker. A sharp pain came through her entire body. The side of his face hadn't recovered, and now it was swollen even harder from the previous slap by Tricky Cook. Even the nose is crooked from a kick from who knows who. Stop fighting. I know I'm wrong. My nose. I'm padded with prosthetics. Don't kick my nose. Oh, I really know I'm wrong. Let me go. The women were indignant and unrelieved. Don't say you heard Handsome's pleas to let her go. If it weren't for the fact that creepy marriage doesn't allow players to kill each other. Killed her to death. The audience of the Great Cold Kingdom watched in stifled silence. The blood-pupil Stygian cat didn't grab it. Young June was killed. Now even Handsome is getting fat-assed. Her ass is all swollen from the beating. How's that for spanking her? It's a slap in their face. Ash bar. A bunch of vulgar pricks. Stop it now. Where's that woman from Manhwa? Why don't you stop them quickly? My god, isn't Ms. Sumi just a little bit arrogant? Are you guys so hard on her? Who kicked it? I'm asking who kicked it. It ruined Ms. Sumi's nose. Miss Sumi run. The Blood Moon restaurant is gone and there's no need to work part-time. Hasn't the mission been settled yet? Not a moment too soon. Seeing Hansumi get punched out, Manager Lee's face only looked much better. He had hated it earlier when Hansumi rode on top of the trick cat and tried to kill him. This kind of jumped-up clown. He could accept her with his hand. But since Mr. Gu didn't even kill her, maybe there's still a use for keeping her. There may be some unspoken plan as well. Manager Lee waved his hand at that moment and called the trick accountant over. It also called all the women over. Since the Blood Moon restaurant is being redecorated, there's no need for manpower right now. You're all fired. But don't worry, you'll be paid as usual for the next 2 days. The women were all excited at the news. There are many people who are getting paid for the first time. Having been used to being a man of the world in the real world, this is the first time I've suffered from a part-time job. The tricky accountant took an abacus and began to calculate the salaries of the women. You waiters, you've been working for 2 days, and since none of you ran away just now, and you're loyal to the restaurant, you'll be paid a month's salary, and rounded up to 10 Gu coins each. As for the dispenser, yours is a little more than 12 guinea dollars. Accounting assistant, 15 guile coins. Having said that, the tricky accountant respectfully asked Manager Lee and Yun Pillow Moon on the side, both of you adults, do you think this distribution of wages is okay? Manager Lee looked at Yun Shoyue. The latter nodded. Quite reasonable. The Blood Moon restaurant was actively firing employees, and put in the real world it would definitely require labor compensation, and it would make sense to give out a little more guile coins. Soon, the tricky accountant submitted the paychecks to the women. Many people were excited to put trick coins into their chests or tuck them into their shoes. Don't look at these trick coins for less. The marriage system is an extra allowance. They can't wait to hear about the marriage system. And that's when it happened. Handsome, who was lying on the ground, crawled over trembling. What about my paycheck? I worked hard for 2 days too and I'm still the cleaning foreman. I should be paid the highest. Upon seeing Handsome's pig-headed face, creepy accountant swept her off her feet in disgust. Still want a paycheck? It's a good thing I didn't make you pay for the damage to the Blood Moon restaurant. Where's the piggy? Get out of here. Hansume almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood when she heard this. She's been wanting this paycheck for a long time. Besides, Park Dae-gun had volunteered to give the ID card earlier. That's if the penny trick coins can't be brought back. She's sure to be punished severely by Park Dae-gun. Hansomi couldn't hold on to her broken heart any longer and fainted. When everyone is paid, Cloud Pillow Moon, however, was slow to get paid. Manager Lee also left the area. Eyes on the scene. The women present gradually gloated a bit. It didn't matter that Yun Shoyu had helped them just now. All thought that Yun Pillow Moon had subdued the trickster cat, and Manager Lee had put the loss of the Blood Moon restaurant on her head. Suddenly, Manager Lee returned from a short distance away. He clutched a blood-red passbook in his hand, the cover resembling an animal skin that had been soaked in blood and then dried up, and handed it respectfully to Yun Shoyu. My lord, the Blood Moon restaurant has been run properly over the years, totaling a net profit of 1,888,888 guile coins. It's all in this passbook, and you can exchange it at any time at the Pluto Bank. How much? The women present were dumbfounded by the shocking figure. Yet before they could recover from their shock, here comes the hint from the marriage system. Ding! Your mission is complete. As you complete the mating task, congratulations on your reward, an extra subsidy for the marriage system. Detecting that you have gained 10 trick coins and are working hard, the marriage system rewards the number of trick coins x 10. Congratulations on your 100 guile coins. Giving it to a marriage partner will help increase favorability. I wish you financial prosperity and a happy life. Most of the people were waiters and got a one-time 100 Gue coins. The surprise caused them both to catch their breath. Some people didn't touch the fish at all in the last 2 days and even got a 20x increase. It's almost like you're about to be stoned by the trick coin, but immediately after, they realized a problem. Where's Cloud Pillow Moon? She had gained 180,000 guile coins. This would be a great increase. The women in the room turned trembling eyes to her, and at this time, Yun Pillow Moon was also dumbfounded by this system reward. Ding! Your mission is complete. As you complete the mating task, congratulations on your reward, an extra subsidy for the marriage system. Detecting that you have gained 888 guile coins, but work more lazily, the marriage system rewards the number of guile coins x5. Congratulations on your 440 guile coins. When Yun Pillow Moon heard that it was nearly 1 million Gue coins, it just felt like my brain was all giddy. Much better. A lot of money. A million. Almost 1 million guile coins? Even in reality, the $1 million would be enough to last the frugal her half a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a trick coin, a full 1 million guile coins. In the meantime, the global audience watching the live stream was shocked out of their minds. Yun Pillow Moon gained 1 million Gue coins from the quest this time? What a joke! Is she buying all the next copies? Chapter 40, The Shock of 1 million Gue coins. Can you buy S-class copies? Actually, one can view the scenario of the use of trick coins as the 1970s in the Dragon Kingdom. In that era of lack of materials, the average worker in the Dragon Kingdom's monthly wage was only about $20. Put into the Bizarro world ditto, most of the Bizarro's wages were even less than 20 Bizarro coins, enough to prove the preciousness of trick coins. Unlike ordinary general equivalents, trick coins themselves are extremely valuable to use, and tricksters are able to absorb their own chi. And many powerful tricksters earn trick coins and don't circulate them outward. The Dragon Kingdom had its share of millionaires and tycoons, and most of the Weird World's coins were monopolized by high-level replicas of the Weird. Who were the millionaires of the Weird World? There are very few trick coins that can be left to mankind. The trick coins that players around the world bring out of the trick world today only add up to a few thousand. A small copy, such as a D-rated death newspaper, a C-rated frightened convenience store, etc. You can buy it for 10,000 or so guile coins. And what about Cloud Pillow Moon? She's $1 million man. Enough to get dozens of copies of Dragonland easily. If it's even crazier, spend all your money to buy an A-grade, or a dying S-rated copy might have a chance. Even if you don't buy any copies, all tasks going forward, as long as she encountered shenanigans, she would be able to just pull out a few shenanigans coins to bribe her, and she would be able to walk sideways. All the spectators in the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded in disbelief. Everyone was dumbfounded by the splash of riches. Many of them were in high spirits and their eyes were bloodshot. Launched a binge on the internet. Worry, 1 million Gue coins? Cloud Pillow Moon has become a tycoon. This can't be sprayed. It's real dirt. I've watched the broadcast so many times, and for the first time, I've seen nearly 7 figures in trick coins. Bye. Cloud Pillow Moon can buy all the copies. I'm going to cry with envy with a monthly salary of 3,000. It's so scary, and it's still a 5-fold allowance. So let's just say it's worthy of a bizarre marriage. Where did the previous players get this treatment? It's better to fight to the death than to find a good husband. As opposed to, spectators in other countries are envious and jealous, looked at the bankbook and stared at it with glowing eyes. Especially the big chill country audience. Seeing that Handsome didn't even get a single hair. Comparing the two, he couldn't help but be angry and hateful towards Yun Pillow Moon. The roots of my teeth are sore. On what grounds? It's totally unfair. She made 1 million Gue coins for doing nothing? This is supposed to be from our Dahan Kingdom. Darn thief. Oh my god. If we can catch that cat, the turnover of the Blood Moon restaurant should be ours. Plus Sumi-san's hard work. It's not too much to ask for a 10-fold subsidy. That's 2 million Gue coins. Goddamned Dragon Kingdom. Damned Cloud Pillow Moon. Causing our great cold kingdom to lose 2 million Gue coins for nothing. If we had that much trick money, we'd have Citigroup as a dog. Scientific Research Headquarters. When Wang Shouwen heard the million Gue coins, Shasta shivered. 2 old legs almost went limp and fell to his knees. Asterisk. He exploded. Yun Pillow Moon, which is doing the task. This is to go into the goods. Not only did he whore out a top-rated red-coated trick cat for nothing, but he also screwed up nearly 1 million trick coins. The great shock caused Wang Shouwen's head to spin. It just felt like I wasn't having some kind of beautiful dream. Medicine. Bring me medicine quickly. Wang Shouwen immediately asked his subordinates to bring antihypertensive pills. After taking 1 capsule, the heartbeat then slowly regained its composure, but his legs still couldn't stop shaking. It was really because the surprise given by Cloud Pillow Moon was too great. For Creepy World, regardless of the country, they are now on the same level. The equivalent of a bunch of beggars who don't have enough to eat or wear. We're all poor buddies. None of them have any money, but at least they don't compare themselves to each other. Now all of a sudden, someone says, give this beggar in Longwa $1 million to spend as he pleases. WOJ, it doesn't take off straight away? Who's your poor buddy? Young master, I'm just trying to be polite. No one will take me seriously, right? Even a high-powered leader like Wang Shouwen had his heart thumping. To know, before there was a foreign organization, commissioned spies to bribe him, hundreds of millions of citron knives on a table, piled up into a small mountain. His eyelids are not driven a bit. Now his left eyelid was throbbing with cramps. Just as Wang Shouwen was adjusting his state as he took a deep breath, a subordinate walked over and reported, Minister, the president of Citigroup sent a diplomat over, saying that he wants to become the closest strategic partner with Dragon Nation. There's also talk of strengthening economic cooperation between the Dragon Kingdom and Citigroup, with mutual tariff exemptions, and a large number of fugitives from the Dragon Kingdom are ready to be sent over. He also said that if he wanted to teach Little Day and Big Chill Kingdom a lesson, he should just say so, and that they were Dragon Kingdom's best friends at all times. Hear that bunch of words. Wang Xiaowen's right eyelid also began to beat violently. Citibank and Dragon Kingdom have always been at odds. Can they be so kind? What friend? To put it bluntly, I'm looking at 1 million guile coins, and what's the point of talking to him about it? He doesn't care about that side of things. Sure enough, the subordinate's next words caused Wang Shouwen to sneer. Finally, Citigroup wants the Dragon Kingdom to lend them 500,000 Gue coins, which they will pay back within 10 years. $500,000? Citi. Wang Shouwen heavily slapped the table, making a rumbling tremor, his expression furious. Citigroup is treating Dragon Nation like a kaiju? The higher-ups believed in him and gave him all the tasks in the bizarre world, so there was no way he would lose out on a little. Not to mention, this million Gue coins is also not from the Dragon Kingdom, but Yun Pillow Moon's private one, and she still has to give all the turnover of the Blood Moon restaurant to Gu Yuan. Tell them not a single sub. If Yun Pillow Moon is willing to lend it to them, that's her business, and we, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Scientific Research, have no right to interfere with her personal choices, Wang Xiuwen said with an ironic face. The moment Yun Pillow Moon slowed down for half a day before coming to her senses. The 180,000 guile coins in her passbook hadn't been touched. The extra trick coins are held in the marriage system and can be removed at any time. She looked around the room. Only the women were dumbfounded. One and all are as guilty of vertigo. They don't even know. Why did Manager Guile offer the turnover of the Blood Moon restaurant to Cloud Pillow Moon? It was thought that she had subdued the trickster cat and the trickster manager had taken it out as a thank you. Stunned, shocked, envious, disoriented, yearning, multiple emotions appear in different people's eyes. Eventually it all converged into one meaning. That's, why wasn't I the one who won the million guile coins? Is it any different than buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize? Watching fellow travelers hit the jackpot. How can anyone be in a calm mood? The 100 or 200 guile coins they had gained were nothing compared to the million guile coins. The women all felt like their newly arrived paychecks didn't smell good anymore. Aiko Yamada's expression was even more forced. Her cheeks pale, and the remorse in her heart rose and rose. Soon, Yun Pillow Moon said goodbye to Lin Wine, as well as Manager Lee and a host of other shenanigans. With a flash of white light, all the women returned to the past life neighborhood. Chapter 41, Park Dae-gun. Who has confessed? You want me to kill Gu Yuan? Past life neighborhoods. Hansumi woke up in a state of confusion. Her mind was still reeling from the siege. Don't hit, don't punch me in the nose. I'm not a pig's head, don't eat me. Handsome snapped to attention, murmuring at the corner of her mouth. Some cold sweat dripped down the side of her face. Seeing the familiar ground full of crumpled scraps of flesh, smell the gust of stench in the air. It was then that I realized I had teleported back. She was instantly relieved. It's a good thing I didn't get killed. But the thought of Yun Pillow Moon not only took away her cat, there's also a good chance that you've gained a lot of trick coins. Just can't help but hate it. This part-time job is subsidized by the system. She'd heard about it before, and it seemed like it could be multiplied several times over if you did a good job. It might as well be dozens or hundreds of guile coins. What a huge amount of money this is. Handsome's heart was dripping blood. She had worked hard for 2 days sweeping toilets, and in the end, she hadn't even gotten a single trick coin. Hansumi's heart was completely unbalanced, and that's when it happened. A dark shadow with a butcher's knife swiftly approached. What about trick coins? How much did you make? Only Park Dae-gun's eyes were on fire, looking at her with a gaze that was both greedy and expectant. Hansumi froze at her words. She couldn't stop a flash of white in her cheeks. There are no trick coins. What? Dagon Park's face was grim as he saw the incredulity of the situation. He had just turned around and seen other female players giving their paychecks to their husbands. Some gave more than 100. Some even had 200 shenanigans. He had lent all of his identity cards to Hansume earlier, thinking that he could earn a lot more Gue coins. And now she was telling him that there were no Gue coins? Park Dae-gun burst into a rage, thinking that Hansumi had received some other reward. So he forced down his displeasure and continued to ask, what about the ID tags? Throw. Lost. Hansumi cried out. What about the other stuff? Did you acquire any other shenanigans? You've been working part-time for 2 days. You could have at least acquired something. Nothing. I have nothing. The more Hansume spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and 2 lines of clear tears slid across her swollen, pig-headed face. Siba. The veins at Park Dagon's neck were like gnarled branches rippling up, and the whites of his eyes were scarlet. Couldn't stand Handsome any longer. Pop. Dagon Park goes up for a big BB pocket, jerking the aggrieved Handsome abruptly over onto the floor. The swelling hadn't gone down on one cheek, but now the other side is swollen as well. Say, are you hiding? You? How dare you lie to me? Park Dae-gun drops his butcher knife and pounds away at Hansumi. Hansume only felt intense pain coming from all over her body. Like a sandbag, she curled up in the corner. He was already aggrieved at the Blood Moon restaurant, but now he even wanted to die. Woohoo! I really don't have any trick coins. They said I damaged the restaurant and won't give me a dime. Or you can just kill me. I don't want to live. That dragon woman's husband has a cat in red. Do you have one? And her husband makes tricky wine. Do you know how to make it? You don't know how to do anything, and you're just going to beat me up. The more Handsome spoke, the more aggravated she became. It just feels more wrong than sinus. She really didn't want to live at the moment and didn't put up any resistance. Park Dae-gun can kill her if she wants to. She's just sweeping toilets wherever she goes anyway. Cat in red? Park Dae-gun frowned a bit at his words, but he didn't continue to do so. The pupils of his eyes floated with a hint of disbelief. You mean the creepy one on the third floor? Called Gu Yuan. You know him? I don't recognize it, but he's just a disgruntled spirit. How can he have a red coat level cat? People just do. You don't. That's why I get bullied. Handsome is still crying and whining. It looks like a steaming pig's head. Park Dae-gun looked upset and chided. Stop crying. I'm really going to do it if you keep crying. Han Su-mei was so frightened. Aggrieved Baba stopped shedding tears. Only her heart still couldn't help but be sour. Is it possible that you're mistaken? It shouldn't be possible. Park Dae-gun pursued. Exactly right. That's what that dragon woman said to trick that stupid cat. Handsome bit her lower lip tightly and said, hiss. Park Dae-gun's pupils narrowed in shock. He sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. Originally, I thought that all the weirdness on the third floor was trash, but I didn't expect that there was still such a mysterious existence hidden. You shouldn't mess with people in the future, he advised. Poof. Han Su-mei lightly grunted with a disgruntled expression, disliking Park Dae-gun more and more. People's husbands are gentle and considerate. What about him? It would be a lie. Han Su-mei didn't hear it go at all, but instead became more and more cynical about Yun Pillow Moon. That cat is unruly, and he probably couldn't handle that cat at all, which is why he put it in the Blood Moon restaurant. And pet? Or owner yet? Han Su-mei complained indignantly at this point. Speaking of which, she had a sudden flash of inspiration. Turning to Park Dae-gun, he said, why don't you go kill Gu Yuan? You're a night trickster. Are you still afraid of him? Kill him and the cat is yours too. Park Dae-gun was surprised by Han Su-mei even as he sniffed. He, who went and killed the being who possessed the redcoat class cat? Is this stupid woman out of her mind? For Park Dae-gun, who had always been cautious and simply put, a wimp, Han Su-mei's words were as if she was urging him to seek death. Seeing Park Dae-gun's reluctant face, knowing that he was a wimp, Han Su-mei added, if you don't dare to make a move on him, then it's okay to kill that dragon countrywoman, right? She has gained. On this mission, there should be a few thousand tens of thousands of guile coins. Han Su-mei didn't know how many guile coins Yun Pillow Moon had obtained. To lure Park Dae-gun to the bait, she thought about it carefully and figured out that everyone basically earned hundreds of Gue coins. Yun Pillow Moon knew the supervisor and earned several hundred Gue coins, and then doubled several times by the subsidy. Several thousand should not be a problem. Any bigger? Rounded up to 10,000. Tens of thousands of guinea dollars? Park Dae-gun gulped in shock. His desire was tickled by the 5-figure trick coin. Never seen so many trick coins in my life. If he really had 10,000 Gue coins, he would have absorbed the yin chi and almost become a redcoat from a high-level Li Gue. I won't be afraid of that redcoat level cat when the time comes, and at the cost of nothing more than the killing of a human. These little mice couldn't have stayed in the past life neighborhood anyway. Wait for it to do its job and do it. God doesn't know what's going on. The pupils of Park Dae-gun's eyes were filled with greed, and he admitted that he was persuaded by Han Su-mei. Thinking of this, Park Dae-gun's face returned to normal. There was even a wry smile, helping Handsome to her feet. Get up and talk carefully. Don't worry, if there are really tens of thousands of Gue coins for killing her, you won't be spared the benefits at that time. Really? Han Su-mei said in surprise. She got excited too. As long as her night creepy husband himself, Yun Pillow Moon would definitely be chopped into scraps with a knife. Seeing that the two were already discussing how to kill Yun Pillow Moon, the Dragon Nation audience was in disbelief. In the past, weird marriages were difficult for individual players to survive, and infighting was limited to bickering. Never had a go at another player yet. How could Han Su-mei be so cruel? This Dahan Kingdom woman is a snake, and she is laying her hands on Yun Pillow Moon? Asterisk. Or not. Can't you see that others are good? It's too add up to take a shot at Gu Yuan and then take a shot at a woman. This Park Dae-gun isn't any good either. Han Su-mei didn't say the cat was a top red amount. Isn't this a pure death wish? Joke. Can Gu Yuan watch Yun Pillow Moon get killed? Chapter 42, Gu Yuan made the trick coins? 1 drop of blood for 100 million trick coins. In the meantime, with a flash of white light, Yun Pillow Moon also re-entered the house. Before she could get her footing, Lily and the pupils of her eyes just couldn't wait, swished out of it. Upon realizing that Gu Yuan was watching TV on the sofa, she meowed. In 3 or 2 steps, he got into Gu Yuan's arms. It made a gurgling sound. He also stretched his head and rubbed his tiny head against Gu Yuan's chin. Honey, you're back? Gu Yuan placed Lily on his lap and smiled at Yun Xiaoyu. He had actually been keeping an eye on the Blood Moon restaurant, thinking of going down myself if Lily got out of hand. Luckily, Yun Pillow Moon was resourceful enough to know that her clothes were stained with his scent, and that's how she was able to subdue Lily. Aha! It's thanks to you this time, husband, and it's a good thing I called you. Yun Pillow Moon happily sat down on the sofa and said, together with Gu Yuan, they stroked Lily's back. It's fine. Gu Yuan sniffed and shook his head. It's good that you're safe. The two made small talk for a while, Soon, Yun Pillow Moon stood up and went to the kitchen. I'll go ahead and make dinner then. You should be pretty much done with the food in the fridge. Just opening the refrigerator, she happened to see many fresh vegetables piled up inside. Yun Pillow Moon turned her head as her eyes filled with surprise. Gu Yuan saw this before he laughed lightly. These dishes were sent over by the manager of the trickster store downstairs. I've already paid for it, so you can make whatever you want. So, Yun Pillow Moon didn't doubt it and burned a large table of dishes in no time. Bring a plate of aromatic dishes to the table. The two of them feasted and were full within minutes. At this point, Yun Pillow Moon suddenly remembered the million Gue coins, so she took out the passbook from her pocket, and also took out the extra subsidized portion from the system. Crashing sound. In the blink of an eye, creepy coins printed with black patterns littered the living room floor as if they were snowflakes. The corners of Yun Pillow Moon's eyes curved into a line, her expression a little proud, as if waiting for Gu Yuan's praise. Honey, in this bank book are the profits from the Blood Moon restaurant, and all of this I earned it. It's almost a million Gue coins. Gu Yuan guffawed at the sight. He doesn't even need trick coins. Besides, he could always create trillions of trick coins if he needed to. However, Gu Yuan still touched Yun Pillow Moon's head and complimented her. Yun Pillow Moon was very happy. Her almond eyes curved into tiny crescent moons. Hubby, you save these trick coins. We can get a bigger house later when we save more. My favorite kind of small courtyard, with fruit trees and grass, butterflies in the spring and snowy winters. I dream of living in a place like that. A small courtyard? Gu Yuan nodded, however did not ask for Cloud Pillow Moon's trick coin. He said softly, keep it for now. Hubby, I'm not short of shenanigans coins, to let you in on a little bit of my secret. Yun Pillow Moon was curious to hear this. She gradually approached Gu Yuan and pressed her ear against him. When she heard Gu Yuan's so-called little secret, both eyes widened at once. Even more so, he covered his mouth, those talking eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had heard something that could never happen, and even his breathing became rapid. Just because Gu Yuan said so, the creepy world's creepy coin was made by him. As for how exactly, a single drop of his blood can be divided into 100 million guile coins. Depending on the level of blood content, it can be further divided into different denominations of trick coins. That is to say, the yin in the trick coins is actually his power. That's something Yun Pillow Moon believed. However, the global audience was dumbfounded to hear that. Are you kidding me? This awesome blow is way over the top. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the sky? Even the dragon audience thought it was ridiculous when they heard it. 100 million guinea dollars a drop of blood? Wouldn't that be hundreds of billions of guaiders if we were to draw a few hundred milliliters of blood? No fear of bizarro world inflation? I can't believe it. If this is true, is he a bogeyman? And also the Furies, the top tier of the great fowls probably won't work either. Is it hard to believe that Gu Yuan means that he is able to imitate trick coins? How do you imitate a trick coin? There is yin chi in it. If it could be faked, various countries would have imitated it long ago. Why are you guys so serious? Gu Yuan is teasing his wife. Scared the hell out of me. I was about to go into cardiac arrest. Yun Pillow Moon went to take a bath. Lily plopped down on the couch and dozed off. Gu Yuan took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Just as he was pondering what gift to give to Yun Pillow Moon, suddenly a knock was heard on the door. Gu Yuan's hand movement stopped and opened the door to the room. Saw a strange woman standing timidly in the doorway. She was wearing a silk halter dress, her chest revealing a large area of snow white, which was like a layer of honey-plated luster under the light, and her peach blossom eyes were flooded with waves of light. Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he recognized the woman. Her husband similarly lives on the third floor. It was a genuine disgruntled spirit known as Dr. Stitch. It's also the weakest being in this group of creepy objects for female players. However, due to his special status and ability to cure shenanigans, he has a wider network and is quite well liked. Gu Yuan also spoke to that suture doctor, and the view was quite good. The moment, noticing Gu Yuan's gaze, Nguyen Xian Hung of the Monkey Kingdom lightly bit her lower lip and deliberately pretended to look pitiful. She was here to seduce Gu Yuan, for not being able to bear the poverty and weakness of their own marriage partner. So he set his eyes on Gu Yuan, who was on the same floor. Although she thought Gu Yuan was also a resentful spirit, Gu Yuan could be much more mysterious than that weak doctor. Can't you see Yun Pillow Moon eating and drinking at the Blood Moon restaurant? And again, it's not like weird marriages say you can't change husbands, and there's no rule that says she can't cheat. My lord, may I be let in, please? My husband is not treating me well. I would like to stay at your home for a few days. Is that okay? Gu Yuan saw Ruan Xianxiang's pretentious demeanor. It just felt like goosebumps were rising on my body. Besides, Dr. Suture called it a great kindness compared to other shenanigans. She just betrayed him? Not even a hair of Cloud Pillow Moon can compare to the goods. Gu Yuan couldn't even look at it. Can't. Gu Yuan's expression was icy cold, and he immediately rejected Ruan Chuanxiang's request. I already have a wife. So please behave yourself. If you don't want me to tell Dr. Stitch about this, you'd better leave right now at once." Upon hearing the desperate words, Nguyen Xuanxian was upset. She's all put out her best looks. Shouldn't any man's heart be pounding? She was named Miss Monkey Country's Miss International. How can you not be impressed? Ruan Xuanxian thought Gu Yuan was pretending. So shaking her puffy breast slightly, she reached one hand into the door of the room as if she wanted to walk in first. Bang! And that's when it happened. Gu Yuan immediately closed the door to the room. It almost didn't break Nguyen Xianheng's fingers. If she hadn't retracted her hand quickly, she might have let out a scream by now. Ruan Xuanxiang ate the closed door, her face a green and red. Knowing that Gu Yuan had no feelings for her, the expression became resentful. "Gutless man, bring it to your mouth and don't eat it." She took a deep breath and had no choice but to go back. Seeing Gu Yuan so desperate, the Monkey Nation audience, which was just discussing whether Nguyen Xianheng could succeed, shook with rage. In their opinion, Yun Pillow Moon only had a pretty face. In terms of body shape, Ruan Xuanxian was Miss International, with a convex front and curvy back, many times better than her. How can you not want it when it's offered to you like this? The already shamed Monkey Nation audience exploded. He must have problems down there. Who wouldn't like MS? Nguyen Tran Hong? MS? Nguyen Xian Hong? How can you cheat? What cheating? You really take weird marriages seriously? Rokoku people just don't have the guts. They don't even want it for free. Wait for it. The dragons will regret it. Chapter 43, the second level of the drawer. Gu Yuan gives another reward. Ordinary cohabitation time passes like a white horse. A week passed in the blink of an eye. This week, female players in other countries have had little success. And no matter how hard they try to raid their marriage partners, it's hard to see results. It's just more than when I first entered the past life neighborhood. These creeps fell back on them a lot better. The marriage system doesn't give a specific level of goodwill, though, and it's all up to the player to figure it out for themselves. However, a veteran player once made a goodwill rating scale that is globally known, and basically all female players who perform weird marriages are aware of this table. Favorability from 0 to 100. A general favorability of 50 or less represents creepy aversion to dislike. 50 is cold and indifferent, while 60 is generalized. And when you get above 60, you are crossing over to a new level. It means that creepy is starting to face the relationship head-on. When the favorability reaches 70, it is a love affair. 80 single-mindedness. 90 love as flesh and blood. The final full value of 100 represents the fact that creepy lives and dies with it. Nowadays, Aiko Yamada and the others referenced the prediction in their minds, the object of their shenanigans. It's almost up to 50 plus favorites. Much of this is attributed to the fact that they go on missions to give gifts to creepy objects, but the further back in the favorability scale you go, the harder it is to raise it, especially the 60 threshold. Most of the players in the previous installments of Creepy Marriage fell before this threshold. Yun Pillow Moon was heartless. She didn't even know the sheet existed. For the raiders, Gu Yuan didn't take it to heart either. There was no deliberate attempt to say lovey-dovey words, nor was there any gratuitous attempt to curry favor with Gu Yuan. The two were like a normal young couple, staying home all day playing games, watching TV, and then discussing what to have for the next meal. Lily plopped down right next to the two, cooing, lazy and cozy. Yun Pillow Moon would make cat food for her every day, use chicken breast, pork liver and prawns cooked and chopped. Plus Lily doesn't like to exercise either, so she's put on quite a bit of weight in the last few days, and is showing some signs of gills. The moment Yun Pillow Moon had just cleared a single-player game with Gu Yuan, suddenly a new alert was heard in his ear. Ding! You have a new marriage assignment. Learning a few simple medical skills can help with marital bliss. Massage healthcare for the marriage partner more often can effectively enhance the goodwill. Please go to the reincarnation hospital today and learn the art of healing for 7 days. Mission reward, according to the level of the acquired medical skills. The marriage system heals the marriage partner. Yun Pillow Moon blinked at the sight. Going to a hospital for 7 days to learn the art of healing? She was still quite interested in the art of healing. After all, two people stay up late every day, but also sedentary. Cloud Pillow Moon will think of healthcare, but unfortunately her massage skills are very poor. To Gu Yuan pressed a few times. He said that there is no feeling. As for the reward, treating marriage partners according to their medical rank? Yun Pillow Moon asked curiously. Husband, did you suffer any injuries? Gu Yuan looked at the TV screen and casually said without looking back. No, what's wrong? As far as he knew, most of the creepy world's creeps had hidden diseases. The weird world is weak, and the world is a place where things go to hell. In order to obtain copies and guile coins, many guile have left dark wounds in the aftermath of grueling killings, which can't be seen from the outside but are likely to be dragged down by the dark wounds when they enter a battle for a long time. Creepy Hospital can treat these injuries, but expensive. Those weirdly run hospitals don't give it about medical ethics. If they have trick money, they treat it. If they don't, they get out. Gu Yuan had suffered serious injuries in the past, but he had casually healed those injuries since he had absorbed a bazaar that possessed the ability to heal itself. So, Yun Pillow Moon breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Gu Yuan had suffered some very serious injuries that he had been enduring, especially the dog blood drama of the Great Cold Country. It was often seen that the originally loving young couple, suddenly which one of them got some kind of cancer, giving her a hard time to watch. I've decided to learn massage well. Husband, wait, when I learn it well, I will help you massage every day. Yun Pillow Moon came motivated as she raised her small fists to cheer up. Good. Gu Yuan smiled gently at his words, didn't care about the massage or anything. By the way, you haven't gotten your reward from last time. It's still the same nightstand. So you open the second level and go pick a reward. The trick coins brought back from the Blood Moon restaurant. Yun Pillow Moon didn't take a single point. She had to exist at home, saying something about letting Gu Yuan take them at any time. Unable to argue with her, Gu Yuan collected all the trick coins in his locker. Reward? Yun Pillow Moon murmured curiously. The real estate license that Gu Yuan gave her last time helped her a lot, and he said it was some kind of little fling. It almost made her cheeks red with shame. Yun Pillow Moon didn't refuse, because she knew that if she pushed back any further, Gu Yuan would have to say something that would make her shy again. Hearing rewards, the audience in Dragonland was in a state of anticipation. Unlike the last time it was cold, they had high expectations for the rewards given by Gu Yuan. You know, inside the first shelf of the most common nightstand drawer can be a stack of real estate deeds. And what would be the second? And the third layer? Something that can be more valuable than a real estate license. They can't imagine. Holy crap, Big Brother Gu Yuan is giving rewards again. Looking forward to it ing. The first floor is a real estate license, but the second floor is a passbook? It's possible. Combined with his previous statement of 100 million trick coins per drop of blood, maybe it's all piled up with passbooks. I do think it might be some kind of trick weapon too. Well, it would be some jewelry. I'm used to keeping my gold and silver jewelry on the second level of the drawer anyway. Soon, Yun Pillow Moon was light on her feet. She walked into the bedroom, her heart beating slightly faster, and pulled open the second drawer. But when she saw what was in the second layer, the entire group's gaze froze. Bewildered, Yun Pillow Moon pulled open all the drawers on the second level. Only a bunch of creepy animal dolls were stacked here and there. There were about a dozen in number, each the size of an orange, pocket-sized minis. Only most of these dolls are a bit tattered. There are baby elephant dolls that have lost their long trunks, and baby deer dolls with antlers that seem to have been sawed off the top of their heads and miniature deer bodies stained with blood. How? The hunt was mixed with a slight amount of pity. When Cloud Pillow Moon looked at it with a surprised gaze, all of these dolls seemed to show pitiful eyes, looking at Yun Pillow Moon as if they wanted her to take them away. At that point, suddenly, a lion doll in the front row cocked its head. Yun Pillow Moon thought it was a mistake. How could the doll move? Weird. She rubbed her eyes, but when she opened her eyes again, only then did I realize that the lion doll had been squeezed aside at some point. A small panda doll suddenly appeared in the front row. Only the little panda doll sat crookedly at the very front. Its left eye falls off, revealing pitch black plush, while its right eye is embroidered with an eerie full moon in blood red silk thread. Two eyes, one blind and one red, totally asymmetrical. Even more peculiar is, the mouth of the little panda doll seems to have been sewn together with cotton thread and then repeatedly dismantled, and the corners of the mouth seem to have been pulled by invisible hands, slowly grinning to the root of the ear, which looks both comical and bizarre. This panda doll, Yun Pillow Moon took it out and couldn't help but speak. The corners of the mouth of the little panda doll that was supposed to be in his hand were getting wider and wider. Results are cold. It suddenly heard Yun Pillow Moon's disgusted voice. Kind of ugly. The corners of that mouth immediately let go. It's almost as if he's about to cry. Yun Pillow Moon didn't notice the difference. She shook her head. Never mind. It's kind of ugly and cute. Let's go with this. Chapter 44, Doubtful Life. Wang Shouwen. Step into the fury of the panda dolls? Upon seeing the multitude of creepy dolls in the second drawer, the Dragon Nation audience was dumbfounded. Some people guessed the bank book, others the jewelry, or some kind of trickster. It's just that no one guessed that this drawer was full of dolls. What? Gu Yuan is that old? I can't believe you love playing with dolls and dolls? Isn't that something kids like? Yun Pillow Moon is not much use to hold. This thing is so small. Hold sleep is not enough. At most hang on the body or school bag, as a decoration. It's a little disappointing, to be honest, how it's all dolls, and they're all so tattered. No one would want them in a crane machine. How can I put it? Big Brother Gu Yuan's childish heart is still intact. This is not the end of the caffet. Take a broken doll to the hospital. You want to go to the pediatrics? Wait a minute. This doll looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Just as the Dragon Nation viewers were all sighing, suddenly a veteran player stepped forward. violently surprised. I've worked at an S-rank copy of the Spiteful Dollhouse before, and the dolls there are of the same type, with missing arms and legs, except that the dolls over there are all humanoid and alive, and it's rumored that every one of them has the strength of Night Creep, yet those dolls all look dead, far less animated than the animal dolls in this drawer. Did you guys just see that panda doll? It looks like it's crying. Hiss, is it hard to believe that all these dolls are redcoat rated? Upon seeing the shocked comments of this veteran player, the foreign audience blew up. There was a feeling that he was blowing awesome. A doll this small can be redcoat level? Is it possible that this drawer is full of red dolls? It's no joke. Redcoats are powerful and scarce, possessing battle power at the level of slaughter. Basically, all of them are high-minded. Didn't see the Count of Bloodfeast with his eyes raised all the way to the sky. And how can you willingly stay in this dark drawer? Gu Yuan himself is not a red shirt, can have such a strong doll? People in the Dragon Kingdom love to brag and aren't afraid of getting hit in the face. Come on, keep blowing. I'd like to see what else you can say. Yoo-hoo, redcoat level, laugh out loud funny. Someone is going to be out of luck this time at the reincarnation hospital. In the meantime, Scientific Research Headquarters. Wang Xiuwen stared blankly at the drawer of animal dolls. His heart pounded like a basketball being slapped, dry lips parted slightly, and the knot in his throat rolled up and down, but he could not make any sound. No one else knows what the doll means. He's clear. The little girl who was saved from the orphanage had been given a doll. It was the broken doll that allowed her to get out of the next copy unharmed. According to his guess, to do all of this, that doll would have at least the strength of a mid-level red, and that doll is still a gift from the kids at the orphanage. If Gu Yuan is the owner of the orphanage, then the doll he personally placed in his home. And what grade would that be? Also, one by one, the words spoken by the little girl were verified. Wang Xiuwen was already 99% certain at this moment. What Gu Yuan said about that orphanage must be true. This drawer of dolls, each in red. Wang Xiuwen couldn't stop his legs from trembling at the thought. When did redcoats become so worthless? To know, regardless of which copy one owns, red creepy is the unquestioned supreme. Even if you go to another weird copy, red will be held in high regard. Each country, if anyone had a red coat level warrior, they were bound to be riding high. But now, this drawer of dolls all in red? And it's definitely higher than a mid-level red shirt. This great shock once again made Wang Xiuwen suspicious of Gu Yuan's identity. Is he a bogeyman? Or is it existence above that? Wang Xiuwen fell into violent skepticism. Soon, upon seeing Yun Pillow Moon walking out happily with a small panda doll, Gu Yuan's eyelids jumped. He was worried about Yun Pillow Moon choosing this panda doll. I didn't realize that she was really chosen. He once made a collection of animal dolls by hand to appease the children in an orphanage. Any one of them is at least redcoat level. Those kids were happy to receive the dolls. Days of cuddling and snuggling with those dolls. But accidents happen quickly. Since Gu Yuan hadn't intentionally molded the dolls' personalities when he made them, and Lily happened to like to lie down and sleep with the dolls, it resulted in some of the malevolence in her body being incorporated into the dolls. These dolls have become violent, cruel, twisted and vicious. In order to be favored by the children, they begin to fight each other and get into a fight to the death. A number of replicas around the orphanage were destroyed by these dolls. Just in case, Gu Yuan took some of the worst dolls away. When he came to the past life neighborhood, he kept it in the second drawer. After so many years, the malice in their bodies had dissipated for the most part under his treatment. But only this little panda doll. It made Gu Yuan's head spin the most. She's the strongest of the dolls in the group. Since the panda was the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, Gu Yuan had deliberately given it an extra ounce of power when he made it top red, just a little bit closer to stepping into the breakbills. This was still Gu Yuan purposely suppressing her growth rate. Now I'm afraid Lily is no match for her. And this little panda doll is especially skinny, just like to go around pranks. Once blew up the orphanage's toilets. Simply dogs look at it all shake their heads. Honey, why don't you change it? This doll, a little less suitable for taking out. Gu Yuan persuaded at this time. It wasn't that he was afraid that the little panda doll would hurt Yun Pillow Moon, mostly because I'm afraid she'll pull some random prank. Gu Yuan wouldn't even be surprised if he heard that she blew up the reincarnation hospital when the time came. Offhand, this thing is a female panda again. Gu Yuan said more and she cried. Spooky knows how these dolls determine their gender. Well, Yun Pillow Moon sniffed and lowered her head bitterly. She saw the little panda doll's drooping mouth and empty eyes. While it seems to be a little sad too, Yun Pillow Moon is extraordinarily fond of this little panda. Most people in the Dragon Kingdom shouldn't have much resistance to pandas. I'll change it then. Never mind. Since you like it dash. Gu Yuan saw Yun Xiu's expression of reluctance. The idea of further persuasion was then abandoned. He just went up and gently patted the panda doll on the head. In a tone that sounded as if it were gentle, she said, behave yourself at the hospital this time. Shasta. The panda doll's body stiffened, being too scared to move. Yun Pillow Moon sniffed and thought Gu Yuan was talking about her, so she nodded her head joyfully and said, I know, husband, I promise to learn massage well. This little panda. She lowered her head and looked around her clothes for a week. Finally it was hung over the right shoulder. The little panda just seemed to sit firmly on it. There you go. Chapter 45, Gu Yuan's contact list, Lord of the Minimum SS Copy? The other side. The marriage partners of all the women have also started giving gifts. The rewards of this quest made all the major shenanigans extra excited. They are dressed in knightly trick or red. The body almost always contains dark wounds. Some even have curses that can't be removed. As soon as their wives gained access to medical care, they were white hoard out and cured, and totally made a killing. All are doing what they can to help in order to improve their medical skills as much as possible. Amamiya 10. The object of Aiko Yamada's attention. Then takes a creepy cushion out of the box he treasures under the bed. The cushion was not large, and the scarlet satin surface glowed dimly in the light. Although it is only a blood-stained artifact, it possesses the ability to soothe the body. This is for creepy doctors who need to be sedentary. A treasure without a doubt. If you give it to Dr. Creepy, you are bound to be able to get preferential treatment. Thanks hubby, Aiko Yamada said to the short Amamiya Tendo with a complicated expression. After all this time together, she did accept his likeness. Ugly is ugly, but what is given is useful. The note from the last Blood Moon restaurant is a case in point. Seeing such a special gift, the audience at Small Days was in a state of euphoria. Cushions are good. I'm a doctor too. I sit every day and I love it when someone gives me cushions. Thermal cups, massagers, pens, whoever sends them, doctors are particularly fond of them. With this thing, Aiko-sama shouldn't be tricked by shenanigans. It's hard to say. The Reincarnation Hospital is an SS-ranked copy, and I've heard that the headmaster there is Fury Creepy. Fury? Are you kidding me? So scary? Yeah, it's only a low-level bogeyman, but it's not red enough to compare to it. I've heard that there are 7 floors in that hospital building, but the elevator occasionally comes up to the 8th floor, and the door numbers of the wards in there are all 404, and the night nurse there will always check the room if a patient is not in bed. I think it was an old player who said he saw a doctor use a bone saw to cut through a patient's abdominal cavity. I've also heard it said that the corridors in the pediatric ward are lengthened at midnight, and at the end of the corridors there is a smile room where anyone who enters will be eaten by 2 rows of giant teeth. Upon hearing about the horrors of the Reincarnation Hospital, the audience at Small Days couldn't stop shivering. This copy is extremely scary. It's bound to be far beyond the trick shop and Blood Moon restaurant. Good thing that Creepy Cushion gave them a glimmer of confidence. The other side. Nguyen Xian Hung of the Monkey Kingdom also received a gift from her subject, Dr. Stitch. Originally, Nguyen Xuanshan still felt that this poor and weak husband was of little use. I didn't expect to give such a great surprise this time. It was a dark red, bizarre scalpel, dimly lit. The scalpel was vaguely oozing a dark red color of blood. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet sharp as if it could cut through any flesh and blood tissue. The suture doctor looked to be about 40 years old and wore a whitewashed lab coat with a faded stethoscope attached to the collar. His dark eyes under his thick eyebrows were slightly downcast, and they seemed to be filled with exhaustion. One can think of. The suture doctor was also a dutiful doctor before he died. Although there is little affection for Nguyen Xian Hung, but the suture doctor took care of her quite a bit on weekdays. This time, after hearing that Nguyen Xian Hung was going to the Reincarnation Hospital, even more so, he made it a point to give her his only trick weapon, the scalpel. Have it sent to the doctor there. Nguyen Xuanshan put away the scalpel with satisfaction, but didn't even say a word of thanks. In her mind, all of this is as it should be, and the Monkey Nation audience saw it that way. This old thing can still scrape out a lot of oil. What an exquisite scalpel. It's perfect as a gift. In comparison, it's only that what's-his-name Gu Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom who gave a crap doll. I think he might as well be a suture doctor. That's right, petty as hell. Talking about talking. They were back to shading the Dragon Kingdom as well as Gu Yuan. It was as if he wanted to vocalize Nguyen Xian Hung's shame cleanly. All the women were given gifts from their marriage partners. In terms of the preciousness of the gift, they all cherished the opportunity to be able to heal. Handsome, on the other hand, didn't get a single hair. Park Dae-gun doesn't trust her anymore since that ID card was lost. Han Somi is furious, but she can't get Park Dae-gun back. He was prepared to go down himself this time, prepared to sneak into the rotunda, and then to Cloud Pillow Moon. Snatch her 10,000 guile coins. With that 10,000 trick coins, what disease can't be cured? He was ready to leave the past life cell anyway, so it was best not to meet up with Gu Yuan or be discovered by him. Otherwise, Dogon Park thought about the red-coated level of trickster cats. The mind just can't stop freaking out. He scavenged as much as he could of anything of value in the house. Prepare to have it all with you. Upon sensing Park Dae-gun's thoughts, the audience of the Great Cold Kingdom was dumbfounded. Is he abandoning Handsome? What about her? Creepy marriage has never had a subject run away yet. I can only say that I also blame Handsome for talking too much. It's moving a rock and stoning yourself. Ashy, right? Park Dae-gun is too selfish. What if he runs away? Sumi, who can protect her in case of the Dragon Kingdom's bizarre wrath? This is really troublesome. It's all because of that Rokoku creepy. If it wasn't for him, Sumi-san wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Does it mean that Sumi will be wandering after Park Dae-gun from now on? What about the house in the past life neighborhood, which he just abandoned? Wait for a white light to flash. Yoon Pillow Moon's figure disappeared. Only a refrigerator full of food was left. Lily didn't go over there with her. Need to recuperate. However, since she had already made a contract with Cloud Pillow Moon, Lily would instantly appear by her side if necessary. Gu Yuan could sense that Yoon Pillow Moon had already entered the reincarnation hospital, and yet it's still a little unsettling. The main reason is that I am afraid that the panda dolls will cause havoc, making Yoon Pillow Moon embarrassed. At this point, he removed a black personal cell phone from the table in the living room. Tap on the contact list. It's densely packed with all the major copy masters. Midnight Funeral Parlor, Lin Bio. Eternal Life Library, Chan Chung Sang. Human Skin Tailor Shop, Sue Embroidery Lady. S-Class copy? Unless it's a deeper relationship. Otherwise it doesn't even deserve to be on his contact list. It's got at least SS-rated copies of the administrators on it. Gu Yuan's expression was calm as he dragged the contact to the bottom. Finally found the director of the Rotunda Hospital. The note on this is Ms. Yen. Gu Yuan remembered that she seemed to be called Yen Ruyu, an icy tall imperial lady. Their cell phones were all from Gu Yuan. At the time, he'd made a bunch of cell phones by hand, and since they weren't worth more than a few shenanigans anyway, he gave them away as a favor. Tooting noise. Gu Yuan just dialed the phone. Not for a second. The phone then snapped to life, only to see that the person on the other end of the phone seemed excited and incredulous that Gu Yuan would take the initiative to dial her. So it led to a bit of hyper-emotionality, and even when forced to suppress it, nervous gasps could be heard. Ms. Yen, I'm Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan hadn't finished his introduction. A hurried voice came on the other end of the line. I know, Mr. Gu, I really didn't expect you to have the time to call me. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do my best to die. Never mind, Mr. Gu, may I ask where you are now? I'll rush over now. Yen Ruyu said a bunch of things in a slip of the tongue. That's if those doctors at the rotunda saw it. Their icy and serious Dean Sama was surprisingly similar to a fawning villain now. You might have to drop your jaw. Chapter 46, The Shocked Dean. Letting her send autumn pants to Yoon Pillow Moon? After informing the location, after less than an hour, Gu Yuan then heard someone knocking on the door of the room. When he opened it, it was Dean Yen who had hurriedly arrived, only to see Dean Yen wearing a white coat, tall and tall, more than 1.7 meters. His hem stained with dark red stains of unknown origin. Nervousness and anticipation bred under his amber pupils. She still smelled like disinfectant and formalin, only the smell was so faint that it seemed to have been purposely masked with rose perfume. Most notable, embedded in her forehead was a deceptively small constellation of bells, resembling the eye of heaven, that took up most of her face. The clock was made of fused flesh and blood, covered in dark red vein-like patterns, and made the clicking sound of bones rubbing together as the blood-red hands were unleashed. Gu Yuan had been to the reincarnation hospital before and wasn't curious about the clock on Dean Yan's forehead. It's her power, the bell of reincarnation, can control the flow of time in the bodies of patients whose strength does not exceed hers. It can either retrace the patient's body back to its optimal state to make it heal, or speed up the flow of the patient's body to make it die. It is an extremely good ability. Mr. Gu. Yen Ruyu's amber pupils looked at Gu Yuan and her heartbeat accelerated as she said. She had the honor of following Gu Yuan for a period of time. Know its greatness through the heavens. Yen Ruyu greatly admired Gu Yuan. Of course it was Gu Yuan. If it was anyone else, even if it was the same Fury's guile, she wouldn't have been able to hurry so much and leave everything behind to rush here. As the director of the reincarnation hospital, it was too late for how many shenanigans to flatter her. It's been a long time, Ms. Yen. Gu Yuan laughed lightly at the sight. Come in, there's really something I need to ask you this time. He brought Yen Ruyu into his home. Seeing that she had been standing by the sofa in a formal manner, she asked her to sit down, and brought 2 cups of hot tea, handing her one. Yen Ruyu held the teacup in her hand and felt flattered. She took a deep breath and said, You might as well call me Yen. It just so happens that I was in the neighborhood and came as soon as I got your call. Oh, Gu Yuan was curious. Is there something wrong? He remembered that Yen Ruyu loved her work and basically stayed in the hospital on weekdays. Yen Ruyu sniffed and licked the corners of her dry lips, then grumbled. There's a small hospital that's assuming the name of the reincarnation hospital. Not only that, that dean was just a senior redshirt, and as a result, when I went there, he even dared to impersonate my name and made me kneel down to apologize to him. I then used a slight tactic to punish him in a small way. These clothes of mine aren't clean either, so I've made Mr. Gu laugh. A little punishment? Gu Yuan saw through it without pointing it out and slowly smiled. With Yen Ruiyu's ability, she could completely kill red clothes instantly through space. The corners of her coat are stained with blood, so I'm afraid she's not very angry. As a dean, you need to be more stable in character and not always act like a dynamite barrel, blowing up at the slightest point, Gu Yuan persuaded. It's also your kind of character that won't be able to pass the test dash. Speaking of which, Gu Yuan stopped talking, afraid to poke at Yen Ruiyu's sadness. Mr. Gu, you. Yen Ruiyu sniffed rather grudgingly. She looked at Gu Yuan slyly, only to see that he still maintained his smile, only to feel her heart in turmoil. Gu Yuan has a mysterious organization full of creeps who are lucky enough to follow him. Unlike orphanages created on a whim, that organization is extremely strict about spooky inclusion. There are requirements for ability, character, and triple vision. As the head of the reincarnation hospital, she has no problem with her ability to triangulate anything. The bell of reincarnation allows her to deal with all shenanigans below the Furies, and she doesn't like the idea of trespassing on people for no reason. It was this fiery personality that became the only threshold that stuck her, so much so that she's still just a replacement in an organization. Forget it, let's get down to business. Gu Yuan ignored Yen Ruiyu's depressed expression. He lifted a bag out. My wife, Yun Pillow Moon, has come to your land. I see it's been pretty cold the last few days, too, and she left with thinner dress pants. Here are 2 pairs of fall pants. Take them to her. Gu Yuan placed the bag in front of the clueless Yen Ruiyu. A sip of hot tea followed, waiting for her reaction. 3 seconds later, Yen Ruiyu's down brain then resumed functioning. Poof! Yen Ruiyu's pupils immediately clenched and a mouthful of hot tea was sprayed out, and accidentally sprayed Lily. Meanwhile Lily disgruntledly turned her empty orbs to Yen Ruiyu. Excuse me. She hurriedly used her sleeve and helped Lily dry off the tea liquid on her body. That's when he resumed his seat on the couch. Yen Ruiyu's cheeks stiffened, and with a skeptical expression, she asked, Mr. Gu, I might have been deaf just now, can you say that again? You're not deaf. I just asked you to deliver the fall pants. Gu Yuan calmly said. She, a dean, went to deliver fall pants? These fall pants are still pink. If it wasn't for the fact that this is what Gu Yuan said, even if it's a big evil creep, the powder keg inside her will explode in an instant. It sounds like an insult. But Yen Ruiyu quickly realized that this was not the point. The point is, Mr. Gu got married? You're married? Yen Ruiyu's brain raced, and the whole bazaar was in shock. Her pupils were out of focus and her scarlet lips were slightly parted, but even her breath froze in her throat. For a long time, it took her a moment to recover from the shock. Which copy is Yun Pillow Moon again? I haven't heard of any SSS-ranked copies owner getting married. Is she a high-level great foul, or a top-level great foul? What's the point of wearing fall pants in this existence? Gu Yuan shook his head when he heard this. Neither. She's just an ordinary human. Ha! Yen Ruiyu was shocked again. I had known that Gu Yuan did as he pleased, but I never thought that he would choose to marry a human. Jesus! A being like him actually puts down his stature and lowers his face and body. What's the difference between that and an ancient emperor marrying a beggar? She was extremely curious about that so-called Cloud Pillow Moon, and was even more deeply envious of her. Marrying Mr. Gu, the entire bizarro world is the equivalent of a bride price. But if we let her marry Mr. Gu, Yen Ruiyu was still a bit of a wimp. To know, Mr. Gu not only has a good personality, but his strength is unique in the world. That attracts a lot of powerful and beautiful female creeps yet. There used to be female creeps confessing to Mr. Gu from time to time. Some posed with something like 999 hearts. Something like planting the entire copy with human head roses. And then there were female creeps who changed flower knives on themselves, itching to slice themselves up for Mr. Gu to enjoy. It was a mess. Unfortunately, Mr. Gu refused them all. This time around it was so concerned about this human female. It seems to be extraordinarily enjoyable. Thinking of this, Yen Ruiyu packed her bags and said, Don't worry, as long as she's in my territory. Feel free to punish me if she loses a hair. Chapter 47, SS copy of Reincarnation Hospital. Terrifying internal medicine doctor. Reincarnation Hospital. First floor, registered office. Large swaths of gray wall paint peeled away, revealing dark brown stains of unidentified blood underneath. The hanging incandescent lamps were clouded with gray, and occasional intermittent sobs could be heard wandering the corridors. The patients here all had their heads bowed, their skin gray, some with a table knife stuck in their heads, others all tangled up in watercress, their skin bloated, as if they'd been soaking in a cold pond for a long time. The service center was empty, and an electronic screen off to the side flickered with garbled code, imprinted with half a cup of congealed plasma. The women were all transported to the hospital at the same time. Everyone could smell the disinfectant mixed with rust, like a million tiny worms wriggling in their airways. This bizarre scene was far more terrifying than the Blood Moon restaurant. More importantly, they'll be here for another 7 days. Quite a few people, no matter how much bravado they had before teleportation, immediately backed off. This is the reincarnation hospital? Hiss, I remember this seems to be an SS-ranked copy. We're just here to learn the art of healing, so we should be fine, right? Who knows? The doctors here don't care where you come from. That means it's useless to report my husband's name? The doctors at this hospital are basically night geeks, and it really doesn't work unless your husband knows the doctors here. The women discussed it carefully. Aiko Yamada was carrying a small bag in which the creepy cushion was placed. Wen Xianhong of the Monkey Kingdom hid the creepy scalpel in his pocket. Handsome, on the other hand, had an ugly expression on her face. She doesn't have anything. Park Dae-gun doesn't know when he'll show up either. And that's when it happened. Snap, snap. A footstep came from a short distance away. The women all turned their heads to look. Only a male creep in white appeared at the end of the empty hallway. His pale face looked like it had been soaked in bleach, and his shiny leather shoes made an offbeat clacking sound. His personal information is on the chest of his shirt. Associate Director of Personnel, Rotunda Hospital. Upon seeing the 10 female players, a hint of doubt surfaced in the pupils of the deputy director's eyes. Then he came to the front of the women and said in a deep voice, "You are not patients. What are you doing in the reincarnation hospital?" "My lord, we are here to apply for a job," the female player from City replied. As he said this, he also took a trick coin with a denomination of 20 out of his pocket, handed it motionless to the creepy deputy director. So, the deputy director of Creepy took the creepy coin, and when he saw that it was only a 20 denomination, there was some disdain in his eyes, but he honestly pocketed it. As Creepy Marriage is not the first time that the Rotunda Hospital has been chosen as a mission site, he had a very clear idea of what the women were up to. These little mice are here to muck around for a while and have to leave in no more than half a month, but since it's free labor, don't take it for nothing. The creepy deputy director immediately said, "Are any of you doctors?" None of the women answered. Just as the deputy director of Creepy was ready to assign positions at the sight of the situation, Ruan Xuanxiang suddenly stepped forward and said, "My lord, I once studied Eastern medicine." Eastern medicine was inherited from the Dragon Kingdom, a traditional medical treatment in the Monkey Kingdom, and her family was a family of Eastern medicine practitioners, who had been inculcated from a young age. It's just that Nguyen Xianhong wasn't very interested in it, and what she studied in college was also a clothing modeling major. Oh, the creepy deputy director raised an eyebrow lightly, and felt more than a hint of favor towards Nguyen Xuanxiang. "You're pretty good then, and a little bit of a healer. I'm about clear. Now assign your positions." Soon, Deputy Director Creepy assigned all the women to their corresponding positions. Due to lack of manpower in the Rotary Hospital, they were not assigned to any janitorial duties. Instead, they have mostly become physicians' assistants. If they were realistic assistants, they'd have to have general knowledge of relevant medical care, but since they're treating shenanigans, they don't need to be so demanding. Aiko Yamada was assigned to the pediatrics department on the 3rd floor. Handsome was instead assigned to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. A few others were assigned as nurses. Yun Pillow Moon happened to be assigned to the same clinic as Nguyen Xianhong from Monkey Country. Internal medicine on the 4th floor. There aren't many creepy doctors, and there's no breakdown of what respiratory, digestive, neurological, etc. are. Instead, Dr. Creepy is uniformly diagnosed and treated. When seeing Yun Pillow Moon and Nguyen Xianhong for the same clinic, a wave of exuberance went through the Monkey Nation audience. "MS, Ruan Xuanxiang has a scalpel, so you can give it to the doctor in that clinic later." Yes, with the gift she's sure to gain the favor of that creepy doctor. And she's also from a family of Eastern doctors. What can a woman from the Dragon Kingdom compare to that? Do whatever you want to do with this dragon woman when the time comes. I'd like to see what use she has for a panda doll. Give a little doll. Maybe that Dr. Creepy is childlike too, haha. I told you, looking down on us Monkey Nation people will get you retribution. See the situation. The Dragon Nation viewers were a little depressed. There was speculation earlier that panda doll might be a redcoat level, but even if it's true, this reincarnation hospital is an SS-ranked copy. The dean is a horrible bogeyman. It doesn't matter how good you are in red. Might as well bring something tangible to bribe the doctor with. This panda doll is quite cute. It would be nice if Yun Pillow Moon was assigned to pediatrics. Damn monkey people. What Eastern medicine? All copied from the Dragon Kingdom. Those ancient emperors of the Dragon Kingdom should have exterminated the Monkey Kingdom. During the Qin dynasty, the Monkey Kingdom was under the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps those emperors also felt that the Monkey Kingdom was just a bunch of barbarians and didn't bother to conquer it at all. Ruan Xuanxiang and Yin Shoyue entered the internal medicine consultation room one after the other. The former knocked lightly on the door of the room. After hearing the voices coming in, She turned back and swept a mocking glance at Yin Xiuyu, then walked briskly into it. The only thing I could see was the large size of this clinic, the fluorescent tubes of the clinic humming and occasionally flickering, the smell of disinfectant water mixed with some sort of fishy odor, and the yellowed medical records piled up in the corner. A figure in a white coat sat opposite the door, the swivel chair creaking toothily. It was a creepy doctor with gray sideburns and a cold stare. Upon seeing the figure, the global audience was mentally jolted, simply because they all recognized the creepy doctor. Isn't this Dr. 2, the most typical quack? Is this the same doctor who sliced through a patient's abdominal cavity with a bone saw? This doctor is a redcoat and is especially greedy for money, relying on his status. If a normal patient doesn't give him any favors, he turns around and flips out. There was also a player who worked under him as an assistant before, but he ended up arranging to see patients, and he didn't give a, and that player ended up killing himself. He should have been a butcher, not a doctor. I heard he's especially fawning over his superiors and has connections with the dean, or else he'd have been kicked out by the other doctors long ago. I think Nguyen Xianhong's creepy husband, Dr. Stitch, is more deserving of sitting here than he is. Chapter 48, Dr. 2 in panic. Is this the dean's same doll? The old man's surname is 2, the 2 of butcher. You guys can just call me Dr. 2. At this moment, seeing both Wan Xuanxiang and Yun Pillow Moon, a flicker of joy passed through Dr. Creepy's gaze, then disappeared as he nodded to the two men. In his opinion, the mice sent to his clinic were about as good as pie in the sky. Any dirty work can be given to them. You're high on your own, laying back and earning shenanigans without a care in the world. Also, these little mice also give him a little surprise every now and then. It's not? Dr. Creepy's words fell. He saw Nguyen Xuanxiang take out a treasure from his pocket. Upon seeing the dark red scalpel, a hint of shock surfaced in the pupils of Dr. Creepy's eyes. As a doctor, he was extraordinarily familiar with such medical shenanigans. Being able to see this scalpel was extremely extraordinary. The thin, cicada-like blade, as well as the surplus flow of dark red yin qi were enough to prove that it was a treasure. After so many years in the rotating hospital, I have received countless treasures, but most of them are not very useful. It's good enough that a bunch of poor shenanigans can shell out shenanigans coins for a cure. How can they be asked to bring any shenanigans? If it was more powerful and creepy, it wouldn't have come to him for medical attention is all. Hiss. Dr. Guile's eyeballs were glued to this scalpel. He secretly sucked in a cool breath, his eyes filled with greed and desire, while looking at Nguyen Xuanxiang a lot more smoothly. Dr. 2, this scalpel is a small gift, a small token of my appreciation. You are admired by your patients for your hard work as a highly respected doctor, and the number of patients who come to see you is sure to be used during the week. My husband is also a doctor, and I happen to know some Eastern medicine, so I'm really connected to you. I'm counting on you to take care of me for the next few days. Nguyen Xuanxiang gently handed the scalpel to Dr. Guile. The mouth is still bragging about him. Dr. Guile held the scalpel in his hand with extra fondness in his eyes as he kept nodding his head. Good, good, good. You're a nice little girl. Knowing that the old man likes this kind of medical equipment, but they're hard to come by, and it's inconvenient to go to the doctor without them, so you have a heart. I thank you on behalf of the patients. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The attitude towards Nguyen Xuanxiang was significantly gentler. Having said that, he added, you go get that chair in the corner, sit next to me from now on, and I'll teach you some of the most basic medical skills. Thanks, Dr. 2. Nguyen Xianhong sniffed in surprise and thanked him, moved that chair beside him. As he had said, with Dr. Gu personally teaching her, she thought her medical skills would improve by leaps and bounds. See that everything is going well. The Monkey Nation audience was smug. Let's just say, no doctor can resist a fine scalpel. Now you don't have to worry about mess. Ruan, what about that dragon woman who's giving Dr. Creepy the panda doll? She definitely can't hold it. And Dr. Creepy will never give her a good look if she doesn't give anything away. But she could have begged Ms. Ruan, who has a kind heart. The Dragon Country audience saw these remarks. Each and every one of them had a hard look on their faces. At this point, Dr. Creepy turned his gaze towards Yun Pillow Moon, with Nguyen Xianhong throwing in the towel. He was even more excited about Yun Pillow Moon's gift. What could it be? Is it possible that it's a trick pen? Or spooky tea or some other health supplement? As long as it goes over that scalpel anyway. He also allowed for Yun Xiaoyu to sit on the other side of him. But wait and wait. Yun Pillow Moon, however, was slow to move. Dr. Creepy was getting a little annoyed, and he said with a sudden tightening of his brow, where are your thoughts, ma'am? The so-called teacher preaches and teaches. Since you want to learn the art of healing, I'm also considered half of your teacher, and you didn't bring any meet the teacher gift for your first meeting? Ha! Yun Pillow Moon was confused for a moment as she sniffed. She's here to apply for a job as a handyman and learn massage. When did it have anything to do with worship? It's too far-fetched. Seeing Dr. Gu's expression of displeasure, Ruan Xuanxiang on the side took the opportunity to make up for it and gloated. Dr. 2, she came empty-handed. I think she really disrespected you. You are so highly respected, yet she has no one in her sight and wants to earn your medical skills for nothing. It's simply too despicable. Shall I help you teach her a small lesson? Hear these words. Trickster Medic's eyes became colder and colder. Ruan Xuanxiang's words spoke to his heart. This little mouse is so arrogant and cocky. Does he really think this is some kind of orphanage? That's hard work, he said. Nguyen Xuanxiang received the instruction and got excited. She had long wanted to teach Yun Pillow Moon a lesson. This is kind of an opportunity now. Present. Ruan Xuanxiang coldly grunted at Yun Pillow Moon, who couldn't figure out the situation, and said, "Come over here. It just so happens that my shoes are dirty and there's some dirt on them, so help me clean them up." Dr. Creepy watched coldly from the sidelines, acquiesced to Nguyen Xianhong's request. That's not too much to ask. Although Yun Pillow Moon was also a bit uncomfortable in her heart, she was forced to do so. She removed a tissue from her pocket. Then prepare to take down the panda doll that rests on your right shoulder. Otherwise it would surely fall on the floor. Originally the panda doll was sitting upright, but at some point it turned around and turned its back. Just then, Ruan Xuanxiang, however, reprimanded. "Who told you to get a tissue? I mean, lick me clean." Upon hearing this request, the Dragon Nation audience was enraged. One's eyes were on fire. What does it mean to be a villain in power? This is a classic case of the little man getting the better of the little man. On the strength of giving Dr. Gu a gift, he even made such a rude request to Yun Pillow Moon. Isn't that an insult to human dignity? Asterisk this Nguyen Xianhong really? And lick it clean. Why don't you get a dog? Asterisk get up. Yun Pillow Moon don't ever. Hurry up and call Gu Yuan to let him handle it. Yeah, you can call. And Lily, how about getting Lily out of there? It's not good. Lily was able to kill this Dr. Creepy and Nguyen Tran Hong. But this is a reincarnation hospital, and the dean will definitely kill Cloud Pillow Moon and Lily if she does that. What should we do then? Just hold back and endure it? Just as Yun Pillow Moon's eyes showed a slight anger, ready to refuse Nguyen Xianhong's rude request when, suddenly, wait, Dr. Creepy on the sidelines yelled as if he had seen Creepy. His eyeballs froze for a split second and his pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints, deadly staring at the panda doll held in Yun Pillow Moon's hand. The withered body shuddered violently, and his dry, cracked lips trembled terribly. The thinning white hair was even drenched in cold sweat. It's not just the hair. His entire back was wet with cold sweat. Those otherwise icy eyes were now filled with fear, their orbs twitching restlessly and violently, their hearts piled high with fear and shock, only because Dr. Creepy recognized the panda doll. He had the honor of being in the dean's office. A similar animal doll was seen at the top of Dean's most cherished bookshelf. It was a bunny doll. It's the same type as this panda doll, and the workmanship looks far less refined than this panda doll. Need to know, none of these dolls were ordinary dolls, but a special kind of sentient artifact. Just about any of them is red shirt level. Each is vicious and violent. It's scarier than Creepy, able to easily kill him in his old age. He then almost got wasted by Dean's bunny doll, if he was not mistaken. The original old audience was in a fit of despair at the moment. This, just as Dr. Creepy was sweating cold. The corner of his mouth rose slightly when he saw the panda doll in Yun Pillow Moon's hand. It seemed to grin and give him a horrible smile. Snap your fingers. Dr. Creepy's legs went weak, his pupils seismic, and his eyes blackened. All at once he collapsed helplessly into his chair. It's really the same doll as Dean. It's not like there's no one in sight. This is a great god. No wonder he dared to leave him alone. Turns out there's been a hint of that for a long time.